else I'm killing them.
Good morning, everybody. What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing today? Sorry about that. I was trying to get my AirPods locked in and loaded. Actually, let me go ahead and charge them while I'm at it. Just make sure we have a screen. Let's go ahead and promote the stream. Throw a hat on, and we're ready to go. So I went ahead and took some levels off and cleaned it up, and just so we can see I can see the charts better. I'm Justin. If it's your first time here, welcome. I appreciate y'all being here. If you could hit that like button, subscribe. We trade live right here every morning. We go through the watch list. We cover some of the news. You know, locate and see where do we want to be in the markets. What are the markets doing? Where do we want to be? You seen yesterday the outperformance with the Qs. So technology was your best friend. Vicarious, what's up? I wouldn't say down bad, but the thing is, it went up so fast, and that worried me. You know, and I talked about this yesterday. You know, by the PS, don't let me forget about Robinhood. I'm gonna write this down. This had a nice day yesterday. And you're starting to see some of these other names start to bounce. So you can see this is a nice chart pattern here. Nice break, hold of the 50-day. Watch this area on Robinhood. Yeah, GME. Here's what I was talking about yesterday, man. So we traded this back here when on this bull flag. We mentioned the long, and this day right here when it was like $12, $14 and it went to 17. I didn't trade it because I was like, damn, this thing just went. Like, they reported it on Benzinga, and that gave this 100-day moving average. Like, it just went to it, hit it, and continued to leave. You can see that right here. So I was like, damn. So I missed that one, but I said, okay. We came back up to that $19 area, consolidated. We rallied, and this here I was like, look for this rally up to 19. We get to it. If we break it, consolidate up there, see if it fails. And that's what it did. It pulled back, but then we woke up Monday. Bada bing. This is crazy. It's going up so fast, and that's not a good. It's not good. It's not good. I will say this. The fact that it even got to $80 is insane because there were only calls for the 34 strike price. I don't know if yesterday, because I didn't look at it, I was looking at other things like Tesla, which we'll get into, and kind of just watching the overall markets like JP Morgan. Like, we've been long financials. Some people were long Tesla yesterday, and we got our confirmation, you know, that she held the 50-day and was grinding higher. But anyway, this is 2 days. This is 2 days. So I said, I don't like that we're not getting like a consolidation, how we broke out here Monday and consolidated a little bit. That's cool. But you woke up and we get out of bed and it's up at $80. Like, that's a huge move from 30 to 80. Like, I feel like that right there just killed the trade. And look at this up here. We were aiming for gaps. I feel like this killed it. I feel like this completely killed it. You know, you held Monday's high, though. I will say that. But I will say, it just feels like the faster it goes higher, the faster you could probably see it fall. Because when you get a consolidation and you get some time, like the first time, and don't ask me why in the hell they weren't covering their positions throughout this entire time going short when they had profits, because it takes them a while to get in and out of positions. Not just one person, but like around the world and all the family offices, big institutions. I don't know. It's just funny, and you know, people are done, right? You just ended some careers. Although anybody that was on the board, like on AMC, they announced that they were retiring. Obviously, the stock's at a higher price, and now they're going to step down and retire and collect that money. But anyway, I like a consolidation, and throughout time, like the first time, if you guys remember, right, I traded it in October and November 3 years ago, from $8 to 12, from 12, it was like, yeah, from 8 to 12, 12 to 18, 18 to like 22, 24. And it was like a 2 month into December and into January, the rip. You got all that money under there, right? It's just like the longer it consolidates, that's just more and more and more money and liquidity that is just packing in this thing. And the faster that this does it, I feel like it's just, it's not that it's going to end bad, because we all know that it's just eventually just going to just like slowly come back down to earth as like sentiment changes and people kind of, it's not really in the news. It's not going anywhere. Bulls are in control. Watch Monday's high. That's what I would say. You made it support yesterday. That was a really nice bounce with volume, guys. Guys, and look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. The volume is still in control. So, I mean, yeah, it's down, but a pullback, I would not consider this over with until you start breaking. And I wouldn't even consider it over with even here, because the sentiment is too hot. How many people are about to get paid on Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday that may go ahead and try to buy this again? I don't know, but I will say this on the daily chart. I feel like it kind of did its job and it filled the gap, right? You had a nice gap up here and it literally just filled in. We pointed this out right there, that unfilled gap right there. I don't consider wicks filling gaps, right? I mean, you can consider it filled, but I consider this, you still even have a minor area here, even if you count the wick. So there was your gap. And it's not ironic that that's where our last tail was, right? That's literally right where it went to. So I would watch Monday's high, right? I'd watch that $40 area. And what was it, 35? Buyers are still in control. The best thing, in my opinion, for this, if you want to see this thing go higher, let it sit here and consolidate for a few days. Let it like bounce, right? Bounce, pull back, right? Kind of just hang out. I mean, this is over the course of a couple days, right? And then let it just, then you start curling this thing up and over. And then they're like, shit, we messed up again. Because this thing can feed upon itself. I mean, listen, take your money. It's not yours until you take it, right? At least make it free. At least make it free. I don't know where you're in at. I don't know what you guys are doing with your guys' money. You know what I'm saying? Because, none of you guys were here. But I will say, as of now, buyers are in control, but that can easily change. Just as quick as buyers were in control, sellers could be in control too. You could break this level and a bunch of people could get scared here at 35. But I would still wait, because this thing is not like in a hurry either. I think here is the bad part right now. Like, look at the volume right now. This is the biggest volume we've had on the sell side, which right now this candle has some buyers still trying to nibble in here a little bit. I would look for a consolidation, but if you've made money, take it. Just take half off. Make it free. Just make it free. I will say this. Here's how the game, it's not necessarily rigged, but companies are here to do a job, and that's to raise money. And the minute this thing squeezes, they love to do offerings. You saw that out of AMC yesterday. Not only did he do an offering, he retired. He said, they got my stock price to $11, $12. Not only am I going to do an offering, I'm going to retire on top of it. So, I like GME a lot. Listen, GME is in a lot better financial condition than AMC is, right? GMC is a lot better of a company. Like, AMC is just, it's a shame, because the last time I even seen a movie was a while ago, right? It feels like times have just changed for whatever reason. It's not that I'm not saying that people don't go out, but these used to be like really cool experiences that moms and dads and kids and people would do like pretty much Fridays and Saturdays. And now you have a lot of people that are in the just games and that are at home. You have Netflix at home, so you don't really have to leave. So it is a shame that there's just like been a fundamental shift, just like even what COVID did with careers. How many people do we know that are, you have opportunity all over to make a money, right? You can work a part-time job, drive an Uber. You can, like, there's just so many different other ways. Now you got a lot of people that are introduced to the markets. So with that being said, if you are up money, please take it and at least make it free. Don't do yourself a disservice. I wouldn't even make it free. I would take some profits and then nibble, like cut your position size down and nibble if you have it, right? If you have the money to lose, I can't tell you what to do. I wish I could, right? But I want you guys to eat. I want everybody that comes here to eat. I want you guys to be able to help yourself, help your parents, help your friends, help the person in the back of the line that's buying a coffee and bread or whatever. And you're like, hey, I got it. Don't worry about it. It's on me. Thank GME, right? You know, this creates so. I hate how CNBC talks, guys. This creates so much good opportunity, and they continuously have on CNBC investors talking about how it fundamentally doesn't make sense. No shit, Sherlock. Okay, this is. I thought it was hilarious. They had an investor talking about an investment standpoint, bro. This is trading. Okay, they went short. They got caught again. There was a beautiful technical setup. It woke up Roaring Kitty, right? We were trading this before he even tweeted. This thing was setting up beautifully. And that Friday when it went, bro, I was like, no shit. This thing was just on a tear. Like, I thought it was going to hit the 100-day and then kind of just relax. Benzinga announced it, and then look, boom. I was like, dude. So, you know what I mean? Because I was like, man, we're getting ready to come up into that resistance zone. You have the 200-day there, this 100-day. Like, I didn't expect that. And I feel like this bull flag really set it off. I mean, you won't find a better pattern. Like, it's like this is a beautiful pattern right here. Just look at that. Just a nice consolidation above the 200-day. An increase in volume on the breakout. Pulls back to the pennant. Bada bing, bada boom. You're in trouble if you're short. And they short hundreds of thousands of shares, not just one, not two, not three, not four, not five. A shitload of institutions and family offices. And they got to cover. Right? And they can't just cover at once. Hey, Bob, I have 1 million shares to sell. Yeah, well, I got 20 more million, but right behind me. I can't take them all. So, they got to wait. I'm going to tell you right now. There's good and bad with this, but you didn't learn your lesson the first time? That's all I'm going to say. You didn't learn your lesson the first time. Don't be like these guys that were short. Take some money. Just take it so you at least have it and have it paid for. And if you get another rip, if you test these highs, you know, if you test yesterday's high, take some money off the table as it goes. Just feed yourself. That's what this market is, what full of a bunch of sharks. If you don't take your money, somebody's going to take it for you. And I don't want that. I want everybody to eat. I want people to eat. You know, this creates so much opportunity for people. They want to talk bad about it on TV. And the part about that is it brings on, where did you buy at? I can't tell you what to do, but wherever you bought at, just take one off the table. I mean, if $90 is nothing to you, you know, I don't know how much we expect out of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just went from $10 to $80. That's an 8-bagger. Like, that's up 800% on the stock itself. I mean, I would, you know, I don't know what anybody has. You guys could always sell, you know, I wouldn't. See, I can't say that because you got to be able to learn. You got to know how to manage risk, right? I can't tell you to sell some calls and sell some puts because of how, you know, this IV is here. You know, I would, that's just a decision you have to make. You know, if it's $90 and you're like, you know, the thing is you gotta ask yourself, what are you looking to get out of it, right? That's what I would ask. Even if it's 3 shares, if you got in at $30, 369, I mean, heck, guys, you could take somebody out to dinner with that money. You know what I'm saying? You could take your grandmother, your mom, or something. No, that's what I'm saying, Alex. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying, bro. There isn't. And, like, I feel like a lot of people don't do that anymore. Whether, you know, because, like, this newer generation, you know, because, I mean, you can't blame them. Like, we grew up on Xbox and PlayStations. They got computers and they got NVIDIA. They don't want to leave the house. They said, Mom, I don't want to go to the movies. What the hell? I can watch it on my computer. Bro, do you understand I have an NVIDIA graphics card? I have, like, you know what I'm saying? So, no, but that's what I'm saying, though, Alex, is I agree. It sucks, man. It sucks that times kind of have changed. I still see the movie theater around me is kind of packed. As far as worldwide, you know, I don't know. But I will say, though, that movie theater, there's not really another one around other than that one. So it's kind of, you can see why it would be packed, because that's the only one that's kind of around where I'm at, and I'm in a highly populated area. But yeah, there's nothing like watching, like you said, man. It in like in IMAX or whatever for AMC and stuff. It does suck. I mean, this is kind of what happens. You take on debt. You got to understand that it's hard for these guys to run some of these businesses. We're lucky, and I hate that we treat them, or at least the presidents, like, it's easy to hate our companies, but that is what makes the United States great, is that we have the best companies that are ran great, and it's hard. It's not easy to just, say, to be that big, right? I mean, guys, we're talking payroll. We're talking people, some of these companies that hire hundreds of thousands of people. Think about that payroll, right? A billion to 100 billion every 3 months. Some of these companies are bringing in, so, and I just hate that we treat them bad, but, at least GameStop has not done an offering. I will say that. I would watch out for that, though. Please, they might actually do it. If we know them, because it's like, if they don't, they have to worry about getting fired. So this is why I would say to take some money off the table, because I said it yesterday in the morning. AMC is probably going to do an offering, and they did. I said if they don't do it today, I don't know what they're doing. They might do it tomorrow, but they ended up doing one yesterday. I don't know how big. I know it was 200 million, and I don't know, comparable to the float, if that was like a minor, like in the middle, not crazy. But watch out for, just think about how you would feel if they do a huge offering and dick everybody over, right? And they're like, what? I don't even care that some of these people made money. If they didn't take profit, it's on them. Like, that's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least, like, let it run up to the highs. Take some of your money off the table. I don't care if you own one share. Like, if it rips, sell it. It pulls back, buy the dip. These are things that you can do. I'm not telling you what to do, but, if we start to consolidate over a little bit of time, what I would love to see is if this thing really does, I mean, it's going to take an enormous amount of money to do it, but if this thing makes a new high, I would fucking bag up, and I would be astonished, and I would clap, and I would love to see it. I would love to see it, because nobody thinks that it can go. Remember, everybody said that the short squeeze is over, it's done. I was probably in that boat too. I never really discounted it or counted it, right? I didn't really think about it that much. But I'd be damned if this thing did not just run to the highs again. Like, you got to be in all about that. I'm happy that people get their money back if they can take it, if they even know about it. Let's hope some of these people that are, the majority of people probably sold, but let's just hope that some of those people know about it and they can get some of their money back. I think it's more of a cost issue. It's ridiculous how much it cost on a Friday night. That is true. That is true, man. That is true, Alex. And that's everything right now. That is everything. Let's go over some of these levels. Let's go look at a monthly chart real quick. Let's go bring up the monthly chart. And so, just so you guys know, time and sales is on the right-hand side, so you guys can see what orders are being filled and at what amount. Right now it's kind of just sitting red. You're getting some green in there, but it's kind of the easy way to look at it. You'll start, if you start seeing boatloads of green at certain areas, pay attention to it. I'll let you guys know if there's any big buy or sell orders coming in. Time and sales is over here. The spread's nice and tight. Again, the last thing I will say, though, is I don't like how CNBC brings this up and talks bad about it, because it feels like they're trying to bring in politicians so that this stuff can't happen. And that's not okay. Because this in and of itself, okay, you have some people that it may hurt, you're right. And it's sad. I'll never forget this from Jim Cramer, was if you don't, it's not yours until you take it. Just remember that. It's not yours until you take it. But it creates, outside of that, it creates its own economy. I mean, you guys were able to find me today. I was able to find y'all today, right? like, it brings people together. Like, there is good in this, and they only want to look at it from a bad standpoint. Oh, market dynamics. I care about market conditions. I respect for the market, this, that, the third. Bro, this is a match between buyers and sellers. So don't, like the guy yesterday that's an investor talking about investing when this is obviously a trade. This is an ascending wedge, found support at the 200-day moving average, and look at that monthly candle. Right off of that 200 monthly moving average. Off of those previous double top highs. This in and of itself is a pattern that should be hung up, even though it's a monthly chart. Look at that. Double top. Boom, boom. You hit it there. You had the 200 monthly moving average right there as well. And what did you get? You know, some people discount the monthly chart, but it is sometimes good to look at. So that's what I will say. It's like all the trashing that they do, they need to remember it's a trade, and they need to not do that because it's going to bring in politics that just want to come in and regulate this stuff so that it can't happen again. And that's not okay. Because people won't find each other. People won't have opportunity. If you take that opportunity away, it's like they just try to chokehold on people so people can't get anywhere. Just like the PDT rule, right? Something of that nature will come from this if they continue to bring it up on TV. And my cat will be in here yelling at me. She's probably wanting to go to bed. But anyway, let's get right to it. Let me get this shut real quick. So I will say, I don't care if you have 1 share, 2 shares, 3 shares. Just take some of your money. Just take your money if you get paid. And if it pulls back, locate the buying zones, buy it again, take it again. Buy it again, take it again, right? Jobs to make money. At least, I want that for y'all. They're going to make it. You just have to watch for an offering because at any minute, if they do a big offering, this thing will limit order down and it'll be back down to the 100-day, 200-day moving average at like $25. So I still think even if this thing pulls back, you're going to get your pops, even if it pulls back. So we'll keep an eye on it. So we broke 48. They're starting, it looks like it's in the middle of a rally right now. I need to get rid of some of these levels here. Nah, not really. Hold on. So that's a weekly chart. What is that, 35? Okay. Let's go to the daily chart. All right. And I wanted to cover some of the news. There's a lot to go over. There's a lot of opportunity today. There's opportunity all over the markets. There really is. Let me delete this because of this mess. What did we say? 35? That's what I would watch. I would watch 35. Monday's highs. You can see we're sitting there and see if we can consolidate in this area here. It's like, yeah, it's right here. I would see if we can't consolidate between 35 and 40. If we can, if we take just today and we do not break Monday's low, I'm not ruling anything out until Monday's low is broken at 27.50. It's like 27.66, but we'll give it a little bit of room. So it looks like that it's wanting to do that. I wouldn't consider this down bad. Oh shit. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. I hate when I do this because I got to remove it all. And I think it's important that we realize that when you have the TV talking like they do, it only brings out politics that's going to make it harder for things like this to happen. It's okay when it goes down, but as soon as it goes up and the little man is making some money, I'll be damned if they don't want to try to shit on it and just try to just end it. And it's crazy. It's crazy. That is true. That is true. They don't. And they're not allowed to. And I say that all the time. Like, I said it yesterday, actually, about, I think Bob Pisani said something. And there was a remark made. And I got the same exact, that's exactly the same way I felt. Was like, yo, are you just mad that you don't own it? And I didn't think it had anything to do with GME and AMC. Let's keep an eye on this level. I want to touch on just a couple of things like Tesla, NVIDIA. I'm going to go over the overall markets. We have CPI and we have retail sales. I bought, let's find out right now. I bought a few puts yesterday because they were cheap. And that's really all. And I just wanted to have access in case something happened. And I thought that the risk was, you could see yesterday in the S&Ps, it looked, we just kept holding that level and holding that level. And it was like, we're going to go higher. It felt like, all right, we're going to go higher. I didn't like that I did that, but I spent just a little bit of money. And now if it gaps up huge, and I said this yesterday that, guys, this is not like a call out for anybody to do it. This is not a play. I'm going to grab a few puts, right? And because they were cheap. And if something does happen, I'd like to have access to it. And it feels like I haven't even looked at the overall markets. Let's see if I'm still in it or not. I'll let you guys know. I did say yesterday I put out a limit order. Yeah, no, I'm still in it. I'm pretty sure. Because I put in a limit order good for the day yesterday. And it's still showing up. So I'm still in that put. The way they were talking on CNBC, you would have thought that we broke this level. So financials had a good day yesterday. Financials had a great day yesterday. Tesla had a good day. Semiconductors had a good day. A lot of the technology, maybe it was because of Google. Google had a nice day yesterday. So I want to keep my eye on some of these names. And they keep paying us, right? Like JP Morgan. I said Monday and yesterday, JP Morgan had a price target Friday. And I'm going to go back to the overall markets. I just want you guys to see. This is a really nice pattern, right? We break above here in this range and we start to break out. I called this out yesterday and Monday, right? I said, keep an eye on a watch to see if we can break 200, get long down here, see if we can break through 200. There's a price target of 215, all right? This was a nice trade, right? You broke above that dotted line there, and we were breaking out. I'm just trying to get my picture-in-picture on myself just so I know that the stream is okay and whatnot. And I just logged in to my account. So let's go see what's leading and what's lagging today. So we kind of get an idea of what sectors we want to be in. What do we want to look at? I did notice that like SMCI was at resistance. So when I go look at semiconductors like AMD, NVIDIA, ARM, SMCI and stuff, let's see if they all have the same thing in common. If they're getting ready to come into resistance. You can see here at the SPY, it's coming into resistance. So I probably am not going to want to be long that. Or, I'm at least going to want to watch to see if we get a low volume pullback and wait for the long. All right, let me just get this real quick. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. All right, there we go. I didn't have the app up for YouTube, so I just did it online through Safari, and I ended up I cheat code it. All right, I go through text messages, right? I'll pull up my video or whatever YouTube video I'm watching. I'll turn it sideways. I'll go to the messages and I'll click the microphone and turn my phone back like straight, like regular at the same time, and it'll usually stick it, and I'll hit pause. So it's kind of like a little cheat code where I don't have to use the app and I can still get picture in picture. I hope Google doesn't hear that, and I'm doing it on I'm streaming on YouTube right now, so hopefully their generated AI doesn't pick that up and they try and do something with it. But anyway, all right, so the S&Ps, we are, we're kind of flat, just like we were yesterday. We're just above where we closed at. Let me get this. So that's the S&Ps. We're going to watch for previous highs. We sat here in this nice consolidation, easy short, easy long. QQQ, same thing. All right, same thing. It's still holding this prior high level at 446. Let's go to, let me just pull up the daily chart real quick. There's a lot of nice patterns today. Robinhood, semiconductors, Tesla, GME, AMC. Those are the ones I want to watch. I'm going to still keep my eye out for like a day two continuation on financials. Like we could buy. I'm going to buy some. Probably buy like a couple calls, a small position, get some time on it, and just be in that run up just to get paid and trade other things. Right? That's my job, is to just keep that equity curve going, keep the money, just keep it going. maybe buy some shares. I'll probably be buying some shares at GME. I tried to get some calls, but I could not justify the amount that they were trying to charge. And I just did not expect to wake up and that thing be up at $80. I'm going to be honest with you. I figured it would take a little bit of time. It didn't hesitate. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy. All right, so the Qs were up at resistance. Notice how I said semiconductors like NVIDIA, SMCI yesterday. I haven't looked at them today to see if they broke it or not. But everything, the SPY, the Qs, were bouncing into resistance. So think about that today in whatever it is that you're trading, right? If it's, if it's outside of GME, right? Because GME and AMC, they're going to do their own thing. Speaking of that, watch for other things to start squeezing, right? Like Robinhood, HKD, like a lot of these other names. Once they start managing risk, you're going to see risk management all across the board, and you'll see all these names pop. So it has its butterfly effect. Q's 446. All right, so we're just hanging out up here at prior highs. We're waiting for the CPI number. All right, I was more concerned with retail sales. Unless CPI comes in way above expectations or way below expectations, it could still come in way below expectations, and this market could blow up higher. I paid 17 cents for those puts yesterday, and I grabbed a couple, right? So if it goes to zero, I can withstand to lose it. I'll be okay. The Dow right now is green. And why do I do this? Because I want to locate where do I want to be in the market, right? In comparison to where the indexes are. Let's say if the Dow was here, right? Let's say if the Dow was right here, then I'm going to say, all right, blue chip names today are starting to lead. That's our cheat code to say, hey, blue chip names, maybe like United Healthcare, JP Morgan, Microsoft, IBM, stuff like that. So everything is matched up, which is a good sign. I don't like it. That's kind of just saying that we're going to go higher. IWM is our leader once again. Yesterday we called this out. On had earnings, and it helped boost IWM. So IWM the past 2 days has been your leader. So I would look at small caps. Now I don't necessarily think MSTR. Yeah, look at MSTR. It's at a new high right now. So we can look at Coinbase. Coinbase is down here. Damn, so Coinbase is not above that high. Keep an eye on MSTR, everybody. MSTR has got came in with the gap up. It's pulling back. This is just an example. You have to watch regional banks and financials to see, what part of the sector. And we can go right here, right? Russell 2000. And you can see how green it was yesterday. We can go through and see what are the names, right? What sector at that? Is it financials, consumer discretionary? So this is how I go through the market. So we know where we want to be. All right, we know where we want to be. All right, so that's that. Nice flat top resistance there. We got some nice flat top resistance. Look, watching. What is that, 13? Yeah, 1300. All right, so that's that. Real quick, the overall markets, I will say this. You have a huge separation between the overall markets and the IWM, like the Dow, the Qs, and the IWM. I'm waiting to see this. The reason I have this 220 and 230 area locked in is I think we get our pullback when the IWM gets up here. All right, if it's going to be anything like 2018, you guys can see here, like we've pretty much put in the same consolidation, right? You had this down move, you have this rally, consolidation, your down move, rally, consolidation, down move, consolidate for a freaking year, and then you rally. And where do you rally to? You rally to right about there, the prior highs of that consolidation. And then the market meets back up, right? Then you get whoop, and then you had the SPY. And it doesn't have to do this, but at least tie back up the SPY, the Qs, the Dow. Get these indexes and get the overall markets back and kind of even. They don't have to be exactly even, but there's a big discretion between small caps and large caps and mega cap. This kind of is a healthy market. Here's what we're seeing right now in this time. You're seeing smaller names get bought because there's nothing else to buy. That's it. Big cap tech at highs. You had healthcare, utilities, your large cap names like what's an example? Like not necessarily like Snowflake, but like your Shopify's and like you have these names that are just the market is starting to catch up, and every time that those names get to highs, right now utilities are running. Watch when utility stops running and pay attention to what the next thing is that is going. You're seeing right now the IWM and those names are nice and strong, and they're strong because there's nothing else to buy. After they buy those, what else are they going to do? Are they going to move over to penny stock land? Are they going to start buying penny stocks? So that's why you're seeing that is a healthy market. When like mega cap tech leads, it goes to highs, it makes new highs. Okay, cool. They take some profit, they move it over into like, we'll say like healthcare. Boom, it runs. They'll go to the banks. Banks run. JP Morgan, Bank of America, right? JP Morgan's at new highs. Goldman Sachs, which we traded. And then it's like, okay, where do we go from there? All right, they're in utilities. Oh, it's an AI play. No, they just need to move their money. It is an AI play. I'm not saying it isn't, but they're making an excuse for themselves on why they're in it. No, they're in it because it's down at lows, and so you're seeing everything just over the past 2 years start to get picked up. When everything is up, when there's nothing else to buy, what happens? Do they go over to yields? Do they just sit there and the volatility stops? Do we get a reason to sell off? So, it's going to come a time here when, there isn't much energy. Energy's at highs. So I just wanted to relay that for anybody that's new here and like to understand without even looking at a chart, the underlying dynamics that are going on in the markets, and we're going to continue to ride that strength. And right now it's financials and utilities. All right, so let's go into the watch list. All right, Tesla. I want to show you guys something. I posted this on Twitter. If you guys want to follow me, you can follow me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. If you guys want to, if you could, hit the like button, subscribe, and that would be awesome. So we have the daily chart. You have this major support level. It's just like the middle zone of Tesla, and you could me. I like the 200 201 area, but look at this. 180 level right here, right? You came down on the left hand side of the thing, double bottom there. You never really turned it into resistance, but you gapped up. You can see right here how you have this gap right here from 170 to 180, and right now we're right back at it. So yesterday, on the longer term trend, we have 180. So you can see, right? It was resistance. If you guys, hopefully you guys can see that. All right, resistance. You rally up to it, you bounce off of it, and you clear it. Okay, cool. We hang out, kind of breaks, hangs out at it, lets you know, hey, it's an important level. Support, gap below it, and then it continues. It rallies through it, pulls back to it, and then it rallies. It like gave up, right? It started to give you the direction. Okay, we're not going up, or we're not going down. Or when it tried to go down, it's like, nope, it reclaimed that 180 level. And you can see that when that level held, they gave up. And that was a huge rally. You did all that. You wasted a bunch of time. And here we are. Boom, boom, boom. Right back at it. Got below it. We've been turning it into resistance the past few months. All right. Resistance. We gap above it. We pull back. Try to make it support. Try to get a rally off of it. Fails. And now we're up to it. So that is the picture. We had some volume yesterday and Monday. Do we get one more? Like, where are we trading at now? 177.85. So we are not yet above it. So I will watch. If we run up to this level again and we cannot get through it, I will take a short on Tesla at that level. I have a lot of I have no conviction in this name. I really don't. If you want me to be honest with you, if I'm looking at the chart, support, resistance. We gapped above it, tried to make it support. That support failed. We just tested it, and now it's pulling back. We could always pull back to this 50-day or whatever, the daily trade line here at 175, that yellow line there. We could always just, kind of just pull back to it and then bounce up through it, right? And then just kind of just test the 100-day moving average. We could just sit here. We don't have to do anything. But if we keep bumping into this 180 level, I have no choice but to make that my entry until it breaks as a short. Or if we can get some more volume going in here, then I'm going to look to make that level a buy zone, right? It's either I'm buying puts at that zone or I'm buying calls at that zone. Over the long term, if you wanted to get a price target to the upside off of these earnings, this thing has room back up to the 200-day moving average. It does, right? It's retraced 50% of this move here, right? Of that move up. That had volume with it. Let's not forget that. So this is a high volume breakout, low volume pullback. We got to get above that level and hold it. And look, if even 75% retracement of that level is up to 215. You're talking 215, 220, 230 area. You could use these as profit targets. 190, 195. What was that? 198, which was the prior high. Okay. So that's that. All right, that's that. Watching 180 on Tesla. All right, 180 for me, it's either going to break and we'll hold it as support, get long off of that level. And if I get long, if it breaks and holds, it's very clear. It doesn't get any clearer than this. All right, where are we taking where are we headed for? 185, the top end of that zone. All right, bottom end, if we get short off of it, 170. So looks like we get 10 points to the downside, 5 points to the upside. Now this can break. There's no reason why it can't go to 190. But the first place we're going to head into that could stop us is up there at 185, 186. All right, so watch again for this 185 area and this previous low here. Look, watch if it just made it resistance right there. Let's see. So if I do this, because it was on a daily chart, I'm going to do this. All right, I'll keep it gray because I don't want to just make it red because I don't know yet. Like, the volume is saying bullish, right? It screamed up on higher volume, and this was a low volume pullback, and the volume started to increase and was greater than the selling pressure on this like consolidation, like turning it around to go higher. And this is what I want for GME. If it pulls back, I want it to just like hold a level and kind of start turning itself back up and around to go higher. All right, 185 on Tesla. If you want to write it down, that's up to you guys. All right, this is on my watch list. I will also be watching for this 178.10. All right, if we reject 178.10 and we retest it during the day, like let's say if we start to pull back off of this level right now, right? We also have CPI and retail sales, so this could just, this could be the move lower, or we're going to break and go higher with the overall markets. Okay, Tesla does its own thing, but we can't forget that we have a data set that's getting ready to come out that's going to move these markets. If we pull back, all right, I would look for a long off of this 176 level into 180, back into yesterday's high, okay? And that level's right here. Flat top resistance, it's a minor level. It's at like 176, okay? 176. If we're higher, then I'm going to look. If we cannot, like if we just rally and we get up like at 9:30, we like wick through it, but we don't get through it because it's our first test, I'll look to see if we get back under it. And like I'm talking with like the first 5-10 minutes of the day, the bell opens and you just like wick through it and then it pulls back. I'll look for a short and then just collect my money going back into 176, 175. Okay, if that makes any sense, right? Using this as the rejection point And just keeping an eye on the volume, because that's really what's going to tell us if it's going to break or not. I don't think it's going to break the first try. It did test it yesterday, and we rejected it. So we have tested this level before. All right, we did it yesterday on nice volume. It's not surprising that it rejected yesterday, right? Anytime you go into like a major level, usually the first and second time, if you have no reason to break it on that first time, like let's say like a news catalyst comes out, hey, we had a mistake on our vehicle sales. It was actually this, and the number was great, right? You could rip through 180, but without a reason to rip through 180, it'll get up to it, more than likely pull back, and then we look, you know what I'm saying, for the break later on once it's like consolidated on a nice volume break, and just making higher highs. So just keeping it, I don't know where everybody is at that's tuning in on where their trading level is, but I want try to give you guys some ideas to use to take forward when you see major levels. Look, is it the first time you tested it? Is it the second, third, fourth? And you're at like this resistance zone. Like if we stay up here and by Friday we're still here, then I would look for that break, because we're not going lower. Right? It's showing us, all right, we're not going lower, but we're hanging out here. One of them's going to give up, and it's probably the short side. Then I would look for that to break. So, off the bell, I'd like to see if we could test it, and I would like to pull back. I still think, we made it support yesterday, but if you could get an early morning pullback to like 175, 176, I would like to try to test that level again. So, it's either, for me, a long at 175, 176 into 180, or I'm going to take the short at 180, pull it back to 176, 175, just to make some money, right? Small little base hit trade there. Let's go here real quick. Let me make sure I'm just seeing everything correctly here. Yeah, yesterday's close. Okay, so if we open up and we are right now above it, pullback rally higher, awesome. Sorry, just gotta zoom this in. I gotta make my watch list. So it's 180. What time is it right now? It's 1:16. I gotta hurry up. All right, I gotta hurry up. Come on. This is a really nice setup, though. All right, so 176 longs. The thing is like it's hard for me to give you guys one side of the trade because we haven't got the data and we haven't got really the markets, and like I don't know what's going to happen yet. The overall markets are flat, so I'm trying to give us both sides of the trade. We did identify that the IWM was the strongest one this morning. It was our leader to the upside. So small caps, those names are probably going to run today. Let's see, is that Celsius? Like, look at Celsius. Like, look at this, right? We could be riding. What's this? Has anybody tried to trade calls on Celsius? Are the spreads really wide or nah? Look at this puts 173, 179. Those are actually, that's not bad. I mean, that's a 10% spread, 20% spread. Or no, 50%. Wait, no, what am I saying? Not 50%, but a 5-cent spread. Like if I'm looking at it on a percent wise, it's a 5% spread. At 200, 10 on 200 would be 5%. So that's a 5% spread. It's kind of big, but I could see it being much worse if you know what I'm getting at, right? I could see it being 180 to 200, 205. I'll probably keep it. And look, they're actually pretty liquid. They're pretty liquid. So I'm going to watch Celsius. I'm going to actually bring this up, put it on my daily chart. I'm going to bring up Robinhood as well, because Robinhood was doing really nice yesterday. All right, so Celsius is trying to make another attempt to the highs. It's a really nice pullback and hold the monthly value area. It is coming. See, all these names are coming into resistance. You can see it with Tesla. You can see it with semiconductors, right? Everything is coming into resistance. So foreign threats to America. Okay, so we have Tesla. I'm gonna have to change the stuff on my charts, or my I gotta turn the page on my composition book. All right, let's go. We'll look at breaking news, and I'll go over some semiconductors. NIA, was that an upgrade? Upgraded to neutral. Okay. All right. So we wrote down Tesla 180. Sorry, I just had to write this stuff down real quick. Tesla, what do we have here? 180. Okay, so support 176, 175. All right, so support S1 176, 175. And then we'll look for, what is that, 170, 175, 172. This is a nice chart. This is a really nice chart. I like this setup. I'm upset I didn't get long at that 50-day there. This could be a nice, like, if this thing does bring in volume to the downside, watch out. We could take this thing $8, $9 or $6, $7 back down to the downside. You know, see if it, you know, retests this level down here at 172. So, you know, I'm not saying that it will. It's got volume to the upside. That's on a longer term trend, low volume pullback. All right. I just had to write that down. And then resistance 180. All right, resistance 180, and it's an area. See, look, it's trying to turn this 178 into support. 178. Okay, resistance 2, R2. All right, where is that? R2, we could say, is probably like right here around like 182.50. You know, the major level would be at like, or the better level would be like 185. But what's like a minor level that we would expect a pullback off of? Say, I would say 182.50. All right, 182.50. All right, so here's what I'm doing, right? If I know I got this is the level, right? 180 to like 178, this area. We start turning it into support. I'll be looking to get long here. If that's the case, if on the long side, I'm going to look to get long on the pullbacks. I'll take a piece going through 180. We get through it, pull back to it, try to get that rally into 182. I'll be taking the majority of that position off there, and I'll see if I can't hold on to a little bit to try and get up to like 184, 186. Really, 184, I should be out of this trade. I think there's more room to the downside, in my opinion, especially if 176 breaks. I would like to be long at 176 through this area, but if I don't get a chance to get it, it is what it is. If we don't get through 180, I'm looking to get short, and just to get a pullback to, you know, retest support, see if we can't bring in some buyers, or this resistance zone at 176. Just watch those levels. I'll be watching 176 to this and this gray box to like hold or reject. All right, if we have downside move, I would like to take it to 172. All right, so that's that. I will put up here. All right, I will put up here. I don't want to do that, but I will do this. Even though Tesla doesn't really care about the 50-day, it hasn't been, at least. It hasn't been caring. I'll just put it there. I know it's taking me a little bit. I do apologize. I just, you know. Yeah, no, you would think I'm like from Connecticut or something. I don't know where I picked it up. I think I was just like not talking shit, but you know, just purposely saying it, and now it's stuck with me. Yeah, no. All right, so that's that. I want to look at NVIDIA. I want to look at some semiconductors. Let's real quick. It's 8:24, 8:25. Let's go through here and read off some of the news real quick, so you guys have some before the CPI number comes out. We'll get the number, and then we'll go over the data, and we'll see what we think of it and what we think about the overall markets. All right. I will say one more time, I did not get filled. I am damn near 100% positive. I still have these contracts in my account, so I did not get filled on that limit order yesterday. All right. I did not get filled there. And it was good for the day. That limit order was good for the day, so it will not show up there today. I tried to sell it the last 15 minutes when the market closed, because I was just looking to see if we could get a little sell-off at the end of the day yesterday. All right, we have... What happened with... Oh, I have to go up to yesterday. It's all good. 0.4. Damn, retail sales was better than expected in Zambonia. I think that's where that is. Okay. Okay, this is where I was going. I'm sorry. Right here. Let's go over some of this news. Let me refresh it. We have 5 minutes till the data comes out. NEO. Damn, this thing is up 6% right now, guys. NEO is up 6%. Upgraded to neutral at JP Morgan. I don't know about this. 2 million share IPO at $4-ish. Okay, so we do have an IPO. If you guys, we could look into this. I'll let me write it. I'm gonna put a new. Let me flip my composition book, because I kind of want to write it down. We'll do some work. I've never heard of this company. I don't know if anyone else here has heard of it. But, okay. So, JIAD, Jade. Limited price, 2 million share IPO at $4-ish. Okay. Why is it? Oh, JD. Oh, so it's a Chinese stock. Never mind. I'm not even worried about it. All right. Bitcoin today rose above 62. There's the dollar. The dollar's down. That's going to help equities. All right. We saw MSTR was up. GME. They threw GME in with Bitcoin. That's so funny. In AMC. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. I mean, we don't have any reason to go down right now, everybody. It's not like we've had these no bank issues and all this, that, and the third. So, all right. Nice resistance here, guys. If we break through this, watch out. This could be a nice run. So, I want to write down Coinbase. I'm going to write down Coin, because I want to be watching these names in Robinhood. I already told you guys I was watching Robinhood. Coin. Hood. All right, so Bitcoin, 63,000. What is that, 63? Yeah, 63. I thought I seen a 5 there. All right, 63,000. We got to watch that level. It wouldn't surprise me if you pulled back to 61, but let's see if we can't get a break at 63. Just be careful. I would watch the dollar, the Dixie, and then watch this 64 level. That's a major resistance level. You notice, like, everything that we're looking at is coming right into resistance, like everything across the board outside of JP Morgan. Like, everything else is coming into resistance. But we'll see. We could probably break it. We have a data set today, right? We have CPI and retail sales. That's a reason to break levels the first try. All right. Let's go over to breaking news. All right. So we know Bitcoin. We'll watch that. We're going to go over the levels with Coinbase, MSTR, and GME. We already talked about watching that, like, Monday's level, Monday's high, or Monday's low, I mean. Analysis, or wait, hold on. Blockchain game across ages secure. Blockchain game cross the ages secures a 3.5 million fresh funding. Do you guys know anything about that? I've never heard of it. Analysis, don't see Powell changing his dovish stance. We have 2 minutes. Even if CPI surprises.
Coming up.
His dovish stance. He's not dovish at all. When was Powell dovish? Is that what their comment?
Plus 0.4%, year-over-year plus 3.4%.
election time.
Plus 0.3% month over month, plus 3.6% month over month.
All right. So you have ABN, not that. AMC, US CPI. All right. Big tech is the new big oil. 5 minutes of concern. Spent $200 billion in 2024. What does this say? Bernstein Analysis declared a note on Wednesday that big tech is the new big oil with the capex at Google, Amazon. Amazon was making new highs today too, guys. Just so you all know, it was on the scanner for new highs. Furthermore, the firm calculates that over the next 5 years, big tech is on track to spend $1 trillion in capex. Okay, cool, great, grand, wonderful. Let's get the data. Here we go. All right, we can turn on CNBC as well if you guys want. I could turn it on Thinkorswim.
The 9th of April, okay? That's a key day. Why? Because the euros are at the highest level since the 9th of April. The dollar index is at the lowest level since the 9th of April. 2-year note.
Good luck today, everybody. Again, we'll get our levels. Throw up the S&Ps.
Since the 9th of April. How is all that connected? The world central banks, especially those of Europe, England, you know, the EU.
There it goes. There goes the SPY, guys. There goes the SPY.
CPI plus 0.3% versus plus 0.4% expected.
So it was lower. Inflation rate, God, so it was right in line. It was lower than last month. Core inflation rate year over year is 3.6 lower. I knew they were going to do this. I knew it. Inflation rate year over year, 3.4, right in line, right in line, right in line. Retail sales was 0. 0. I knew it. I said yesterday, watch for a negative, and they were like previously 0.6. CPI 313. Let's listen to our guys over there. I knew it. There's the break.
Of April. How is all that connected? The world central banks, especially those of Europe, England, you know, the EU, us.
God, I should have bought some type of calls or something, man. 527.
And the market's expecting
Unbelievable.
the euro going up because we're going to
change real quick,
spread.
Do you guys remember
They are
last
considered more
month
dovish. We are
PPI and
considered
CPI?
more hot when it comes to
CPI came
inflation.
in
They're looking for this
higher
number to
than
cool us and
PPI. It
bring
was
us to
CPI.
parity.
That was
And
like
here
a
we go.
Tuesday,
Let's start out
Wednesday,
with
Thursday.
Empire, shall we? Empire expected to be
PPI
down
came
10,
out,
is
and
down
PPI was less than
15.6,
CPI,
down
and now we got
15.6,
PPI
the
first, and it
weakest
was
read since
higher,
January.
and this
now
one was
let's go
lower.
to CPI, shall
So
we?
those puts
These are
will
the
be at
April
0
reads,
for the
of
most
course.
part.
Headline up 3/10.
Unless we get some type of news.
Cooler than the rear view mirror, which was up 4/10. I haven't seen revisions. They were late yesterday in coming.
It's all good.
If we
We'll
look
look
at
for a
the
pullback to
ex-food
180
and
on
energy,
Tesla.
Also up 3/10, and last month that was also up 4/10. So that definitely cooling off as expected.
Watch this move if it holds. We got to make sure it holds. It's holding the highs now, so I think we're good. You saw yesterday it reject, and I mentioned that.
Rear view mirror equal to expectations, and that is the lowest year over year since we're at, well, 3.2 in February. See, last month was the pop. And if we look at CPI,
watch 35 on
energy
GME.
year over year.
All right, so we got our number.
3.6. That is definitely cooler than the 3.8 we had last time.
First number that was lower month over month.
And along with the 3.6 this time is now the lowest level of year over year core inflation since April of 21. So these numbers
Unbelievable.
are close to expectations.
Let's go look at yields.
In every way, and actually,
See what
sequentially a bit better than last month.
changes.
Which
I knew it,
you
man.
see yields
You piece
moving
of
down.
shit.
Now we're not done
Excuse
with
my
the data
language,
yet.
I'm sorry.
I like to look at the CPI index because I think the CPI index is very important to look at. 13.54 is the non-seasonally adjusted.
This
and
isn't
guess
good.
what?
Retail sales
That's
getting ready to go
a new
negative,
all-time
guys.
high.
It's
And
not
if we look
good.
at the core at 317.62, that's also a new all-time high. So here's what we really see. The politicians are going to say, wow, it's a bit cooler than expected. And in many ways, they're correct. But it's still on the indexes, both seasonally adjusted and non-seasonally adjusted, the highest ever. Since record-keeping, the index that we figure all this on. Now, we're not done now. We have retail sales as well. Retail sales for April. Let's look at the headline number. It's unchanged. Unchanged, that's a bit of a miss. we're expecting a number closer to up 0.5%. Rear view mirror up 0.7. Last month was a very good reading. It now moves to down 0.6.
X autos 2, so right in line. New York
there
Empire
was a
State
bit of a
Manufacturing
give back,
Index.
Many people thought, but
15.
if you really look at it,
Worse than
this is a
expected.
disappointment
X
because it
gas and
loses some of that
auto.
momentum we were talking
Retail
about
sales
with
year over
the
year,
consumer.
3%.
Now, if you
So
strip
look
out
at that.
the
It's
autos,
down
the number
0.8%
improves. So
year
you
over
can see
year.
autos was a bit of a
Down
drag on that,
0.8%
up
year over year.
0.2 exactly as
Give me 1 second. Let me let my cat out real quick. And we're going to get down to business. Let's get down to business, gang.
About autos and gas, it deteriorates. So you can see the effect of removing both of those. Now it's down 0.1%. Down 0.1% is the second weakest of the year. The weakest month.
Let me
was
go pour me
January,
another
down
glass. Let me get it, not a glass, but let me get some coffee and I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
That's inputted into higher up the food chain economic data like GDP. Down 0.3 is the second weakest since January when it was down 0.4. The disappointment, of course, is that we didn't hold some of the momentum. But to be fair, last month's 1.1, still a juicy 1%, downgraded by 0.1. Now, how do we synthesize all of that? Let the markets do it. We see that we're moving down to 435 in a 10-year. The low yield is around 433. And 432, 433, big support. When we slipped under that 470, this is where most technicians thought we would hold. So pay attention to this level in 10s. Pre-opening equities are loving this number. They're up almost 200 points. And my guess is, Joe, that you're going to pay close attention to that foreign exchange relative value trade there between the euro and the dollar. As our inflation cools and the markets, they may be rallying for other reasons in addition, but this is going to go a long way because a Fed easing, well, hey, interest rates cause lots of pain in lots of industries, so there is a plus side to it. The downside is it's probably not going to get at some of the sticky inflation that things like subsidize. Hey, Joe, real quick, do you remember a movie called The Sting?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, there was a great line in there that they cheat better than us when they're playing that card game. See, what's going on with tariffs between us and China is that they're subsidizing better than us. That line works really well. Back to you.
Exactly. And I couldn't help notice gold and Bitcoin, too, immediately. Gold's almost 2,400. Bitcoin immediately up 4%, 3.5%. Rick, stay with us for more on the new inflation data. Let's welcome Tiffany Wilding, economist at PIMCO, Joe Livornia, chief economist at SMBC Nikko Securities America,
Were you guys,
Wendy Edelberg,
you
director
guys
of the
hear
Hamilton
that?
Project, and a senior fellow
Sorry
in
about that, I
economic
forgot.
Studies at the Brookings Institution. Our own Steve
Just getting a
Leeson.
glass of,
Steve,
or
you
not
were,
a glass, why do I say a
you were on the
glass?
right
I'm just getting a
side
cup
this
of
one in
coffee. Give me
terms
1
of
second.
Suggesting it could be cool.
51%, that's all I'm looking for in terms of my accuracy, Joe. That's all I got to be, is one better than a flip of a coin. I will say we got there in a somewhat surprising way. I'm fascinated to hear what Joe and others think about this. Not you, Joe, the other Joe. We got a little help from the new vehicle. No, I do care what you say, Joe. I'm sorry. I sent you the set list, by the way, from yesterday. New vehicles down 0.4%. Used vehicles down even more. We thought we were kind of ending that deflationary impulse, and they were down 1.4%. Owner's equivalent rent still not getting a lot of help from that area that everybody thought was going to come down. That was 0.4, the same as last month. There's still hope that that could come down a bit more. The motor vehicle insurance thing still up strong, 1.8% on the month after, what was it, 2.628 last month. Airline fares came down. Medical care attenuated a bit, 0.4% versus 0.6. I wasn't just on the right side of the trade, Joe. The market was. If you look at the 10-year this morning, it was coming down. So was the 2-year, and it got a little more juice. What does this do? It doesn't guarantee that the Fed is going to cut rates this year or cut once or even twice this year. It does perhaps, though, start the clock again. Remember we were talking about this being like a wrestler? 1, 2, and then the thing got up again, and you have to start the count all over. We can maybe start the count again with something that gives the Fed perhaps a bit more confidence that things are coming down. 0.3, it's not enough. We got to be printing 0.1s and 0.2s, but we'll take 0.3, better than 0.4. And I'm very interested in this come down in April on the retail sales side. It's what we saw coming from the retail monitor last week. So it gave us a little bit of a heads up here. We'll see if that's a trend. We got the big pop in March, under expectations in April. So we'll have to see what May brings. But it may be that the consumer is easing back a bit. Hopefully that brings us a little bit of help on the inflation front. Joe?
Thanks, Steve. Tiffany, you just look at the reaction in across the board in all the markets, and do you think that this is definitive, that streak of hotter numbers that had everyone worried, is it starting to reverse? Are we going to be back in believing in a downward trajectory in inflation again? Because we got thrown for a loop since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, well, I mean, I certainly think that prints will be cooler than what they were in the first quarter of the year. But nevertheless, that might not mean that they are in line with the Fed's target. You know, a 0.3 on the month over month, yes, it's down from last month. But it suggests an underlying pace of inflation, that's not at 2%. And when we look at the details, I think the core services ex shelter categories, I know you mentioned OER was still a little strong as well, but those categories have really been the ones that have been surprisingly strong lately. And underlying that tick down in the year-over-year rate, we have seen, 3 and 6 month moving averages.
All right, guys, sorry about that. I just grabbed some
start to
coffee.
accelerate higher. So to me, the big takeaway from this print is that,
Let's get to it.
It takes hikes.
I had the feeling I kind of felt like this would happen yesterday. I had a brief thought. I'm like, man, CPI is going to come in better than expected. We had a rollover. I wonder if they added in a couple of days or a couple of the months. Like, it's just funny. It's just funny how things work. Anyway, I'm after it today. I'm after it. We're going to get it. All right. Tesla, we got the break above 180. All right. We got the break above 180. We'll look for the pullback into yesterday's high, pre-market highs, and we'll look for it to hold. And we'll see if we can't try to take this thing higher. If you hear my cat yelling at me, I'm sorry. I don't know if you guys can or not. She does this to me every morning, and I cannot do a morning show because she is just won't let me. She won't let me. This is a really nice reverse head and shoulders here on Tesla, too. All right, so we got 180 on Tesla. We're looking for pullbacks, Tesla, TSLA. I'm going to rewrite this. All right, 180. 180 longs. We're going to be looking to take profits into these dotted lines. 182.45, 182.50-ish. All right, that's one. This is a take profit area. And then final take would be up there at 186. And that's a really nice level there because if you don't know, if you look at the daily chart, the average move of Tesla is around $6 on its average day. Right? 177, 183, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83. $6. Look, she's getting ready to jump on the thing and go crazy. I don't know what's going on with her. She has food and everything. She just wants me to pick her up, and I can't, and I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I'm even talking about it right now, but yep, she did exactly what I thought. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me get her out of here.
The commercial banks, if you look at the portfolio losses and their mark-to-market and hold-to-maturity portfolios for treasuries and mortgages, and they would know that. The market wouldn't know that, but the Fed would know that because they regulate these big banks. Because when Powell pivoted in December, there was nothing to suggest in the data at that point that really they're going to be cutting as much as the markets thought. So I think it might be something there. You're looking at like 25-30% of these losses as a share of banks' net income. That's the only thing I could think of for why he still wants to be so dovish.
Rick, do you want to weigh in on that? I haven't gotten back to you since you got the numbers.
Well, on the conspiracy theory that Joe brought up, not you, the other Joe, changing the target, it's so interesting to think back pre-COVID when they made such a big deal about locking in that 2%. There's no way they can, and it really is unfortunate because, as I said pre-COVID, inflation shouldn't be a target. It should be the behavior. If it's steady and it's not spiking or it's not dropping, but it's mostly steady, that should almost be good enough. And they would have been able to make a better adjustment in this new world we live in because there's no way they're going to counteract the subsidy war, the tariff war, the bad policies going on, and a lot of the energy, EV, all of those transitional areas are just going to be highly, highly inflationary, especially now when it's viewed through the lens of tariffs. And I'm not weighing in on tariffs. Before they had income tax, that's the way the country paid its bills. So there is something to be said for them. But when they're on the back of bad policy, I just think this is all connected together. And I'll give you another reason why I think that he is, Chairman Powell, so interested in easing. It's called $830 billion to service the debt, which is going to go up probably past the defense budget in a month. And by year end, most likely will be $1 trillion. That's a very compelling reason. I'm sure that Janet Yellen's been trying to get through to the chairman for quite some time.
Tiffany, we'll have more time next
Joe.
time, I promise. You want to talk, Leisman? Our two guests but only got to talk for a second. It's all. But what do you want? Go ahead.
I'll be very short. I'll just say that Rick has very eloquently taken one side of a fascinating debate, which is whether or not the Fed can pick the inflation rate. The other side of that debate, Joe, is that a central bank can pick the inflation rate by setting monetary policy at the appropriate level. And it is not all that significant whether or not the government spends more tariffs here. The Fed just has to offset it in monetary policy. Maybe one of the things Rick is bringing up is, will the Fed appropriately set that monetary policy rate? And is that policy rate higher? But right now, the prevailing theory, I'm not saying it's right, just telling you what it is that the central bank can pick the inflation rate.
Tiffany or Wendy, are either one of you going to explode if you don't say something?
I think I might. I couldn't disagree more about how federal borrowing is affecting monetary policy right now. The increase in borrowing is pushing up the interest rate that that Powell is comparing to where the Fed funds rate is to figure out how restrictive monetary policy is, which is to say it is raising interest rates.
I'm tired. I can't sit here and fucking mess around with her. She's really pissing me the fuck off. For anybody that doesn't know, this is my girl. Every goddamn morning, I can't do nothing without her fucking with me. I love her to death. It's my baby girl, but she's really pissing me off. So she's done. She's out the door. There is no more. Because she's climbing up on my desk. She's going up to the mirror. She's going nuts for nothing. She wants, and what it is she wants treats. And I forgot to get them yesterday. I got her food and everything, and I forgot to get her treats. So she doesn't know that. She's too young. You know what I mean? She's a cat. All right, Tesla pullbacks in the 180. Pre-market highs, yesterday highs. Looking for a long. That's a nice volume break there on Tesla. We have a reason to be above the level. Targets 182. Well, if we can get a dip buy down here, and if it is like in this area down here between like 179, 178, which would be like 170, 179 really. I'll get long if we can get pulled back into here, and then once we start to get, if we get like the extension, even if it like, let's say if we pull back, right, and then we get long, and like on this move, like getting back up to test highs, I'm gonna take some off. All right, just so you guys know, I'm gonna take some off on the first initial move, take a piece off. That way, if it's a double top and we fail, remember E-Trade. I don't know if you guys seen it, but there were brokers that are having problems Monday. You can always get locked out of your position, so don't forget about that. There's a war going on. 2 of them. 3 of them. Okay? So don't do anything to hurt yourself, and something that you don't think could happen. All right? Just in case the worst thing could happen, that we get locked out of our accounts for whatever reason, so as we get up to that high, I'll take a profit. But I do like the long, and I'd like to hold on to this for a couple days and see if we can't get to 186, maybe even 190, depending on the volume today. Because once Tesla picks a direction, she's proved it to us. She's holding previous highs. We get the pullback. I'm looking to go long Tesla. I almost did it yesterday, but I didn't because of the number that came out this morning. All right, so Bitcoin. Let's go to Bitcoin and see if we broke through that level. and we'll cover some semiconductors as well. Bitcoin did well. It's up at it right now. See how it rejected 64. You're getting a pullback. You want to see if this pullback holds. I'll have to zoom in a little bit further, and it's trying to. Let's see. I would look at like yeah, I would look at this level right there at like 63.5. Look to see if 63.5 holds, and look, there it goes. You saw it just bounce right off of it. Right? You just saw 63.5-ish. Yeah, 63.54. You're seeing it bounce. You want to get that extension going. You know, a longer term little pullback and bounce, that wouldn't be too bad either. Take it into tomorrow or something. All right, so we'll go to we'll start with like Robinhood and Coinbase, and then I'm going to go into some semiconductors. Oh, that's not good. So just about everything else. Let me go QQQ. Let me check in IWM, because I don't know why Robinhood is not above yesterday's high. So there's some weakness there with Robinhood. That's not good. All right, and then let's go to Robinhood. So let me make sure that there's nothing that I need to know about with Robinhood here. HOOD. And again, if it's your first time here, guys, welcome. If you could hit the like button, I appreciate all of y'all. Sell here and miss out on the 5 to 10% after hours gain, whatever that means. FCL, FCEL, Hood. Okay. Those who hold for the news after hours will be rewarded. Was this 16? What it? Last time they released the metrics, the share price went up 13%. What is this? So what's going on? Does anybody know what's going on with Robinhood after hours? Wednesday, GME open higher. Okay, Mark. GME Global Technology Media and Communication Conference, May 21st, 2024. This was trending. If you guys ever want to know, like, what are some stocks that are being looked up and stuff like that, you can always go to, like, Google Trends and type in, like, stocks or whatever, and you can see what's being typed in on Google to give you an idea of, like, some of the sentiment that's, you know, going. And Robinhood was on there. Google, AMD, Dow. Robinhood was on there. It was, at least, unless it's updated. Reddit. We'll look at Reddit as well. Yeah, Robinhood was on here. Alright, let's get it going. Maybe it was over on this side. SunPower, BlackBerry. So we can watch out for this. There's so much. I don't even know where to keep, like, point my attention to. Does anyone know what's going on with Robinhood after hours? What is going on? Shares card, what you need to know. 5 reasons of financial. I'm just going to secret gold.
Let's make it happen. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking.
Earnings season is our playoff games.
So.
That will join us before they even address Wall Street on their own conference calls.
They talk to us before the calls because they trust us. Not only are they going to
I don't know. If anybody has info on that, throw it in the chat if you could. Apparently, there's something after hours that's going to be happening, and last time it was up 13%. Just because it was last time, we all know, obviously, that's not... that doesn't mean that it'll be like that today, but... watch when you click on this stuff, too, guys. That you don't get, like, cookies on your computer and they're out there selling your information without you knowing. Alright, watch when you click on stuff like this. If it looks like a news article, like Stock Pro or something, or like trading analysis or something. Well, not really that, but you'll see them when you see them. Like Investor Place, like, just watch. Be careful if you click on some of this stuff. For a hedge. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's just do our analysis. I don't know what news is or isn't coming out.
wouldn't have been surprised if
So you have some resistance here that it's bumped into and it couldn't clearly get through it. Nice little support area here. Yeah, this level right here. So if we can, you guys can see here, it's kind of like, what is that, $18 support, and we're above it, I think.
so there were some very good points made by Wendy and others. They're not going to move their
All right, let's see. That was $18.
central banker.
Let me just go back, because we got to look at a long-term trend. We're above the 50-day. We have the 50-day curling in right here. Where is $18? So we are. So if we do get $18 and we can hold 18, I'm looking to see if we can't take this thing back to 19, back up at that previous resistance level. I could look at this two different ways, but I'm going to use that. All right. That's pretty much my analysis there. If the 50-day does break, I wouldn't expect it to just fall out of bed today. It would have to break the 50-day, which is this red box here. It'll find some support with the trade line, 20-day, whatever, and it would like break it, right? If it does break, then you would get the bounce to it, and then you would look for like, you know, like that over the course of like 3, 4, 5 days, a week, whatever. So the only play for me is a long off of that 50-day, the $18 level. And I want to see volume. You can see you're getting an increase in volume here on the daily chart. So that's good. Pullbacks into 1783, is that it? So say 1785. We'll go like right there. We'll go like right there. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. So you can see rally, support, 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 support. Yeah, this is a nice support zone right here, and you touched it yesterday at 1780. So see if we look, we have nothing to stop us. We need to clear this level right here. We need to get above this level of 1840. We need to get above 1840 on Robinhood. So I'll say this. If we pull back and hold $18, make sure it's a low volume pullback. Be careful, because the difference between Robinhood and everything else is that the SPY, everything else is at highs right now off of that news. To even Tesla does the opposite of the market, and it's even at highs. So, you know, just gotta watch 1839, 1840. Okay, 1839. Now, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the time frames to see what we have as far as like on the day, and like where the indicators are. Man, I'm gonna be honest, guys. It feels to me like this thing, this isn't a bad level right there. What is that, 1825? I don't want to make a bunch of levels, but 1825, that could be a nice little, yeah, see if we pull back into 1825, like right now, and see if we find support there and get long off of 1825, right here. So 1820, 1825. All right, so that's that. All right, so I'm going to make this a dotted line right there. Even though our support level's there, down there at the bottom, we've already made it support. How do we climb higher? 1820, and I'm going to make it the small dotted line, so that would be an entry. Actually, I should do this. We'll do this. The flat lines would be an entry, and this would be a take profit going into previous highs. All right, that's Robinhood, so I'm going to write this down just to see if it holds. All right, I'm looking for Robinhood 180. Oh, I wrote down 180. It's 18. No, that's Tesla. Hood 18. 1820. Hold. Long. And my thought process with this is I want to try to break yesterday's high. All right, 1860 is yesterday's high. That'll be a profit target right there. Oh, you guys understand what I'm saying? I'm not looking for a short. Even if the short is there, it feels like it wants to go down. Like maybe even test the 50-day. if we don't hold 1820 and like see some volume, like I want to see that this thing is bullish. All right, I'm only trading this one way, and that's up. So if there's a catalyst tonight, I don't know what that is. All right, unless anybody else has some information on that. All right, so pullbacks into $18, $18.20 area. I'll look to go long Robinhood. Again, I'll let you guys know if I do. I want to see a low volume pullback, and I need conviction that, you know, this is not like sucking people into the long and they're just going to fall out of bed. All right, so that's Robinhood 50-day. We got above it yesterday. We pull back to it today. Get long at the 50-day, which is this red box, and then we'll look to, you know, longer term trend is 19. All right, that's the target. The target is 19, but if I get long again, I'm taking profits up at previous highs. Right, high a day today, high a day yesterday. Those are 2 takes for me. So I'm getting targets just in case bad news comes out. I'm covered. I'm locking profits in. I'm paying myself. I'm paying you guys. You guys can always like the stream, subscribe. If you guys want to donate, you can. Again, I would only ask if you donate. Wait till we, I want to help you guys. If you guys, we want it to be earned. I want it to be earned. I mean, there's nobody else here but me. But it all does, again, it goes to the stream. It doesn't go to me, it goes to the stream. So that's Robinhood. All right, that's Robinhood. We went through GME. We're looking for, it's pulling back in a pretty sharp manner right now with volume. This just sucks, man, because it went so fast. I want people to be able to get out. What the flip, man? If anybody, I would have said this morning pre-market to take some profits off. We got to see. You have a gap here from yesterday. Watch. You still have a. Not really. You filled that gap. Watch Monday's highs. I think we got to watch this high. We got to watch this level here too at $40. I think $40. We got to watch. See if we can get some bulls to step in and start trying to take this thing. Back up to yesterday's close and the previous highs. See if you get a nice wick up in there. All right, off the bell. Try to like consolidate. Boop, and you get a nice little run back up there. Let it consolidate though. It doesn't mean that it's over. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. Because I'm not excluding the fact that they haven't done an offering, I don't think. Did they? Let's see. They haven't done an offering yet. So I just don't think right now at this time it's just going to simply just fall out of bed. I just don't think that's the case just yet. I think it's going to be hard. Even a week, 2 week, a month from now, I think it's going to be hard because it's on everybody's radar. And it's just the sentiment, like the thought of trying to get in it knowing you could just literally end yourself. Or, you could get, because again, even if you just short a little bit, you're risking a lot for a little. And I just think the sentiment is on it right now. And it's kind of just getting started. If you want me to be honest, it's only been 2 days. Believe it or not. Because it started Friday and nobody was talking about it really. There were some, traders were talking about it, but we're going to keep it on watch. All right. I hope you can get a nice little pop just so people can stay safe and get that. Guys, it was at $55, $80 pre-market. If you can sell pre-market, and you're up, and you're getting a pop now, which I feel like you should start to I think you can test 52.50, guys. I think you should be able to test this level today. I could be wrong. Sell volume is winning. Sellers today are winning. Nope. Look, they got, buyers are there. Buyers are stepping in. Limit order pre-market to get out. I'm not telling you to get out, but all right, it's 9 o'clock. I got to keep it moving. All right, NVIDIA. All right, that's GME. We'll keep it on watch. No, not A. NVDA. And we got to watch Coinbase and MSTR and some of these crypto plays like Mara. All right, NVIDIA. Wow, what a beautiful move here. So 920. Look for this breakout at like 920, 918 level. Look for pullbacks into this previous high. I know it, man. This sucks. I can't believe how big that the market popped off of that number. I mean, it was a good. Now that I think about it, having a better than expected inflation number that we haven't had in 3 months to turn the course is a good sign. 920. We'll look at this flat top resistance here. 920. Pullbacks into 920. Now I'm going to the 4 hour and 2 hour and stuff so I can see if... Yeah, we should get the pullback. I might play the pullback, actually. I think I might play the pullback. This thing's overdone. It's just... Alright, so we got that. Pullbacks in the 920. And then you're at, like... You have nothing really to stop you. Bro, come on. Alright, 4 hour chart. You have a little bit of you don't even have it there. I would look for 935 on NVIDIA. That would be the target. 935, 950 on NVIDIA. You might even just try to get back to highs. I might put on a swing trade here. If we pull back, we spend today pulling back to 920. I might try for like a 940 call, 930 call, and try to get back up to previous highs. All right? Try to get back up in the previous highs. NVIDIA has earnings next week. They have earnings next week. So are we going to go test these highs leading into the earnings, which is up there around 960? 975 was the high. All right? That's NVIDIA. Nothing really to see there other than that, right? If you look to the left of you, you don't have nothing stopping you to go higher. Like you're not bumping into resistance. That resistance isn't up until 960, 960.150. All right, you got $20, and guess what? No, 2, 4, 6. What is that? $30. NVIDIA's ATR, average true range during the day, it's like $20 to $40. Could be anywhere in between there. I mean, you have this minor level at 35, but all right. So we have pullbacks into 920, 916. This actually, these you can see these wicks. I'm gonna make this a 2 because I think this is where you could get the pullback because you might get people that are going to enter like up here at 920, right? I would wait for it to test this previous high of yesterday. That's what I would do because I feel like you could fall inside of this little like cup or whatever, and then it just like a wick, right? This stock is a $900 stock, so you have to give this thing $5, $8, $10 like wiggle room. You got to give it some wiggle room. I messed myself up last Friday with NVIDIA. I was right on the direction, just a little early on the entry, and it kind of messed with my mind, right? Because I should have gave it like it worked for me, but as soon as it started working, I took some off because I couldn't withstand, the room I had to give it because I got in really early. And then you come up with every other reason in the book to get rid of it or whatever. So that's NVIDIA. 920, 915. Look for support. 915, 920. Look for rallies into 935. After that, it's blue skies above 950 to 960. All right, 960 be the target. Let's go to AMD. There for a little while, AMD had an ugly chart on it. Man, I should have went long. I could have backed up my SPY put with an AMD long yesterday. Why didn't I think of that? Yo, Mark, my boy Mark, that comes on here, guys. I told him that yesterday. I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna take the long now. It's down here at this 20-day and this support level. I should have just taken the long on AMD yesterday. It's got the volume and everything, and we had room. I had a SPY put that would have, like, if this didn't work out for me, the puts would have paid for this loss and maybe some profit. Hard to say, but I would have managed risk, right? You know, or I would have at least, at worst case, lost less. Like, I would have lost a little bit, and that's our job. To lose a little, make money. Make money and lose a little. Make more than we make. Lose less than we make, and make more than we lose. All right. Targets are up here at 157, 156. All right, for AMD. All right, this has a lot of volume this morning. Yesterday, semis were doing pretty well. They had a nice green day yesterday. That is semiconductors, AMD NVDA. So let's look at this. Which one has room? So that's the range on it. All right. Let's keep it moving. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let me make sure we don't have look at this. This is a nice move. Look at that. It just pulled back 50% retracement. These are nice setups, right? A little bit lower volume, right? Yeah, look at that. I mean, the volume kind of got big there, but yep. And you guys can't really see it, but that's pretty much a rally off of the earnings. Sold off, but then rally, pullback, low volume pullback. We're above the 20-day. Where we are right now, 155. Damn, we're all the way up here. That's a huge gap up. All right, pullbacks in the 154. I feel like that's what I would look for. See if we can't get back up to test 160, 162. Like long term. See if we can. Yeah, I'm doing it. God, man. Here's what sucks. I feel like hopefully the longs work out. Hopefully it works out. All right, targets for AMD. 160. It's like 159.83, 160. Yeah, 162.50. Right here. Come on.
I don't know what the number is, overall revenue number of GME.
Oh, it's incredibly low, and I just want to say that the people who are doing this, who are running it, they're going to get away with everything because the government does not seem to care.
164.50.
What's going on? And supposed to do.
Dude, see, once again, here's Kramer talking about the government. What's the government going to do? What does the government have to do anything with GME shares? Like, stop, bro. I'm so tired of CNBC, bro. I really am. Like, they're going to come in and they're going to try to regulate it just like they did PDT, and they won't give nobody any opportunity. Like, they just want to look at it glass half full or glass half empty, not both ways around. All right? Stop whining and crying. All right? CEOs get to retire or do offerings at a better price. We get to make money. It's just like, I don't know, man. It fucking makes me sick. We are responsible for ourselves. All right? Yes, it's sad. Guess what? We learn from bad things. And if we don't, then we probably have mental health issues. I don't know. But it's not up to the government to tell us what to do and what not to do and what we can and can't do. Because Biden will do it real quick. Trump, on the other hand, he's good with not regulations, not putting us in a chokehold and businesses in a chokehold. He'll say some stupid shit. But Biden will be quick to throw the hammer. I am stopping retail trading. You need at least X amount of dollars, and you can only have one trade per week. Something stupid like that. Like, they need to stop bringing the government up. All right,
I am bringing more people back into the stock market and exciting them. And
see, I missed it, but he said, "What's the government going to do?" He's like, "What?" Like, bro, Kramer, I'm ready to throw a freaking milkshake at you, bro. Just stop. It's not investing; it's trading. All right. Anyway, AMD bumping up at resistance. So what I want to look for on AMD is a pullback. Okay, I want to try to get us a pullback. And look for pullbacks into, we'll say, 154 and yesterday's high. All right, 154, yesterday's high. We will watch pre-market lows. Right, watch these pre-market lows. But I feel like we'll see, man. We could just have a day where there's just nothing but strength. And we'll find out here shortly. All right. I appreciate all of you guys. I really do. I really do. And if anybody needs help with anything, please reach out. Whether it's to me, anyone. If you're struggling in life, if you're struggling with trading. All right? You don't have to pay thousands of dollars. And if you do pay thousands of dollars, make sure whatever, it's not necessarily whatever course, but whatever training they give you, make sure you get to take it home with you and keep it for the rest of your life. Not just, hey, you got to pay me $2,000 to log in each and every year to have my book or whatever it is. That the third Mike McGuire. What's up, baby? It's good to see you, bro. I was just talking about you like yesterday. I was thinking, why did I not put on a little bit of a long with that SPY put that I put on? I should have put on a small position on AMD and tied it with that SPY put yesterday. Should have done it. So we got semis, Tesla. A lot of these tech names are ripping and roaring. We'll look for pullbacks and look for like today to be like a pullback day possibly. I will not rule out just a day of strength. You might get a gap and go type of day. This thing might trigger algorithms like whoever was short up here. We'll find out. All right, I'm not going to try to predict the future, but we'll find out. I am a little upset that I did not get filled on that limit order. Exactly. Always wait. Exactly. I didn't get filled on that limit order on the SPY. It's still showing up, so I did not get that limit order. It did not get filled. I even thought about bringing it down a penny and putting it at 16 cents, but it's whatever. Like I said yesterday, it was a small position. It can go to 0, and it's not going to bother me. We're going to get it back. All right, so we did that. AMD, NVIDIA, ARM real quick. I got to hurry up. IWM, we looked at Celsius, 914. What is this? ARM, okay. All right, let me get rid of this. What time is it? It is 9:15. I'm going to have to start getting stuff together. ARM has a pretty big spread on their options. For anybody that hasn't traded it, if you don't know how to limit order, or at least, like me, if it's a good setup, I'll market order in, but I will be limit ordering out. So names like this that have a big spread, please know what you're doing. You just, because if something bad happens, you're really going to get hurt. I'm not saying it's going to go to 0 or anything. You can market order in and market order out. You can, but you're kind of doing yourself a disservice and whatnot. So we have ARM, and I'm going to pull up Reddit as well because that was another ticker that was trending today. Let me look in at the charts. All right, so where are we? 118. So we're not above that level. 118.20. Oh damn! So this still hasn't really moved. Shit. So it's right at the 50-day. All right then. ARM has some nice volume too. Semis are beautiful trade here. That's a nice setup.
DIS Disney, Bob Iger says Disney will invest in Disney Plus technology, cut marketing spending. Says marketing expense at Disney Plus are too high. Speaking at the Moffett-Nathanson conference.
Look at Disney real quick. Is it moving? Yeah, Disney's kind of popping there. It's probably just popped off of the overall markets. All right, so who cares? All right, ARM 15-minute chart. I went to the hourly. Nothing really to see there. Nothing to see here, people. Move it along. And I wanted to say, I'm not sure if Chris is here, but Chris, bro, I seen your comment a couple of days ago, and I did not purposefully ignore you. I didn't see it until I closed the stream, and I just wanted to say that. I could have gotten AMD. I could have, but I do trade options. We could have bought it, but I trade options unless we get a stock that's like 125. It's not that I cap it off there, but so yeah. All right. yeah, like I say, I trade options, so unless I'm getting, let's see here. We got a little support here on ARM, this little area right there. Got a nice bounce off of it. You're wicking right into the 50-day moving average. Let's see. So let's see if, you know, ARM, if we get any pullbacks today that hold, or we get a gap and go, targeting 122, that flat top resistance on ARM. All right, 918. Pullbacks into actually this level here. This looks a lot better. Pullbacks into like yesterday's close at 117 is where I would look, you know, kind of like to be a buyer, but the problem is, let's see if this happens. It didn't do it yesterday, but yeah, we'll wait for a pullback. Look for a pullback and see if you see what happens there at previous high. So we went through AMD. We did not do Coinbase. I don't think we did. Coinbase, you have this resistance level there. What do we have? We have 10 minutes left. All right, let's go to the chart. Coinbase. All right. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. You are in oil? Nice, nice. Thank you for bringing that up, Mark. I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Good shit. Good shit, bro. All right. Yesterday there was another fire thing. Ukraine blew up something else in Russia yesterday. It was a pretty big fire. All right, Coinbase. You had the 100-day moving average right here. That's a nice pullback into the 100-day. So put this here just to have this here. And we could be stuck between the 50-day and 100-day, but I'm not going to assume anything. Come on, man. Come on. I got to hurry up. Yeah, we know. We're on NVIDIA. We're on it. NVIDIA looks really good. Looks really good. This is what is getting me. It's not that it's getting me nervous, but it wouldn't surprise me if we get a gap and go. And, like, you just get all systems go because people were hesitating that we were going to get a bad number and this market wasn't going to do what it did. You know? So, all right. Pops, we have the 20-day right here. We'll put this here. Sorry, guys. I just want to get my major moving averages on the daily chart just to identify them. So I know where, like, minor pullbacks are. Possible minor pullbacks are and aren't. All right. Coinbase. So let's see if we can get back up here. If Bitcoin gets going, I know there was a Wells notice on Coinbase. The SEC issued a Wells notice. See, I don't know where it would. This is a better level, don't you guys think? 210. 210. Yeah, right here. I'm going to say 215. Let me move this down. And we're at 211 right now. Let me actually delete this.
The road to opportunity is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies to unique solutions.
And we're at 211, so I'll watch for 210. Look for 230. Let me actually pull it up here. We only have just a couple minutes. I'm sorry. The chart does not look good. The chart doesn't look that great. Coinbase. All right, yeah. So what do we have here? 210. It's at 220. 230. So yeah, I have 230. All right, 207. 207.
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient information. What if
$205.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean. Not
It's just this chart is just something else, man. So, you know, if you get a shot at 205, that's the lower end of the range there. And we'll look to take Tesla to 215, 220. All right. Or, no, I don't know if I said Tesla, but Coinbase, guys. I'm going to look for a pullback on Coinbase to like yesterday's high. I would like this to be the entry area. So I'll make this the long, you know, not dotted lines, but those lines. We'll go right here. And I saved everything. I'm pretty sure it's in a downtrend, so just remember that, right? It's in a downtrend. It's nothing to play with. Like, it's nothing to just get cute and try to go long. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see this. I'm going to get a 15-minute chart. Alright, 200.
We're going to come back to housing here and talk Toll Brothers. We've talked Israel, we've talked GameStop, we've talked Dell. How about a company that's at the crux of what's going on in the world right now? CPI. Toll Brothers, okay? You know I said...
Alright, let's get going. We're going to get all the charts ready for us. So Coinbase, I'm looking to get up to like 215, 220. And what I would say there is pullbacks and holds of like, you know, 205, 207 would be the entry there. I don't have much confidence in this one. I am going to say that. I don't have much confidence in this. I want this to prove it to me. Pullbacks 206, 207 area. I'll let you guys know what I do. You can watch pre-market highs. So, you know, I don't really have much conviction. But if we get a pullback and low volume pullback and we get some volume, then I'm going to look to try to trade this higher and trade it with Bitcoin. Especially if we can get it back inside the range. All right. I want to make this support. I want to make this 205 support. It's at 211 right now. That's wild. What is this? 210.
So, you've been my advisors for what, 10 years? Now we're expanding into 12 states. You know that I love working with you guys, but this is a steep hill, and I need to know if you can handle the climb.
Absolutely. Your team is bigger than just us.
Man, we can see how it just.
And here they are.
220.
Your trusted local advisors, backed by specialists nationwide.
It's hard to see here. Yeah, I want to start seeing pullbacks and holds. All right. That's what I have. All right. 207, 210 area. Prior day's high. It's an area. Low volume pullbacks. And then we'll look to see if we can't get long. The target would be the 20-day moving average. It's up there at like 217, 216.85-ish. But you have a nice level here that you never retested at 220. All right, and I'm going to put this level down here. And I'm going to make it a 3 because I think if we continue and you start seeing relative strength out of Coinbase, 220 has got to be your target on buyable pullbacks. Just make sure these things are buyable in a nice area like 210. All right, if you get long at 210, understand that if you take profits in front of 215, you're doing the right thing because 215 has a triple top here. And the 20-day. Like you have there's a minor resistance level there. So rallies off of 210, you'll probably get a pullback off of that 215 level. All right, so I want you guys to understand that. If you break through 215, take profit again, and, you know, target would be 220. I don't think you get much further than 220 in the next couple days. I think 220 is a perfect level to be watching on Coinbase. Again, keep an eye on Bitcoin. All right, charts, trade. We got this. Let's add 2 more on here. Boom, boom. All right, Coinbase. We have the SPY, QQQ. Take this off. Chart. Boom.
Over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
QQQ, by the way, major support level, prior resistance there at 446.50. All right, so we have GameStop, QQQ. Let me make this. And GameStop should look at this level here on GameStop at 40.25. See if you can't get a pop through 46.14. If you can't get through 46, I think you can. You want to look for a rally off of that 40 into $50. But if it feels like you're struggling at 46.50, please take some profit. It's like $46, $45.95. Please take some profit. Please. Because Roaring Kitty quietly probably is. There's a lot of people that might be taking profit. Just make it yours is what I'm saying. All right, so what do we have on the list? Hood. All right, guys, we have 1 minute.
30 seconds to the U.S. market open.
Shit. All right, so Robinhood is pulling back. Let's see if we can't get like a 18, 19 test. Good luck today, everybody. Let me turn this down so we don't get the bell cracking us right in our jaw. Good luck today. Let's pick up our food. Let's get to eating. All right, let's get to eating. Semiconductors. If you want to be long or short, watch NVIDIA, SMCI, and watch your leaders, which is NVIDIA, SMCI, ARM, AMD, but NVIDIA in particular. All right. And again, if you guys see anything relative strength, relative weakness, call it out. Let's go here, 3 minute. It's a nice pullback. I want to look at XOM. I was wanting to short those names. JP Morgan, I never got to. Yeah, look at XOM. You got a little buyable dip there, but I'm not buying it because I want to try to take a short and see if I can't take this back down to the 50-day. Let's see here. XOM, there's not much volume there on it today at all. I had another thing in comment, or on my mind. Shoot. JP Morgan, that's what it was. JP Morgan. GameStop, see if it can bounce here. See if GameStop can bounce off of $40. See if you can get that thing to bounce, guys. Okay, Robinhood pulled in at $18.20. All right, that was a low volume pullback right there. They're struggling to get it back above 1840. Keep an eye on 1840. That's right. Oh, Tesla broke 180. What's going on with Tesla? Tesla's got news. Something's going on with Tesla. I told you guys. Look, it's drilling, guys. Tesla's drilling. Tesla is drilling right now, guys. What the heck? You broke yesterday's close? Holy shit. How? Bro, what is going on with Tesla? Fuck, I should have took this thing short. God damn it. Gosh dang it, I mean. Alright, it's just holding there. That looked really mean, y'all. Look at that. In my opinion, it was drilling, guys. It did not even try to bounce off 180. And what did I tell you pre-market? I said, look for the wick. Let's see if it gets above 180 and pulls back. SPY's going. All right, I'm going to get rid of these puts. I lost, let me go to Friday. It's not as down bad as I thought it was. 510 puts for Friday. Oh my gosh, you serious? Oh shit. So it was cut in half. Oh. But that's because they were cheap from the beginning. So I'll keep it on. What's today? Wednesday? I'm going to keep this on. All right, I'm going to go back to Tesla. Man, are we going to 172, y'all? All right, watch this support level at 176 on Tesla. Watch that support level there. I want it, if we get short, I want it to be up there at 178. I don't think we're going to get it. Dude, look at that volume. Holy shit. Look at that volume. It didn't break yesterday. It looked bad on the 2-minute. I may actually just keep this on a 3-minute. Bro, we have nothing to stop us. If we break this level, we have nothing stopping us to get to 172. I need a bounce, though, man. I need a bounce, like, bad. We've broken everything. Fuck. Bro, Tesla's going to crack this level, but I can't get short here as much as I want to. I want to get short right now. $178. Just right where we drew that box down to. I didn't quite get there with the box, but... Bro, it's not even going to give it to us, man. Hopefully this is like a trick wick, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It should have held 180. That's a mean level. Oh my gosh. It's holding up a little bit here. I'm getting a little crazy, I know. Fuck, it's not going to give me the entry. I should just take it. Yep, I should just take it. I should just take it right now. Watch that 9 EMA right there on the daily chart. Fuck. I swear to God, man. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. This could be a nice little support level. Watch this level right there. It's just a wick. It's on the daily chart. It's not broken yet. Watch this level right here, like 175. Watch 175 if we can get a bounce off 175 on Tesla. 59. There's 10,000 here. I'll probably look at the 170s. Oh my God, bro, I knew it. If it doesn't give me the pullback, I'm just like, I'm on one today. Like I told y'all, I'm eating today. I'm eating today. Maybe I'll go 2 weeks out. It's just sitting here. Just sitting there. It could just start cranking out of nowhere though. That's what I don't want. Guys in the suits laughing at them. Dude, it went from 80... Oh my God. It's already at $1, man. I feel like it's just going to trend lower all day long. Look at the volume. Look at that. It's not going to give us a pullback. Did anybody get Tesla? D3 longs in the market. And that's okay, but, you know, we have our time. I'm just looking for a bounce back to get short. That's all. It's still sitting here. Right? It's still sitting here. It just hit the trade line on the daily chart. It's just going to go lower and lower. And why is it selling off? Because the market's going higher. It's just my opinion. Target, or not Target, but Tesla loves to do exactly what the market doesn't do. They're fucking assholes, man. They won't even bounce this thing up higher. Like, I can't get short here because the minute I get in this thing, it's going to flip back around. And then I'm going to put myself on tilt. So, if it doesn't pull back, I don't get it. It is what it is. I tried. I seen it drilling. Come on, just give me one bounce, baby. Baby, 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 please. Baby, please. I won't do it. Just give me the bounce. That's it. Just one last time. Just one last time. And that's it. I promise. Just one last time. How many of y'all relate to that? I'm just fucking with you. But for real, Tesla, just one last time. Come on. Come on. You fucking use a anyway. I didn't want you anyway. Shit, that's kind of funny. God damn it. Fuck you, Tesla. You're a fucking piece of shit. Excuse my language. Sorry for cussing, but it's just going to trend lower all day long. I got to go look at something else. I can't let today go by and me not capitalize. There it goes. It's trying to bounce now. GME. The only thing I don't like about GME right now is it's just sitting there. It's not trying to leave the level. You know what I'm saying? It's not trying to leave it. You might get a little break. We'll see. Is it halted? It doesn't seem like it's moving at all. Dude, look at Tesla. It's just drilling. It's just drilling. It is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. Still need a bounce back. You got to have whoever was short up at 180 down to 174. You did the entire ATR. There should be some people covering here. You should have some people covering down here on Tesla if they're managing risk correctly. Or they just recognize that there's pure weakness in it and they ain't giving a crap. Because they know 172, it's a matter of time. Robinhood, it did bounce off of that level. The only thing about Robinhood is like it's going to be hard for me to trade a stock that moves in pennies. I'm a little impatient. All right, I have two Teslas here. All right, there we go. Go bounce, Tesla. There you go. AMD. AMD. I can't remember what else was on the list. Coinbase. Look at Coinbase. Coinbase has some relative strength. It's already trying to get to 220, guys. Wow. All right. That's probably the two I'm going to watch. I have a stock that's weak. Man, look at that volume to the upside there. Mixed with some down volume. Look at that. I'm going to look at Coinbase and Tesla. I need this level up here at 176 if I'm going to take it. And I'm going to be looking at the 170 puts. Remember, these things are up a lot right now. So don't just, you do what you want, but just understand that you're paying up at least like almost 100%, 50-some%. I would imagine. I can look at the price and find out, but All right, so we're back under this level. 176 is my target to try an attempt to get Tesla short. 180 to $74, guys, is the average ATR for Tesla. So your expectations have to align with what this stock does. And it moves around $6 a day. $4 to $6. I don't know if there was any news. I just think that that was too big of a move for there not to be some type of catalyst or news. What is this, May 8th?
Business inventories plus point flat is the consensus, zero change.
I believe voted against. It still was approved, significantly so, 73%. It was a contract. It was an odd choice in some ways. There are certain legal scholars would say for Delaware to intervene in.
531, 190 calls to this. See how this gamble goes. I don't know about that. Bulls have to be careful here. They do. I just want to see if there was any news.
Mr. Musk. Obviously, Tesla says no, and we'll do it again. Under Delaware law,
20% layoff.
any lawsuits about it, we'll do it again.
This is coming up. This is going to be a seminal issue.
Yes.
This is a man who's created more money than almost anybody else, created great wealth, and yet and has a pay package that, as David said, could have left him nothing. RSUs would have had something, no matter what. Stock units. I find that this is actually appalling that this man has to even be subjected to this. But you know what? It's a
That's funny.
Some constituents in the shareholder base would
All right, nothing.
disclosure.
I got nothing.
The founder of NEO, our Eunice Yoon,
Come on, man. Just give me a bounce. I guess I should have taken it there, but whatever.
and calls the Tesla Model Y an example of the past. So you can imagine
CNBC's talking about Tesla right now.
you know, I keep thinking about the 100% tariffs and how they're even going to police.
They're talking about, oh, does it have to do with some of the tariffs? Could have. It says 175. 175. You guys see how the downside is slowing up? Because it's, you know, if you count these candles, it likes to do right around $6. 168, 173, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's $5 there. So this could be a nice rejection up there at that 180, guys. That's just like a daily chart looking. It's a beaut of a chart right there.
At the high on AWIN.
And the next thing that we have is the 50-day down at the lower 170s. There we go. Get that bounce. This level here, I would like to see if we could get a 176 entry, but I'm not going to try and be picky with this because if I spend too much time trying to be perfect on my entries, which sometimes I am, I'm a little too picky with my entries, I can mess myself up. I like Brian Belsky.
He has been just terrific, and your Denny's done some good work. The bond vigilantes are nowhere to be found. The rates went up too high. Everyone thought that this was the spike to 5 for the 10-year. That didn't happen. You have, it's almost impossible to find a group that is out of favor. Almost impossible. Let's see. I mean, you have Boeing, what, about to be, you know, perhaps, I don't know how you,
the DOJ
I don't know, you can't
violated
indict a
the
company.
deferred prosecution agreement.
The DOJ, I mean, they gotta, like, go after a person. And you can't go after a company. There is no company. I mean, it doesn't affect anybody. And go after a person, that changes people's attitude. But I just find that, other than that company, aerospace is incredible. So I just find over and over again, it's very difficult to find an area.
All right, no more levels. That's it. No more. No more levels. Nice little support level there. Pops to 176, which it's not going to give it to me, I don't think, because it's just incredibly weak. It's all good. All right, all these lines down here. The entry, I would like it up there, guys, but I don't know if we'll get it. So let's go ahead and look at like AMD. We'll go over here. AMD, Coinbase, GME. GME broke, guys. Did you guys take any profits off on that? Like, I don't know where a lot of y'all got, where you guys entered this at, but damn, I wish I, you know.
I mean, how many times?
Could have backed. Not really. I don't even think you could have done that. I don't even think you could have backed up. I don't even think you. I don't even think they could have backed up longs with puts or anything because of the theta and you know what they were charging. All right, Robinhood broke. We had a feeling there. I kind of felt like Robinhood was gonna be a downside trade because of where it was at. It wasn't making new highs with the rest of the market. Let's pull up AMD. AMD's nice. Look, it's pulled back. It's trying to hold that pivot high from pre-market. That's not bad. It's got a nice volume, low volume pullback. This could be pretty nice here. And what are we targeting? 160?
EDBL, edible, bolted on a circuit breaker, Echo Delta Bravo Lima. On the way down, $6.54, EDBL.
We could try it here. What's NVIDIA doing? That's what I need to know. Let's go look at NVIDIA just so we can see what the overall semiconductor sector's doing. Okay, NVIDIA's pulling back and it's below VWAP. It's got an increase in volume to the sell side. Be careful on AMD. I'm going to wait to take this. I feel like NVIDIA and AMD have kind of separated themselves, but NVIDIA just dropped, and so did AMD. So, yeah, that's not... We'll have to just wait for pullbacks. All right, I'm going to wait for a pullback on AMD. That pullback could take you all the way back down to like 153 or so. Let me look at the daily chart.
How about this week, Gable? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility.
Yeah, 153.50. So, we could get pullbacks all the way back into there. These are low volume pullbacks too. Like, it's not all the way bearish. Prior support back here. Boom, boom. We break it, turn it into resistance. We gapped up above it, opened up at 154. So 154 is actually a level that's a key level. So watch 154. If we could get a little bounce, which I don't think we're going to, I could take a scalp short AMD into 154. But we'd have had, you know, I would want to like a little like bounce back and then try to get that. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna drop. All right, so that's that. That's AMD. If anybody has any ideas or anything, you can throw them in the chat. Greatly help. Hit the like button, subscribe. You can always donate down below. All the information's there. Goes to the stream. If you have questions, tickers, anything, you know, don't feel, you know, shy or embarrassed. You know, if you have a question, just throw it in the chat, and you know, there's probably somebody else out there that's probably wondering the same thing you're wondering. So there's that. Goldman Sachs. I just cannot believe that. This is a trade that I do not want to mess up again. I didn't mess the trade up, but we were long at 406 to 404 at entry. The 410 calls down at 404, 406, and she's up to 464 in like 2-3 weeks. 2 weeks, really. 2-3 weeks, we'll say. So I'm like, man, I should have just swung that because... And we were saying how we were looking for it to get to new highs and put in a new high. AMD. Okay, so there's that bounce.
With the Fund Rise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top tech companies, including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for investment.
We need to small business so fast. I got this.
Here's a
better way to get a fast small business loan? Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Did you know you can save with GoodRx, even if you have insurance?
You know, I thought my prescription was covered until it wasn't, but GoodRx helps with that.
I work for myself, so I buy my own insurance. And I still check GoodRx.
I'm on Medicare. I check GoodRx because it can beat my copay. Who wouldn't like that?
Even if you have insurance, GoodRx can help you save.
Okay, we'll see you next time.
Alright, I'm going to look at the 150s. AMD 150 put. I feel like I just missed it because I was looking at the not in them yet. I was looking at the volume, open interest, where the stock was compared to all that fun stuff. Damn it. Alright, I got it up. I'm not in it yet. I'm going to try and wait for a little bounce. I'm going to see what we do here. See if we can kind of like grind higher. Again, this is just a trade. I'm just looking to get like a little bit of follow through here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this entry again. I think that's it. There it goes. There it goes. I know it. Shit. Because I'm watching this here, and I'm waiting to see if we can just kind of do just buy up some time, and maybe even get another test of VWAP or something, or just buy up time and flat top resistance support right there. So
this morning bank market raised it from 100 to 115 premier debt is and plane. I think it's gonna go there. It's just the zeitgeist of the moment. Data centers, we can't get enough of them. Meantime, Jim, pins tonight. Yes, pins tonight.
So what's the pattern? Bang. Yeah, look, like you have this breakdown, bounces back. So this should start to pull back. Even with the volume. Volume's to the buy side. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be watching AMD. Previous high did not hold, so in due time it should be pulling back, and there it goes. The reason I'm not buying it right here is because I'm paying up 10 cents on 30 cents, guys. That's why. You know what I'm saying? 10 cents on 20 is 50%. I'm paying a 50% higher price than what it just was at. So if I'm okay with missing it, because I know if I get my entry right, then hey, we get a pop and I get this thing down at 34, 32 cents. Because, some people were a little impatient. I know I can get 40 is going to be my first take, and that first take is going to be close to, 20% profit. I like to enter my options and enter them green. You know what I'm saying? I like to. I don't always, but I like to. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Watch that right there, guys. Watch that level right there on Tesla. See if it breaks it. Right here, 174.
Business inventories flat expected.
Bro, I cannot believe this. We said this, yo. You guys know this. We said it pre-market. Watch for a wick up to 180 and see if it pulls back. I did not know that Tesla was not going to hold this level. Once we actually closed above 180, that's a certified short, in my opinion. She's only down 2%. So if we can still get a bounce, man, on gap ups, yo, we can make some nice money on this, holding on to it for a few days. I think we have a daily setup here. I really do. This daily chart is a really nice setup. Right? You get a nice bounce off of that 180. Breaks, resistance, pulls back. You test it, pulls back, test it, pulls back. They give it up. earnings, gap up, rally. You get above it and close above it. You pull back to it. You try to hold it. You try to hold. It tries to extend. It fails. We break it. Now we're on the way back up. Break. Retest. Boom. Hello 160. God, I want to get short so bad right now. Fuck.
This is a butt dial. Well, somebody's butt.
Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular,
You can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers.
I feel like that's going to happen, what I drew. I feel like it's going to go. And I feel like today's going to be a bad day for Tesla. It's going to be a bad day for... It just sucks, man. It really does. It just sucks. I can't do anything unless we get to like VWAP on the 15-minute something. Fuck, I was too... Sorry for the language, but I was too slow. I seen it drilling and I tried. I got on my phone and I'm just like, boop, 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 boop. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright, AMD. See, those options were at 30. Well, here it's showing 37, 30, or 35, 34, 36, 35. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it pays to be a little bit more patient, because 10 cents on 30 cents, guys. You know, you're talking a nice profit for a first take there. We're getting there. I was patient Monday. I was patient yesterday. I'm trying to be patient right now. I don't like the volume on AMD. It feels like it wants to try to go higher, which wouldn't surprise me. AMD did this, or not AMD, but Tesla did it yesterday. It was like a double bottom gap up, but it like that double bottom, the right, that second, you know, the second pullback, it was a little bit higher. It literally looked just like this. Like if I take you guys to Tesla, it looks just like AMD yesterday.
Versus 57 in...
Right? Look at this. See the gap up? Oh, it might... Never mind. It didn't pull back as far, but...
45 on the NAHB consensus was 51.
Meantime, get a check on the markets. A big story of the morning, of course, is the first deceleration in headline CPI in about 6 months. 0.3 comes in a tenth light. Got some
business inventories minus 0.1% versus 0 expected.
Let's get some housing data, though, that was out just moments ago. Rick Santelli has that for us. Rick.
Yes, David. Our May read on National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Sentiment Index. Expecting a number at 50, a bit of a disappointment. It comes in at 40.
So, guys, we did just get some data right there. Not really market moving, I don't think. This outfit will be hard pressed to deliver 300 cars Q2. Cash burn of another 2 to 3 billion. And how's that securities and wire fraud deal going to shake out? Tesla 160s incoming by Friday. I was looking at 160s as well. So, where are we at? What time is it? It's 10 a.m. I got to get busy, guys. I got to get something going. Look at those AMDs. 23 cents now. AMD's rallying. AMD's bouncing. So this is yesterday's pivot low, yesterday's opening price. That's a low volume bounce. 23 cents for those. Wait, I have AMD up top, but it says Tesla. Yeah, look at AMD. It felt weird there, man. It felt like the volume was telling us we might go higher. Let's do it. Where's my? Let me look on the 15-minute chart. I may go long. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. Let's go 160. Let's go get that 160 today. Let's go get that 160 today. Let's go get that 160 today on AMD, bro. Let's go get that 160 right there off VWAP. Come on, baby. You can hold it. Is it going to hold or not? Are you going to hold or not? Look at this 2-minute chart. Break back above pre-market highs. I'm not getting too excited on it. Those SPY puts have still not even moved. think. Oh, that's sad. Oh, gotta get them all bulled up just to tank it. Ah, you fucking dick. You fucking dick.
Yeah, we are, and I think the entire community, both on Wall Street, at the Fed, and everywhere else, is scratching their head on how long is this going to take. In fact, Chair Powell mentioned it yesterday. You know the new lease is coming in, and it's just a matter of how long is that lag. In fact, there's something to be said for we're dealing with the last lag as opposed to the last mile.
Well, what do we know then? If everybody's scratching their heads about it, have we learned anything in terms of when it's finally going to...
So, this is either going to be resistance right there. And look at the volume, man. That's wild. The volume is trash to the downside. They're trying to sneak them. 160. You just got to be careful. Be careful, guys. Let this thing pick its direction. It's putting in a lower high there. I feel like the volume is trying to tell you it wants to go higher, but I think it's going to go lower. I do. I will say that. I think you start turning this support into resistance at 156 and a rejection of VWAP again. You could not hold it. I think that's it. I think you get some longs that might give up. Again, you could look at this as a double bottom, right? You gap up, you open, bounces, pulls back, double bottom, find support, and now we need to get... The volume is saying, hey, buyers are in control. Let's see if this holds, and then you would look for that extension higher and break to a new high. We're going to find out soon. Okay, I just wanted to look at the chat to make sure there wasn't... yeah, that's not good. It's a nice...
And I would look at nominal R star as 3.5 to 4% on a term premium, and it gets you to 4.5 for the 10-year. It's not terribly complicated.
And so when do you see the first cut coming?
After Mr. Powell gets confidence.
So you're not going to
okay, so it's holding up nicely there. Watch this level, guys, on the 90 MA on AMD. I would look at the 160 calls, and if it does pay you, because it is kind of out of the money. I mean, it is out of the money, but it's kind of far out of the money is what I mean in AMD standards. And you got to get above VWAP, okay? You keep rejecting VWAP. Right now we're stuck. Let's find out. We're going to get a move, a big breakout to the upside and or a breakout to the downside. Because you can see we're stuck right in between VWAP and the 90 MA. They're both acting as resistance and support. You guys can see that. Let's see. It should start to bring itself in there, and then it'll just like either give up like one big flush or one big rally. Limit order up.
Is being pinched. And so I think it's appropriate to look at it and not dismiss what happened in the most recent month, but also in the context of what happened in March.
Are you a fan of the theory that...
So I just have the options chain. I have not picked a direction yet.
Help inflation? Sort of the Goolsby school?
The Goolsby school?
I can argue that one.
There it goes. Just got above it. Let's go. Oh, no, guys. Look at the volume. That volume is not good. That's not good.
That the company will stream the NFL Christmas games this year.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Do you think that brings some signups? Coinbase pulling back. Man, there is just opportunity all over the place. If you can just get on it before it comes. Look at that. 20-day moving average hits it. Boom, rejection. Rejection selection. I don't know. I was going to try to find something else that rhymed with it, but... Fucking Tesla. I hate you, Tesla. I wanted to make some money with you today, Tesla. Come on. It's going to break. What's NVIDIA doing? It's a rejection of yesterday's low. It's unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, even across the board, man. Small caps, mid caps, all over the place, man. This moves. Everything is moving. That's what I'm saying, man. There is just a ton of opportunity in this market. Okay, so NVIDIA's back up to high a day with volume. Or never mind. I don't know. It depends on what chart you want to look at. I could show you a chart with volume to the sell side. I could show you a chart with volume to the buy side. Have your pick. But I will say this. Above VWAP. Okay, why is that not saving? I guess I got to fix my charts again. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and fix these charts.
Watching shares of DoorDash.
Oh my God, that's so loud.
After New York State Attorney General James announces a settlement with the company.
No, it's not. Well, not yet. I know. It's all good. What's that, Tesla or AMD?
Under discriminatory hiring practices.
I mean, you know, it's all good. That's what I say. If it doesn't, I don't take it. It is what it is. I'm not paying up for it. Like, I want that continuation. All right, hold on. I'm mixed up. No, definitely, because like I say, it's weak. But that's a daily chart setup. That daily setup is beautiful. Tried to get above 180, cracked it. We bounced into it yesterday and pulled back. But it's a little tricky because of that. The volume there it's okay. Let's go. See if we can't get AMD. Watch NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA. Oh, man, I'm just waiting for. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I feel like you want to try to break out, but. He's not going to tell you the plan.
What we have to do to win this war, we have to destroy Hamas's fighting formations. They have 4 terrorist battalions left in Gaza. We can't leave it there because they'll reconquer the Gaza Strip, set up their military power again, and they promise, they vowed to commit these savage murders again and again and again. Again, the beheading.
Coinbase might be a nice short to Friday's close. Yeah, Tesla's consolidating here. I'm thinking about trying to take it, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to wait until tomorrow or something because it's not. I needed that move. I was too slow. I was too slow.
And NASDAQ up 25% following that earlier April.
Day 3 longs in the market. Mark, like, you don't have to yell at me, bro. I mean, it's clear. But look at the daily chart. I know, like, we know what it is. It's weak. We know this. I know. You don't have to yell at me, my guy. But like I say, the market, we can't, you have to read the market. Like, technical analysis has gotten me where I am. You have a gap here on Tesla at 172. This could be a failed breakdown, and you could see buyers really show back up at 172. I'm just saying. Don't think that can't happen, because it can. And that's your support level. So 172 is when it would really get fishy, because you're just pulling back to fill the gap on low volume so far. Obviously, it's very weak today. We know that. It didn't even try to bounce off of 180, and it just tanked. Like, That's clear. We know that. But what is the plan for the next few days? You know, I think you know, if we can get a bounce to like 175.50, 175, like I would say like, what is this? If we get 175, which it's already hit, I think. Yeah, kinda. That's a fair. That's a nice bear flag right there. We could use this for a move to move, but I would watch 172 at that gap. I would watch 172 at that gap. Should pull the 50-day up there, and yesterday. That's why it's good to look at the internals. Like a lot of that volume from yesterday, at the end of the day, like that was some big sell pressure that came in at the very end of the day yesterday. So, like look at that daily chart. That's beautiful. You break above 180, pull back, hold it as support, try to bounce off of it. That's a failed break. It cracks. We just retested it this morning and yesterday, and now we're going to find out if we get more than just a 172 gap fill. Those are my thoughts. And I think we go back to 165. I think that's where we're going. I think that's where we're going. If I had to say, or 160. Yeah, 160. Well, we can't say that it's not coming back. Like, you will see this trade set up over and over again. Yeah, I know. Breaking, like, it's a break and retest. I mean, I know. I still think there will be an opportunity to get it. You can see how long it's sitting here. It's probably going to break down more, but eventually later today, lunchtime, tomorrow, it will bounce. There will be a relief bounce of some sort. There will be. Here we go. But here's what I'm getting at though, Mark. It's like just because it's not coming back does not mean that it's a trade for me. Because, and I know you know that, but it's pretty much done. It's ATR right now. So what is my risk to reward? I did try to take this up here. I tried. It just, I was too slow. I got in the options chain, had to see where the volume was and what option I wanted to be in. And it was just, it took me a minute because I did not expect it to just drill through 180. But I think there's going to be another opportunity to get an entry here. I really do. And I'm going to get it. I will get this. I don't care if it's VWAP. But again, you know, I feel like the trade's over with. I agree with you there. So if we can get a relief bounce and shorts start to cover today's profit, that should help us give us a little relief bounce to get an entry for like a 2-week type of trade. I don't think it had day 3 long because it's day 3 longs in the market. I don't know anybody really that worries about, you know, I could see the first day being green, you know, like that's cool, but like a day 3, 4 and stuff, what is the relevance of that? I'm just asking. I'm not like saying it, like, but I've just never really heard anybody worry about, you know, I've heard like 2-day VWAP and stuff to use as entries and exits, like, you know, we broke 176. I promise you, we will bounce back to 176. We should get that 175, 176 test, and I'm going to take it. And I'm going to go about 2 weeks out. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go for this gap fill. I'm going to go for I'll take profits going into the 50-day. This is a 15-minute bear flag here, which is nice. And, you know, people are taking profits, but that feels like that was just more than selling. And it is what it is. Like the chart shows it on the daily. You know what I mean? That's a break of 180. It pulled back to test 180. And now we're rejecting it in a mean way. So, you know, it's expected to be shorts there. You know, I would say it's more that than, you know, day 2, day 3, you know, day 3 longs or whatever. The chart is, you know, everything's off of 180. So. This is a nice 15-minute bear flag. It's a nice one. I would expect to see if we can't try to get like a failed break, or like a failed attempt lower. It sucks people in long, or short. I mean, sucks people in short. Like it breaks down, but then you get a nice little relief bounce. And I want to take that up here. That's what I think, and I'm gonna watch and see if I can't get it. All right, AMD. Okay, so AMD is up here. If we get a Tesla like high a day, let's see here. Oh shit.
It factored in, but it wasn't a decision that I made lightly. You know, I respect the United States. I respect the American presidents, whoever is in power, and certainly Joe Biden. And that's not an issue. But the responsibility is to do what you have to do to secure the future, to secure our basic security. So I do what we have to do, and you know, I hope that we can iron it out. In fact, all the disagreements we had over the years, including now in the Gaza war, this is not our first disagreement, but ultimately we overcame it. I'm sure we will this time too.
The administration has given you higher grades on the disbursement of humanitarian aid.
Let's see here. Let's see through here.
To get that aid flowing in.
Well, for one thing, Hamas was looting it and still is looting it every day. You know, Hamas and others are looting it. So we get the aid into Gaza through multiple crossings that we've opened, through land routes that we opened.
So guys, I'm just watching see NVIDIA here testing high a day. And we said 935 area, you gotta watch. If you take a long on pullbacks, watch that 935 level.
But in the last 6 weeks, we actually changed it. Not merely to provide basic humanitarian aid, but flooding Gaza with humanitarian aid. And we're doing that, and right now, the difficulty we have, two difficulties actually. One is Hamas is looting, and the second is that one of these crossings, the Rafah crossings, we want open. We want to see it open, and we certainly want Egypt to release, to make sure that maximum humanitarian aid flows through this crossing and other crossings as well, and I hope we can get to understand back to the region.
When for Rafah?
Shit, I'm sorry guys. GameStop.
I mean, that's not our problem. We're not holding up the opening of Rafah. I hope Egypt
Damn, so GameStop.
considers what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
I think it's good.
That sucks.
Nobody should hold the Palestinian population hostage in any way, and I'm not holding them hostage. I don't think anyone should.
As far as the war, you
We're
mentioned
fighting not the Palestinian population, even though many of them supported the massacre. We're fighting the terrorists embedded in those populations that Hamas is using as human shields.
and you mentioned there's 4 more battalions left. That's why you're targeting Rafah. Because I was going to ask how the war is going. We're seeing the return
Okay.
of Hamas. Cities that you had
Let's
already
go here. Let's see here.
conquered.
NVEX.
Hostages have not been returned.
NVEX.
So is it really going well?
Alright, let's see here.
The hostages have been returned, and many didn't believe that we'd get that, and we've got the other half. I'm committed to getting all of them back, and it's heartbreaking to see what is happening to them in those terror dungeons and what is happening to their families. So Hamas is very cynical, very evil, and you know, we are fighting sheer evil. So I think a term that President Biden used, and it hasn't changed. They were sheer evil. They are sheer evil. But how do you do that? How do you fight them? How do you defeat them? The first thing to understand is that they're not just a terrorist organization. They're a terrorist.
What was the biggest one of the days that we had here? So this is 150. What is this? 158.75, 159, 170. So that's like $11, $12.
So you have to smash those battalions.
All right.
After you smash those battalions, which we've done in other places,
And this is 170, 180, 173.
until you first smash the battalions. How long does that take? Well, I said a few weeks ago, it takes a few weeks to get to Rafah. We are in a careful way to allow the evacuation of the population. But the intense part of the fighting, the smashing of the battalions, is just weeks away. It doesn't take that long. After that, yes, you'll have continual action, but at a much lower intensity, much lower scale, mopping up the remnants.
So it's a matter of weeks until this is over?
The Rafa operation, if continued as we plan, is a matter of weeks, not months and not years.
And then what after Rafa?
Mopping up. Sustain. You really need three things to finish this thing. One, you need a victory over the organized fighting formations. Then you have mop up. Then you have sustained demilitarization.
Let me pull this over real quick and let me go ahead and save this.
They still try to regroup.
And that's happening, right?
Yeah, no, that's happening now, but we haven't finished.
So what I'm going to look for is to take this if you look at this 15-minute chart, see this consolidation is going to start pulling this 90 MA down, and I'm going to look to see if we get a pop up higher and it pulls it down a little bit into this 175 level, and we can meet like right in here for an entry point and see if we can't get further downside and see if we can start crossing the 90 MA through VWAP and solidify like, you know, a downtrend for the next few days.
Another terrorist resurgence. The second thing we need is a civilian administration.
It's not surprising me that it's not closing here. It's not like, you know, again, it's not like we don't think that it's like we know where she's going. We know what she's doing. But where do I enter? Right there. That's just my plan. I would like it again, like if this breaks down on low volume and then pops. That's really what I want. It's like a breakdown. It pops. They're like, oh no, it didn't break. It was a bear flag. We get short up on that, and then it does break down, and it just throws, tries to throw them for a loop. What time is it? It's 10:24.
That sponsors Hamas. Death to Israel, death to America. And by the way, their supporters in the United States on those campuses, they chant the same things. Death to Israel, death to America. Unbelievable. Now, I know that doesn't reflect the vast majority of the American people. When asked, who do you support, Israel or Hamas? 80% of Americans say they support Israel. 20% is still a huge number, say they support Hamas. It's the same 20% that when polls say that Bin Laden was right. So they hate America. That's why they hate Israel. They don't hate Israel because of America. They hate. They do actually. They don't hate America because of Israel. It's the other way around. They hate America because they hate Israel. They hate the whole idea of democracy, liberal societies.
What are these puts going for here, man? I hate to do it. I just wanted to see what the IV and the deltas are on these and what they're charging.
I think everything is spun the other way. But
that's crazy. I wouldn't. I mean, if you guys are going to trade GameStop or AMC, don't buy puts or calls. I mean, you can, and I'm not telling you not to, but you have 2 days left, and you're paying damn near $4 to $5 on a dollar or two. I don't even care if it gets to $20 tomorrow. It's the risk in that is just you're making it, and this is why people asked, like, so if you guys heard the day that somebody made a lot of money on NVIDIA short, it was on a Friday when SMCI had news. We were trading short. We went short NVIDIA on the back of weak semiconductors. You had news with SMCI. SMCI was pulling back. It brought relative weakness into the semiconductors. And people were asking, why did I not, like, it moved all this way and I didn't make anything really. It's because you're paying so much in premium. Like, even it has to perform a lot. And even on that performance of, like, moving up or down, like, you're paying almost $5. So you're saying that once it gets to $24, 24, 25, that's your break even. So you need it to go to like 10 to make like $1,000. Like, you know, so understanding that you're paying $4 So just add that $4 to the share price. That is your break even. Right? If it's at $30, you pay $4, $26 is your break even. And you still have time working against you at that. If you're buying this week's. Right? So unless this thing is drilling like a mug, you don't need to be on them, because even if it works out for you, you ain't going to make but a few dollars. It's better off to go to like maybe Robinhood or something like that, which we could, where the implied volatility isn't as bad. Look, and we called this. We expected some downside here with this. Because it just, this one was really nice for weakness. It just, it just showed all the signs. So the day that we traded NVIDIA, you could have paid like 30 cents for puts, a little bit out of the money. They were in the money by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They were going for, I don't remember. It was a lot though. It was like 30 cents and they were going for like $4 or $5. I mean, it was well over 1,000%. Well, let's see, 10 cents into a dollar. So yeah, it was like $3, $4, $5. It was like 800 to 900%. So, and I don't know. I just want you guys. I just wanted people to understand that who don't know. Okay, the overall markets. Let's do a check-in here. If I feel like today I'm just kind of frustrated. I wasn't early enough. My stuff is loading. Okay. Hopefully everything's alright with this thing. Alright. 17. There we go. Looks like it's trying to go for 17. And we're down 3% on Robinhood. Alright, so this could be your target for Robinhood. It's getting ready to come into support at like 1750. So I have another day where I did not have a trade. Alright, there goes AMD. There goes AMD. Again, like I said, I trade options. And let's see here. Man, we got some nice volume on XOM today.
If they could knock out Israel, they got the Middle East. And if they got the Middle East, they're going to be going right after you. They say it. They chant that to Israel, that to America.
Oh, please. Israel don't have guns. We do. Anyway. Oh, shit. Let's do it. I really want to go along this right now, but let's do it.
Preventing it from getting nuclear weapons is not merely Israel's interest, it's America's interest. It's the interest of all the modern Arab states who understand, like us, that they're in danger too. But they're just endangered in regime change. They throw them out and put their own puppets there. In our case, it's not just the government they want to destroy. They want to destroy the country. They want another 6
GME is moving higher.
close to 7 million. I'm happy to say we have now. Not happy to
Oh my gosh, come on, bro.
They won't be. But if they could, that's what they would do.
Dude.
So where does that leave Hezbollah? Because 80,000 Israelis are evacuated or displaced from the north. How likely is it that we see a war on the northern front?
We're committed to having them return. They left because of Hezbollah's rocketing, gunfire, and so on.
And look at that. Those bounce backs there, they kill premium. Like, those little bounce backs is what stops people from making any money. So it's either try to go short or don't play it at all and find something else that doesn't have, the implied volatility that GameStop has.
There is a diplomatic path there.
Well, it depends on Hezbollah. They have to understand that the alternative is very bad for them. I don't think they want to. I think many were surprised by the strong response that we gave to...
Let's go, AMD. Let's go. It's a nice volume breakout. Let's see if we can't get through this high here on AMD. Watch that previous high of 157.50. See if we can't break through that on, yeah. LiDAR. Yeah, you remember like last Friday we said look for an end of the day pump. Damn, this thing's still going. $4 was the target, right? Yeah, it's through the 200-day. Wow. No shit. No shit. Yeah, I tried to trade Tesla to the downside. It took me a little bit. I'm looking at AMD long, target 160. Come on, don't stop. We want to see a blast through this thing and get it going. Semiconductors had a really, you know, they started the day green yesterday. It was a nice day for semis and whatchamacallit? Technology. That's what I was getting at. Energy is down. Let's see here. Into it. What's DocuSign done? There we go. Let's go. Yo, they just went from 80 cents to $1. That was a 20% trade right there just on that breakout. On those 160 calls. They were at 80 cents. Just that candle gave you 20%. Let's go. Let's go. No, I am not in anything yet. I will. You give me this little pullback, I am getting long because I just got my confirmation. And I'll hold on to it for a little bit.
Anybody who says get a deal at any price means basically capitulate to Hamas. What does Hamas say? Hamas says
it's not going to. It's not going to.
Maybe, by the way. You can have them, but you have to stop.
I'm all over the place.
End the war, get out of Gaza, and leave Hamas in place and let them basically reconquer the Gaza Strip, for which they.
It's not going to. There's your relative strength right there. It's just going to grind higher.
That's what people have to understand. But I will not relent on trying in every way possible to get those hostages back. And when we defeat Hamas, we'll get them back. And I think we'll get some.
Dude, they're not even alive. I hate to say it, but them thinking that there's hostages still alive or even around, that they didn't even do any, like, it's going to be very hard for them to keep them alive, one. Like, I just don't believe in that. I mean, I would hope so, that they could have a family, that they could be brought home and alive. I really hope so. But to think that if they haven't been passed away from from nourishment, and you're talking October to June, okay? I just don't know how anyone thinks that there's this belief that they're still there and alive and can even have something for a burial, even if they're not alive. I just don't see it. I don't know how you would be able to recognize it. Like, that's just, it is what it is. And I don't like that they get up on stage here and lie to people like there is anything to be left. Unless they know that they're being kept alive, then they should be getting them. Right? They should be getting those people. Because what's his name is on here on CNBC right now. If you guys don't know, she's doing
victory. They want to see a victory.
Discussion with him about
they want to see Hamas removed because they understand that their very future is online.
Well, at least I hope not, on the protests on the college campuses.
My AirPods are acting up today.
Growing anti-Semitism, even beyond the campuses. I wonder what you think this security threat is to American Jews right now.
Sorry, if I had that playing the whole time.
I mean, I'm talking to my American friends who are Jewish, and they're saying, we never saw America like this. And I'm talking to my non-Jewish friends who are saying the same thing. And
it's all right. That's me. It's me for you. But it's all good. When I hit them, I hit them.
These protests.
Again, you guys got to understand and trade options. Don't just buy the stock itself.
And in, I think in the university in North Carolina, they
158 is your resistance. Your gap fill is right there. You're coming into it.
And then
You're coming into the gap fill.
They took down the Palestinian flag, rehoisted the American flag, and then stood around the flagpole to protect the American flag. And so deeply moved because these people really understand it's our common battle.
What about the economy? It's definitely taken a hit as a result of the war. How do you plan to turn that around without timeline about when it ends?
Well, I think on the contrary, I think that the hit we've taken is relatively small because we have a very robust economy. I led the free market revolution here 20 years ago, which made Israel a technological powerhouse in the world. People are investing now, and if they're smart, they'll go now, because when we win the war, we also win the peace and win the economy. And people understand that. I'm having people come in here who say, we want to make Israel the hub and an AI leader, or one of the 3 leaders in the world. It already is. You know, we're number 4. We're number 1 in per capita investments in AI, number 1. But in absolute terms, in a country of just 10 million, we're number 4 in absolute terms in investments in venture fund investments in AI in Israel. But I think we can go a lot further. Israel has a robust innovation society. And the future of economy is based on technological
like I said,
progress
basic.
and on
I just
AI.
don't have it up because
We're
it
committed to
freezes
doing
and
this.
stuff, and
And
I'm
I'm
like,
telling
you
you,
know, I just
listeners
have
right
the
now, your
screen and
audience.
stuff. I can
The time
put it
coming
up,
to
but I
Israel is
don't
now,
feel like fooling with it. But if
because
it
we're gonna
freezes and
rebound
then
huge once this
you know,
war
then
is
trying
won.
to fix it and stuff.
And you should
so,
be there,
but I,
not at the ground floor,
you know,
but
I can turn it
don't
on
wait to get
tomorrow.
at the top.
The
Or
rating
I'll turn it on
agencies
at
are
like
cutting. They're
lunchtime or
worried about the
something.
deficits and the military spending.
Yeah, is that
Targets
right?
for
Yeah, well,
AMD is
I'm telling you, I heard this
160.
before.
We
I was
got a
finance
break
minister
here.
during
Got
the
up to
early
that
2000s.
180 level.
Nobody wanted to invest here. We had a terror intifada, you know, and all that, and people didn't believe it. I said, look, we're going to do a revolution here. Israel is going to be transformed from a semi-socialist economy into one of the most robust free market systems, technological countries in the world. And I said, invest now. I don't think they believed me because they didn't. But those who did made a huge fortune here. Huge fortunes. There are many billionaires in Israel. But I'm saying this now to you and to your audience.
It's
and
also gotten very
it's recorded.
controversial.
Here it is, Sarah. It's
Yeah.
recorded. I'm telling you, Israel will be one of the most advanced technological societies, and among the 3 and perhaps among the 2 AI economies, leading AI economies in the world. That is worth a lot.
Here we go. We're going to be able to get this.
Mr. Prime
I'm gonna
Minister,
take
you have
this
been
and
the
try to hold
most
on to it for a little bit.
among the most
It's a
vilified
nice
leaders
reversal
in the
candle
last
there.
few months in the world. There is
I'm gonna-
threats of prosecution from international
I'm looking to put a
courts.
swing on
How
Tesla.
are you dealing with all of this?
To swing trade
Well, I'm
this.
dealing with it because I'm not here for myself. I'm on a mission. And the mission is to protect the future of the Jewish people. And the Jewish people can only have a future if there's a Jewish state. Yes, we're imperiled, but we have the resolve and
the S&Ps.
The spirit to fight back and to win. I visited yesterday some of our wounded veterans who lost limbs. It's just unbelievable what they say. You know, they say, we're waiting to be fixed with an artificial leg because I'm going back to fight with my friends, with my colleagues, because we have to win. And that spirit is so powerful. It's so powerful that I don't think anything can I know nothing can stop it. And what I'm telling you is that when I think about, you know, the vilification, the slanders, the lies, and the absurdities that are leveled at me, I don't think they're leveled at me. They're leveled at the country.
Spy
and
still
I'm not
going.
an outlier.
Should have got rid of those.
I don't
but
represent
whatever.
my policies or the policies
They're
of
still hanging
the
out.
extreme fringes
So
in the
funny.
government and all that ridiculous
They haven't.
spin.
They haven't even
I
really
represent the
dropped.
broad majority of the
It's
Jewish
so
people
weird.
in Israel, and even many non-Jews.
And it's went up
the
a
Arab
dollar.
citizens of Israel who understand that our common future is on the line.
It's because
We
it
have
already
to win.
expired, pretty much
And
worthless.
if I have to take slanders and
knows?
vilifications, so be it. It's not the first time.
I think your father lectured until age 100. How long do you plan to be Prime Minister?
Oh, not until the age of 100, please. It's not. Look, I don't plan to be here. It's not my plan.
If you
It's
can
what the
get
people of
energy
Israel
going, yeah.
want.
See, they're worthless.
And so far, they've vested their trust in me because I reflect what they believe is the essence of our being. We have to ensure. We have to ensure that what happened in the Holocaust doesn't happen again. That the peace that we've begun to form and that I led in the Abraham Accords, that it's broadened.
I can't see the
It
chat
will
right
only
now,
be
guys.
broadened with Saudi Arabia and others if we win. If we lose, nobody will be interested in us. Victory is essential both for survival, for security, but also for peace and prosperity. You make alliances with those who win. You don't make alliances with the losers. And that's why, among other things, we will win.
Speaking of the Abraham Accords, are you in touch with Donald Trump?
Not recently, but I think he sent me a letter of congratulations when I was, I think when I was elected.
So not since October 7th?
No, but, you know, I've always appreciated the support that he gave. It was very, very important. Supported us on recognizing Jerusalem as our capital, moving the embassy here, recognizing our sovereignty in the Golan Heights, and getting out of what I thought was a disastrous Iran deal. And I appreciate all of that, just as I appreciate the fact that we received the support we got from President Biden. I think ultimately the American people and the presidents of the United States, they look at the situation here in the Middle East and they say, who stands with America? Who stands for the same values that America has stood for? And the answer is Israel.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Can you give us just one more second, please? You need the two shots.
Number of takeaways there as far as what the Prime Minister said. First of all, Carl and David, the way he framed this Rafah operation, which is coming despite the resistance and opposition from the U.S. and Europe this morning with the EU's foreign ministers telling Israel to get out immediately.
Did I think I saw a rhino there? Did anybody else see that?
Framing it within the context of this larger existential fight that Israel is waging against Hamas.
Yes.
As he said, has promised to do October 7th.
Yes.
Time and time again.
I'm starting to pay attention to that now, Mark. I like that. I like that you pointed that out, bro.
Next steps, he frames it as mopping up some of the terrorists that have returned to the northern
I'm just
cities,
waiting to
like
get
we
my
are seeing
entry.
happening and
I'm
like
still,
they are doing,
you know.
and then talks about eventually a vision for Rafah, for Gaza beyond that. But guys, I thought that was an important point. I thought also just marrying Israel's fight with the U.S. and the fight for the West. I thought he came back to that a number of times and really wanted to hammer that point. And that was that Israel and the U.S. are very close allies, need each other, despite what he says is this disagreement. And what he confirmed is the U.S. withholding some of the heavy bombs as Israel has proceeded to enter Rafah.
Yeah, Sarah, and he pointed out, of course, disagreements from the past, right back to the founding of Israel, not to mention President Reagan's opposition to the bombing of the nuclear reactor in Iraq. He's obviously a very effective communicator, Netanyahu, and that was certainly came to the fore during your fascinating interview. You know, I do wonder the plan after, whenever the after is, continues to be a real question. You obviously asked about it. I don't know if you were satisfied with the answer because it doesn't appear
There's an
that
IPO
there's a great deal
opening up, guys,
detail,
too.
at least available
That's
publicly
coming
or
across
from the
right
Prime
now.
Minister right now about what things really do look like, other than what seems to
Gosh,
be a
that
continued
sucks. It took me
military
so long to
presence
get
of
in
some
there.
kind of Israel on the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, I think he was pretty forceful on 2 points. One, this whole two-state solution that we hear about from leaders in the West, like President Biden, he frames as a reward for the terrorists who have backed terrorism, and events like October 7th can't do that. He also said that it has to, whatever the future is, it has to be a demilitarized Gaza. He did
Yeah,
not,
man, I really
David,
like that,
rule
Mark.
out
I like
the
that you pointed
possibility
that
of
out,
other
man.
Arab nations coming in to support. I know that there's great hope that, for instance, Saudi Arabia might play a role in any kind of normalization with relations with Israel, and whether that could be part of the package deal. But again, I think that those are the steps that they're thinking about, but the task at hand is those 4 remaining military battalions for Hamas.
74.
Richard Engel joins us now. He's NBC News' chief
74.
foreign correspondent. He's also in Jerusalem, just across town near the Old City. Richard, as we do see the Israeli military go deeper into Rafah, what are you hearing from your
Here we go. We
sources?
have
And
VWAP,
what did you hear from the Prime
prior
Minister that
resistance.
stood out?
If we could just get like a little break, just a little bounce.
So I listened to the
a failed
to the
break
interview as
higher.
we were recording it, and
Do
several
something like
things,
this.
struck
Get some
out,
of the shorts to cover.
struck me
Get
as
some
well.
people to step in
In
long.
terms of Rafah, it's
and then
quite
they just
clear
snake them.
that Israel
And then we looked at
plans
just
to
trying
go
to get.
ahead with the Rafah
Oh, shit.
operation despite.
I'm gonna look to
vocal
try and put in a
opposition
new
from
low.
President
It
Biden,
probably
personal
won't do it
appeals
until
from
like
President Biden.
2 o'clock.
He talked about
1:30,
how about
2
half a
o'clock. Like
million
I would expect it
Palestinians
to
have
just
already left
consolidate for a
Rafah.
little bit,
Now, there are about
and then just like try to do it over
1.5 million
here.
Palestinians currently in Rafah.
You might just
So
hang
if you
out
listen to
and
his
just
time frame,
boop,
it
just
sounds
eat
like
up
Israel is
lunchtime,
not going to do
go a little
what
higher,
it
go a
did
little lower,
in
go a little
Gaza
higher,
City
put in a
or
lower
in
high,
Eunice
and then
or in
you
other
get that little
parts,
follow
which
through,
was to
possible gap
drop
down into like
leaflets and
170
then
tomorrow.
immediately
Hopefully,
go
we'll
in,
see.
with force. it sounds more like this
I
will
am
be
looking to take it, though.
gradually turning up the
And I
temperature.
wanna hang on
not
this
very
for a few
gradually over the
days.
course of the next several weeks, but to give Palestinians more opportunity to leave, to go to other parts
That
of
was
the city.
frustrating, though,
But
because
this
I
will
was
still be
literally,
a
we
devastating
were
military
looking at it, and then I tried to, like, I was just in the process of doing it. It was just like, if you ain't here, the train has left you. It left you. Because, again, I was looking at the option, like the volume and the open interest and, like, what, you know, where did I want to be to maximize. Look, watch out. Is this it? It just broke that level. This is it. It might start. Let's see. Might get a little test of low a day again.
Keeping Israeli forces either in Gaza or near Gaza or moving in and out of Gaza for years, potentially decades to come, because he described an indefinite military control by Israel over Gaza and over the Palestinian people. He said
Former
that
President
he
Trump
sees
says he will accept the
view
CNN
for
debate.
the future of Gaza as one
Oh.
sustained demilitarization.
The day 1, day 2, day 3 thing. Yeah, exactly what you were saying. Are you I'm not sure. Are you make sure for anybody that's still here, make sure that the stream is because it might just be me that's reading the comments late, but make sure the stream is, like, you know, live, like the red is all the way to the right hand side. I don't know if you're viewing on a computer or on your phone, but I do just want to reiterate that just to make sure it's live. And again, if it's not, you know, if you're not live, you probably won't hear this for another 10 minutes or wherever you're at. But it should stay live for you. At least if you're on a phone, you shouldn't have any problems. But on a computer, I know sometimes it can lag back a little bit.
Yeah, but I think left the door open for maybe some sort of other Arab nations to be involved. I was curious also, Richard, since you've been here for a while now, what you made of his comments on the politics. You've heard the narrative in the U.S. that the criticisms that he just wants to stay in power and it's in his interest to prolong the war. That and also the growing opposition here at home from the crowds and the protesters who want him to just make a deal to bring the hostages home.
Like, yo, can I ask you guys a serious question? Like, is it not okay for them, like, until they show proof, like, do they think people are stupid? They keep hanging on these hostages. Do you guys, like, am I wrong by thinking, like, bro, like, I feel like it's ignorant to say that without showing proof that they still have them or that they can be able to be identified, like, some way of knowing that this, in fact, wasn't. Because you're talking 6 months, 8 months now. Like, it's not like this happened a month or two ago. This was in October. We're working on June. You know, unfortunately, and I pray that they're still alive, but I wonder if they know, because they know what's going on. They have the inside, you know, look on things, and they know if they're able to like know if people are alive, whether it's by flying drones and getting video surveillance of them moving them or whatever, and just like coming upon people. It's like, I don't know. I think it's very hard to. I just think it's ignorant to say bringing hostages home, and it's. How do you even identify that is the person after that long? Oh, okay. Breaking down, yeah. IWM, let's see.
Is that people in this country do support a war against Hamas. They do want to see Hamas destroyed. They do not want to see Hamas return to power. But does that necessarily
RAY resuming trade and halted shortly after the IPO.
He is associating the two. It is not
Romeo Alpha Yankee.
Why did Celsius put in a
Richard, really valuable to have your perspective as you've been
an H, CELH?
Richard Engel, chief foreign correspondent for NBC News.
It's just so I feel like the ticker is weird for Celsius. Why not like CELS? I wonder if that's taking like Cels. It was taken. Clean energy.
Here at 8 p.m. tonight, we're going to run a special
CEL. That's not taking. Celsius could have. Oh, Cellcom. Israel, and we're talking about Israel. That's crazy. Yes, CELH.
Political instability premium out of the equity market. Dow's up 190, all-time high. S&P and Nasdaq. Let's get to Bob Bassani talking about.
I have that Kendrick Lamar song in my head. I honestly don't think it's that good, but it's like groovy. You know what I mean? Not groovy, but it's like OVO. Step this way. Like, I can get down with that, but like, I listen to like the beginning of it and stuff like that, and I'm like, this isn't even like I listened to it yesterday and on the way to the pet store, and I was like, wait. Why does everyone think that this song is hard as shit? It's got a nice beat, but like, he doesn't even go crazy on the words, especially in the first two verses. Like at the end, when he talks about Atlanta and like slavery, this, that, the third, and you over there just getting a check from the black people because you ain't black type stuff. Like, yeah, that hard. That's really hard. The beat was hard. I just thought like the first two verses were like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. It's definitely a song that like, it fucking cracks me up, but step this way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Oh shit. Let's see here. Let's go take a look. Let's have a look. Alright, so I have AMD twice here. XOM. I think, I don't know if Mark went long on these, but did you go long on energy, or did you take it to the downside, Mark, if you're still here? I was thinking about trying to get long down here at the 50-day. I just wasn't sure if I had enough conviction to get there, and it's going to help the SPY go higher. This pre-market pivot high, retested it. I'm going to have to use the restroom here in a minute.
So you're going to see this happening a lot now that we're hitting new highs. We had a couple people who were at 5,200. Tom Lee was at 5,200. Stoltzfus from Oppenheimer was at 5,200.
15 minutes.
As well on this. So we'll talk about that a little later. Finally, just
5 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute. Okay. Yeah, Banks did really well yesterday.
Record on this. So here it is, folks. 9 on Monday, 16 on Tuesday. It took a long time to get that figured out.
So, and the reason I say that is because with small caps, they like the past 2 days, they've been doing really well. So it's kind of not surprising that you're getting a pullback. And the majority of small, well, not small caps, but oh, you mean small caps, not like IWM. Yeah, that's crazy that there were a few of them this morning that I was looking at, like, what was it, like FIFC or something like that? Forget what it was. It was like 30 cents, I thought, and it looked really nice. It had a nice chart pattern on it. Carvana was also, I saw briefly. Okay, this is also breaking down. All right, let's see here. Are you locked in? Are you my friend? I have the worst voice. Step this way. Step this way. Let's go energy, man. Energy's on one today. Come on, AMD. We're going to get 160 today. And then we're also going to get this breakdown on Tesla on top of it. That's right. Just pull it back. Just pull it back. And then we're going to go try and climb higher.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard You see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
We get a nice consolidation here. I know it's late in the day, guys, but I wouldn't mind having like an opportunity to be a buyer, like right around here. Even though, you know, like these things are lagging, I still feel like, I mean, I guess that's close enough, right? You could get a day where AMD is closing up 4 to 6%.
I can't believe you corporate types are still at it. Just stop calling each other rock stars.
And using Workday to put finance and HR on one platform until you are a rock star.
Using responsible AI doesn't make you a rock
MPLN. MPLN.
Rock stars. Okay, most of you are not rock stars.
Edible. I crack up every time. Every time I see that. Edible.
With gold and copper prices pushing towards all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of almost 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents. Permits to mine.
Yeah, gold should start going too, right? We get energy. This could be a nice play, Mark. We get energy. You get the dollar pulling back. We get a good day in here on energy. The dollar pulling back. Energy goes higher. We get some gold to go higher. A little bit of this. You could see this neckline here. On gold. It's a nice little reverse head and shoulders there. Just a bullish setup. And we pulled back, held it. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You break out on an increase in volume, low volume, pull back. Let's go. Are you my friend? Are you locked in? Step this way, step this way. Everybody say OVO. It's so fucked. Why is this not saving? Come on. Start saving. I don't even need that. Let's go fill the gap. Fill the gap. Yeah. I know, man. It's... I feel like at least... So maybe we get a short here. Yeah, that volume is poop. Let's see here. Wait, why is that? Why do I have a 15-minute up there? I'm getting all confused here.
NVDA.
I just...
Seen some session highs here.
Oh my god. I had it up.
Nancy Victor Delta Lima NVDA.
Shit. Yeah, we're definitely going for 160 today on AMD. That's crazy. This is why you guys, anybody that's here that trades options, please take profit. Please take profit. Bro, just down here, the 120 was down, what was it, on this break, was down here. So, I won't be able to, I want people that are new or, you know, kind of just starting to understand how these options work. And what it means for a pullback when you're 2 days away from, well, technically like 2.5 days away from expiration, and you're out of the money. Like 120. You know, that's why when I get that trend and I say, you know, look to take profits as it's extending, and you get that extension, look to take profits, because it doesn't pay you to hold on to it. Unless you have time, and you have, you know, obviously if it's a different setup than this. Like, I think that's crazy. Because it was at 140 on this candle here. And it's pulled back, what is that, 20%? You had a 20% pullback there. And now, look, see what I'm saying? When you go back to highs, you're not going to be at 140. You might be at like 135, if I had to guess. All right, we'll watch these options. You watch if AMD gets back up here where it's at. It's probably like 135, 138. And you could have got 140 on these breakouts here, like back down here when it really started ripping. So make sure if you're trading options and you follow me in a trade, make sure you know what you're doing, because I can't help you recognize if something changes and goes wrong.
We're down half a PE point because earnings have come through on a forward basis. So it shows you that we're not necessarily threatened with sort of record high valuations and a decelerating economy. So far, it's okay. But again,
all right, UNG's pulling back. I think these contracts are about to end too.
We sort of raced to new highs at the angle we were in the first quarter.
There was a Belsky report this morning, Brian Belsky of BMO, and he talked about how, they kind of missed this idea of momentum in the markets in 2021, 2023, and he feels like that's kind of at play here in this current environment. Is that something you're watching as well?
I mean, look, bull markets find a way. I think that's one of the lessons is that, the market reveals its bias when there's not a lot going on and the path of least resistance becomes evident. And last week, it showed you that there wasn't much going on and we inched higher. So that, to me, is the kind of momentum you would say you have to give the benefit of the doubt to. When you're talking about the pure momentum factor in the market in terms of the highest momentum stocks being the leaders, that peaked back really in February. It's completely unwound.
So the reason I was looking at Micron there was because it got an upgrade last week. And Micron's actually a really good stock. I'm not hating on anybody. I think I seen a video and this person was like, they don't know blah blah blah, this, that, the third about Nvidia. I think a lot of people don't know about Micron and the product that they develop and have had developed for quite some time now. And the stock price is showing it, the type of product that they do have. So we'll keep an eye on this. It's looking like it wants to put in a new high sometime or another.
Contracts are signed months ago, and a lot of the old contracts are the ones that are looking at now rather than the new ones.
So we've been having this discussion of how many prints.
I'm gonna have to use the restroom. Let's see, Tesla. We have Tesla there. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock.
A good example today would be three. Maybe three inflation prints, three retail sales prints. Does that sound about right to you?
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Jay Powell has said a number of times it's going to be a bumpy road. So they're going to be looking at these prints. They're going to be looking at a number of different things. I mean, the retail sales, were flat. I think certainly lower than expected, although they were a little hotter than expected before. So they're going to be looking at averages. It's not just a mechanical number of prints. They get to 3 and boom, we can now cut. It's really much more a bigger picture that they're looking at.
Are they looking at some of the micro data that we've seen? There was a B of A note this morning saying that companies are reporting what lagged macro data in terms of consumers feeling squeezed, firms facing higher input costs, and B of A analysts there say that hints of kind of the stag and deflation from the bottom up. How much are Fed officials really paying attention to some of the commentary on the earnings calls, as well as what they're seeing in terms of
what is that? 116. 116.
Consumers are behaving right now?
I think there are a number of people around the table who are thinking about exactly those kinds of
Dude,
issues.
this fucking mouse, man.
Keeping rates higher for longer, but maybe a little bit too long. Should they be cutting a little bit sooner? Because it's very difficult to get that mix right, because the crystal ball is cloudy. You need to know where the economy is going to be in 3 months. You need to know where the wages are going to be in 3 months. And we're, of course, just getting the data from last month rather than the data going forward. We are starting to see some softening in the labor market, some softening in consumption. That could portend a greater slowdown. That's good for bringing inflation down. The challenge is, can you just
this thing's just
a little bit and stop, rather than
hard to sort of navigate the U.S. economy so precisely to say, okay, we brought it down just a little bit, and now we can stop.
It is. So what do you think the likelihood at this point?
So 118.
So my view is that, you know, if you look back over, let's say, the last year, 9 months to a year, that's really when we've started to first see interest rates go, real interest rates, that is the inflation-adjusted interest rate, become positive. Because even though the Fed moved interest rates up rapidly, inflation was above that for most of the time. It's only in the last 9 months or so that it's become down below that. Real wage growth has started, which is great for households, but of course it's going to make firms more reluctant to hire workers when they become more costly. So I think we're likely to come into a slowdown. Now, whether that's softish or hardish, that's really hard to tell right now.
Randy, it's been a busy week. X macro, for example.
Is that what I think it is? No, it's not. It's too.
And exports. The general take so far, Citi's a good example today, that the impact on the macro, whether that's growth or inflation, is going to be somewhat muted versus the trade disputes we had back in 2018. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think at this point, yes, but I mean, it portends something bigger. And I think it shows that this is not just something that the Republicans are focused on or just the Democrats.
Look at that.
This is not something that's bipartisan. Both sides.
Hold up.
That we need to put more barriers.
It might end up being a fair breakout.
That's more the bigger picture question for the economy.
This might end up failing, but
What does it mean for,
I'm gonna keep my eye on this. It's been a while since you've seen a nice little cup and handle.
could they be reduced? How is that going to affect supply chains? How's that going to affect the cost that many of the firms
Intraday.
face?
The last time it wasn't the last time, but I always love seeing like an intraday inverse head and shoulders, cup and handle, something. The last one I seen was on Apple, and it was during COVID, and oh my god, it was the most beautiful pattern I've seen on an intraday chart. Let's watch this. Let's keep our eye on this. I'm gonna keep my eye on it.
That's the same song I and
I'm coming, Abby.
been singing for quite some time. That you don't wait for the clouds to burst to buy the umbrella. you want to buy the umbrella in advance, and you want to be prepared. And some of the times are reasonably good. You try.
What a hell of a day for the spies and Qs. Holy Nikes. Well, it's almost lunchtime. We almost captured one. I almost captured one. We could have, we could have captured a couple. We're still on them. We're still reeling it in. So right now I'm looking at Tesla and some semiconductors. I don't feel, I kind of was a little, I don't know. Tesla, I couldn't get in quick enough. I seen this break and I wanted to make sure that, I wanted to see if there was news, because it was it was acting like there was like a headline news of some sort. But it's all good. Coinbase. Some of your Bitcoin names. So Bitcoin's finally breaking out. We could take Bitcoin into the end of the week. Names like Mara and Riot. That's a double bottom if I ever seen one, bruh. Right, that's a nice intraday pattern. Look at Coinbase. It's a little cup and handle there. More double bottom. Let's go to well, it was green yesterday. Mara was green yesterday. I thought Coinbase was. Okay, so Coinbase was green yesterday. Okay. Coinbase was green yesterday. Alright. Let's see here. GameStop. GameStop. Gotta watch those lows from Monday. I think, man, I hope some people, you should get another pop in the next few days or so. I don't think it's just gonna fall out of it. It could, but I think, I feel like it's going to, you're gonna get some profit taking down here at Monday's low. I can say that, like 27.75, 28, 28.35, that whole area. You should get a bounce there, and maybe it tests high a day Monday. Maybe it takes you back to 40. I'm not sure. You have to wait and see if this feeds upon itself. And then while everything's doing that, look at the markets. We're up 1% right now. Is it going to be one of those days? Is it going to be one of those days? Feels like it might be one of those days.
Carl, almost 32 weeks here into the war against Gaza and Hamas, and everybody is waiting to see what Israel will do in Rafah, the southern, very dense.
Bro, it's going to get to 960 before we know it.
There's been fierce opposition.
Should have just traded the leader.
Putting out a statement telling Israel to exit Rafah immediately, threatening ties. We know that President Biden in the U.S. has threatened to withhold heavy weapons for Israel if they do invade Rafah. Prime Minister Netanyahu telling me that indeed the U.S. is withholding those weapons, characterizes it as a family disagreement, and says Israel is going to have to do what Israel is going to have to do. Listen.
I've known him for much more than these days. I've known him for over 40 years. And, it's been a friendship that is often laced with disagreement. And President Biden said it openly, and I say it openly. But it hasn't blocked the friendship. But at the end, I'm the Prime Minister of Israel. I have to take care of the one and only Jewish state. And I hope to do it.
174.
But sometimes we just have to do, even when there is disagreements, we have to do what we have to do to assure the survival of the state of Israel.
Did it factor into your decision or calculus at all with regard to going into Rafah, the U.S. threat to withhold weapons?
It factored in, but it didn't. It wasn't.
See, CNBC is only doing this to get viewership with interviewing him.
That's not an issue. But the
6:30.
What you have to do to secure the future, to secure our basic security. So I do what we have to do, and I hope that we can iron it out. In fact, all the disagreements we had over the years, including now in the Gaza war, this is not our first disagreement. But ultimately we overcame it. I'm sure we will this time too.
And you mentioned there's 4 more battalions left. That's why you're targeting Rafah. Because I was going to ask how the war is going. We're seeing the return of Hamas in some of the northern cities that you had already conquered. The hostages have not been returned. So is it really going well?
Well, half of the hostages have been returned, and many didn't believe that we'd get that. And we'll get the other half. I'm committed to getting all of them back. And it's heartbreaking to see what is happening to them in those terror dungeons and what is happening to their families. So Hamas is very cynical, very evil. And we are fighting sheer evil. So I think a term that President Biden used, and it hasn't changed. They were sheer evil. They are sheer evil. But how do you do that? How do you fight them? How do you defeat them? The first thing to understand is that they're not just a terrorist organization. They have a terrorist army. It has organized battalions That's how they have command and control structure. That's how, if you don't destroy the battalions, then a commander, a Hamas chieftain, can order 1,000 people to do this attack or that attack. So you have to smash those battalions. And after you smash those battalions, which we've done in other places, you have to come back and mop up, which is what we're doing in other parts of Gaza. It's not over right until you first smash the battalions. How long does that take? Well, I said a few weeks ago, it takes a few weeks to go into Rafah. We are in a careful way to allow the evacuation of the population. But the intense part of the fighting, the smashing of the battalions, is just weeks away. It doesn't take that long. After that, yes, you'll have continual action, but at a much lower intensity, much lower scale, mopping up the remnants.
So it's a matter of weeks until this is over?
The Rafah operation, if continued as we plan, is a matter of weeks, not months and not years.
And then what after Rafah?
Mopping up. Sustain. You really need three things to finish this thing. One, you need a victory over the.
But it's just I fucking breathe on this mouse and it clicks it.
Then you have sustained demilitarization to make sure there's no terrorist resurgence, because they're still trying to regroup.
And that's happening, right?
Yeah, no, that's happening now, but we haven't finished destroying. The chieftains are still there. We killed. We got rid of two of the four commanders of Hamas. Another two to go. We'll get them. Okay, we won't rest until we get them. So you've got to get the chiefs. You've got to get the battalions. Then you have to mop up all of that. We're acting now to do. Once that is over, you have effectively the end of the war. Certainly the end of the intense part of the war. What do you need then to reconstruct Gaza, to have a different future, so Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel anymore? You need to have three things. One, sustained demilitarization, and that I think can only be done by Israel intervening when it can, when it sees another terrorist resurgence. The second thing you need is a civilian administration that is not Hamas and not beholden to the destruction of Israel. And I think that can be done with the assistance of Arab countries and the international community. And the third thing you need is reconstruction. That I think can be done with the help of important players in the international community. But you've got to clear Gaza of Hamas. You can't have a future.
That's crazy that they would go that far out. I mean, it's not crazy, but I'm 72.50. Let's do it. Let's go make a little bit of money here. Try to.
That's a tremendous victory for them, a tremendous defeat for all of us. What do Gazans, what do Hamas, what do they want? What do they chant? They chant death to Israel, death to America. What does Iran want that sponsors Hamas? Death to Israel, death to America. And by the way, their supporters in the United States on those campuses, they chant the same things. Death to Israel, death to America. Unbelievable. Now, I know that doesn't reflect the vast majority of the American people. When asked, who do you support, Israel or Hamas? 80% of Americans say they support Israel. 20% is still a huge number, say they support Hamas. It's the same 20% that when polls say that Bin Laden was right. So they hate America. That's why they hate Israel. They don't hate Israel because of America. They hate, they do actually. They don't hate America because of Israel. It's the other way around. They hate America because they hate Israel. They hate the whole idea of democracy, liberal societies. They view us all as, colonial implants. Colonial implants. We're here in this country. We're sitting in this city which King David declared as our capital 3,000 years ago. So, I think everything is spun in the other way, but we're fighting for the truth and fighting for our future, and we'll continue to do that.
On the protests on the college campuses, growing
All right, I took a small Google short there.
I wonder what you think this security threat is to American Jews right now.
It's quite serious. I mean, I'm talking to my American friends who are Jewish, and they're saying, we never saw America like this. And I'm talking to my non-Jewish friends who are saying the same thing.
I know it, you bastard.
But I think it engenders an opposite reaction. I was so deeply moved the other day when I saw, these protesters, if you want to call them that, were burning American flags. And I think in a university in North Carolina, they took down the American flag, hoisted on the flagpole the Palestinian flag. And then American students, other students came in. They took down the Palestinian flag, rehoisted the American flag, and then stood around the flagpole to protect the American flag. And I was so deeply moved because these people really understand. It's our common battle.
As it relates to the American flag, Leslie and Carl, this was a point that the Prime Minister hammered over and over again, this message, and consciously doing so, speaking to an American audience here on CNBC, that his point is, our fight is your fight. Our fight against the terrorists, our fight against Iran. They're chanting death to America, death to Israel, and really tried to link that up to help people understand.
God damn it. I should have never took that. There we go. And of course, we get Tesla popping. Motherfucker, yo. I should have never took it. I should have never took Google.
That's another story, and obviously there's plenty of criticism and growing criticism for that as it enters Rafa, which he confirmed it's happening no matter what. Guys?
Google has strength after that AI stuff. It's just, there's just not, I just don't see what there is to be made on Google, honestly. I just don't think there's enough money to be made there.
That is encouraging
You know.
to speak specifically to U.S. media, which, as you say, the war's been going on for 32 weeks now, and we've had very rarely.
So, I took a short there off of VWAP on Google.
Well, I think that he, you know,
If we can get an extension back down here, which it looks like we're coming into it.
politically oriented, but I
Just
think
cracked
that
pre-market highs.
that they have made a lot of progress in the war, despite the narrative that
I'll give it a little bit of room, see if we can't just get a little pullback. Just to get some money stuffed in the pockets. We'll see. The SPY is really strong. SPY is really strong. I mean, it's making new highs, ripping and roaring.
and Western values, and I think really wants to communicate that. Also, it was a good
Yeah.
opportunity to talk about the economy because we're CNBC, which he's clearly very focused on AI and got really animated when we were.
If we can get an extension here, back down, I'm going to start taking some off. Just want to see it start to just speed up. See the tape speed up a little bit. I'm not sure if it will, because look at the volume. Volume's falling apart. Damn it, I should have took it off right there. I should. I'm really being testy with it. The volume just, look at the volume, how it's just falling out of bed there on that downside move. I don't like that. I want it to increase. I might have messed myself up there by not taking some of this off.
Yeah, and maybe, Sarah, trying to frame, I want to say the end of this, but certainly a period where you move on to mop-ups, as you put it, is one reason equities are responding to a number of positive news points today. As always, a terrific interview, Sarah. We look forward to a lot more tonight. 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on CNBC, a full hour, of course, of Sarah with Netanyahu. As we're at session highs, so just a few points from 5,300.
And still ahead is Google keeping up in the AI arena. Look at all of its latest announcements from its developers conference and how they stack up against the competition.
Did it have a conference or something? Come on, man. Just give me an extension right there. Come on. You stupid asshole. I knew it, bro. Fucking dickhead.
I'm Brian Gary, and today we're talking about the biggest misconception there is about replacement windows. I'm here with Ted Coons, the project manager for Renewal by Anderson, to talk about it.
Yeah, one of the big things we hear from homeowners is, I shouldn't need to replace my windows, they're just not that old. But here's the thing, home builders put in high-end kitchens, bathrooms, and low-end windows.
It's going to break through VWAP, guys.
Are only 7 to 10 years old.
It's going to break through VWAP.
Ted, there's so many window companies out there.
Jesus Christ, you're fucking kidding me.
Besides being the full-service replacement window division of Anderson, we're the company people tend to call when they're particular about their home. They don't want just any old window or any old installer.
So your standards for installers are pretty high, right?
Yeah, Brian, you can have the best window or door in the world, and if it's not installed correctly, it's going to fail. So we don't hire these jack-of-all-trades installers that do gutters and siding on the side. Our window installation teams do our windows year in, year out, and have done thousands of them.
Anytime a homeowner has to deal with multiple home improvement companies, they get stuck.
It already tested it.
Yeah, with other companies,
Yeah, I know that it's going to go up to test it, but I feel like it already tested it there. And it's not even about whether, you know what I mean, that it's going to test VWAP or not. Look at that. That's not what you want. And this is not what you want. You do not want this for follow through. You don't want a decrease in volume. They're holding this level up here, and where's that line up with? And watch that 9 EMA there. I mean, I'm trying to just get a little follow through there. I shouldn't have took this trade on. I will stand by that. Because here's the thing. Where's my stop? My stop is up here. Because really, you have a wedge where it's going to pop, shake everybody out, and then go. That's what I think is going on there. We'll see if it does it. That's just what I think. You know what I'm saying? I kind of just saw it, and I'm like, you know what? Just give me something today. I'm so desperate for a trade. I'll take a loser. I don't care, even though I already have one. Fucking Tesla, and then look. There's our pullback. So I'm still gonna watch this because I still would like to. I really want to get I want to get an opportunity on Tesla. I want to try and get that I want to get that 172 area. And like 176, like a 176 entry, 172 exit. So if we can get up here, I might put I'm going to try and put this Tesla trade on. I don't know if we're going to get 176. I don't know if we're going to get it. And this is what I was looking for, right? That bear flag, break out, and then to the downside. It's taking a little bit of time. And like, you know, we consolidate during lunch. And then look for like an end of the day pullback.
Welcome back. Bank stocks moving higher today. Take a look at shares of Goldman Sachs notching once again all-time highs. JP Morgan also.
Hold up, did we just get it? Hold on. No, we didn't get 176, but
lost some momentum in the session. Now the sector
damn, look at that level right there. It's a nice level. They're saying Goldman Sachs has it's up nicely today. That thing is just a freight train. If anybody's looking for like an easy long, man, look for that. For what's already strong, like Goldman Sachs is it's just a freight train, right? If you're looking for an easy trade, there's a break. And they make it so easy. Look at this previous double top high. You know what I mean? Which I should be there too. I should be there. I don't know why I'm not. I keep bringing financials up in the morning. So look at that. Double top, pull back, boom. Like, these are easy trades. Come on, Tesla. You want to give me 176? That'd be cool.
About 2 hours into trading, let's go post to post with Bob Cassoni for a look at what else is moving today. Bob.
Let's go. Give me 176, baby. Let's go. Look at that little increase in volume there. Let's go. Gonna got there, Tesla got there. Can you give me fucking flipping 10%? I'm fighting for like 10, 15% on this thing. I should have never traded it. It moves so slow. It's strong. It's got AI news. I mean, I don't know. I'll hold it. We'll see what happens. I'm going to delete all this. Yeah, a lot of regional banks are moving. Wells Fargo, like, so financials have been really strong lately. OVO.
Avalon Bay is a very famous apartment REIT. This is a new 52-week high. It's amazing you think there'd be no REITs on a 52-week high after the terrible year they had, but they are advancing, and that's very important. Elsewhere, we've got some industrials up. Eaton, of course, has become an AI darling in the industrial space. They're very big in the power management business. That's very susceptible.
All right, I'm taking a piece off right here.
that one. Elsewhere in global metals, gold's
I took it just a little bit off right there on Google. Let's get the break. Just in case it doesn't break and it tries to run back, you're screwed. You'd be screwed. If this thing goes back to test VWAP, you're down and you're red. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. There we go. Come on, we can get that 10%. Come on. Do it. You can do it.
market survey, global fund manager survey, most bullish they have been since November of 2021. Stock allocations the highest since January of 2022. So, Carl, even the global fund managers are now getting on the
Asking for trouble. Asking for trouble.
Thanks. Talking a little bit about Bassani. Let's get a news update this morning with our Seema Modi. Hey, Seema.
Carl, Slovak government officials say Prime Minister Robert Fico is in life-threatening condition after being shot in the stomach earlier today. They added that he was airlifted to a higher-level hospital.
Prime Minister in life-threatening condition after being shot by the shotters. That sucks. That's awful. Biden can't debate Trump. He just lies. They both probably lie, but he lies so much. I just wish that we had politicians that didn't use 9/11 and other things as an excuse to put us in a chokehold and think that they can just like it's like you're guilty before proving it. Like you got to prove your innocence. And they treat the best companies in the world, our greatest asset. Yeah, I took some off right there just in case it does not break. And because if this thing pops, I'm telling you, for anybody that's here that's not in the chat or just watching on your phone or whatever, if this thing goes back to VWAP, you will be red if you entered where I entered. So we took some off there. There's our we're right there at 10%. We can do it.
You need new replacement windows, but you're just not sure if they're in the budget this
And we're starting to get some volume. So this will make for
Well, first, Brian, you don't have to do them all. You could just replace your worst windows first. Or another way to make
so I got half of this position off. There we go. This is what it was meant for. I should take it all off. I kind of want to hold some into tomorrow, like going into the end of the day. I just don't. What I'm going to do here is if this thing gets back to like 108 on the bid, I don't know what to do. Because it's going to bounce and it's going to go it's going to shoot right back to where I entered this. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, don't go back because if you go back, make it so people can't get in the puts. So that means like go further down. There you go. Turn it into resistance. Let's go. That 9 EMA is up pretty high though.
For energy efficiency and beauty, there's a much better option. Our Windows Fibrex composite material is available in 9 designer colors, and it's much more durable than Fibrex is low maintenance like vinyl.
See what I mean? I kind of don't even want to be in this anymore. Because these pops you're going to get fucked. You're going to get screwed. That's a low volume bounce. I like that. I like that. I like that. Just keep an eye if it has an increase in volume there. Alright, let's go Tesla. Just grind your little ass up to 176. Let's do what it does. Take yourself right up there. If you want to go, listen. If you want to go to 176 and or 179, I will not stop you from doing so. Just circle you know what around, and we'll get short up there with you, because you're going to be able to make it a lot cheaper for us too. Stop loss on Google, no matter what, will be at 102 on the bid for the price, because I'm not even watching it right now. Just so you guys know, limit order 102. If I see it, I will be taking it off. If we get up to like 115, 114, 115 on the bid, 118, like I will be taking it. It's not a good trade. This is not a trade you should be trading. There's no reason to trade it. I did not identify anything. You know what I mean? There's no real purpose. Nope. Yeah, well, especially with options, right? You know, because if it goes in your direction and it just pulls back a little bit, especially in weeklies, and you're out of the money, you're going to be red. A lot of people don't understand that. You know, they don't understand how these things work. And that's why it's just like, you just get in it, take it, let it bounce, get back. You know what I mean? You kind of got to be able to, I don't know. It's not for everybody. I will say that. It's not for everybody.
Welcome back. We're continuing to watch the market. Big day for the market with stocks hitting new all-time highs. Our next guest is overweight fixed income, but she's also been increasing her exposure to equity, is predicting small caps are poised to outperform as the Fed starts cutting rates. Let's bring in Wilmington Trust Head of Investment Strategy, Megan Shu. Megan, thanks for being here.
So this girl here, damn, I wish I could play it. I can't because I'll get copywritten. Real quick, this girl, she lives right around the corner from me, and I'm thinking about trying to get a job with her.
PBR Petrobras shares were halted pending news. Company.
I was thinking about asking her. I wonder if she knows. She probably knows a lot of the same people I know. Let me pause it real quick, and then you'll see her. She's a president at Wilmington Trust. I don't know if you guys know her or you guys are already watching CNBC.
Within the sector space, we're noting a slowing of the consumer. We saw that in retail sales today, but we still think that there are some good spots within consumer discretionary.
I don't know why my stuff is not working, but her right there.
There might be a little bit of a hollowing out of the middle of the consumer, and we might end up seeing.
She's got a pretty nice house, too. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know her, but...
Slowing of consumer spending and some increased pressures on the consumer. But we also are liking tech and communication services as well.
So it seems like your position for...
I don't know what's wrong with my AirPods. I don't know if this is playing or not. My computer is kind of like messed up or something. My AirPods have just been acting weird the past couple days.
What do you have in place that allows you to sleep at night?
Well, it's interesting. So we do things.
I think we just maxed out on the
and some of the other lagging components. There might be a little bit of a hop. And medical insurance.
Yeah, so
bro. Pressure. And the CPI is actually, when you peel those three categories out, running below 2%. We think that this gives.
So yeah, I thought about
liking tech.
I'm still thinking about it. Trying to see if we can if I can get in there, go get my Series 7, all that fun stuff that's needed, and get a job there at Wilmington Trust. There was actually a back in like 07, 08, there was a there was kind of a see what I'm talking about, gang? Just can't play around with that shit. You gotta know what you're doing. Your expectations have to be aligned. That's what I say, man. This thing had an increase in volume to the upside. And in order for you to be wrong, you gotta break above that level. You gotta break above it. Right? This is the pattern. Right? And then to go higher. Right? I think this wedge is, you know, you want to go up to it, kind of, you go make it a little bit higher, and then break down. But you can't sit through that shit in options. So you got to get out of this thing. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Just wanted a little trade today to be green. I don't care. I'll take a penny. I'll pick up a penny on a dollar. I'll pick up 10 cents on a dollar. Give it to me. All right. So if I got to make it clear, like that's what those things are intended for, like there's nothing here that says that we should be trading Google. I just seen a little follow through to the downside, and I said, hey, I have a delta of 40 cents. If I can get, if I can get that 50 cents, that's 20 cents, on 20 cents on the dollar. If I can get half of that, I can pull myself out, a 10% gain. So. And here's the worst part about this, like these are that's funny. Dude, she's cute. She's not bad. She's not bad at all, bro. I wish I could put for several off now.
Or defense.
But she's got a big house, man. Her house is huge.
And when you also
and it's
look
one
at
of the
earnings
most
next year,
expensive
which
places
earnings
in
expectations.
I'm not gonna say world, but it's up there. She's up there with the big boys. You're definitely you're definitely a millionaire, hanging out with the billionaires in that area. That's for sure. I'm not too far from it, but no, she's definitely cute. She is. She's all right. You can tell she likes to play sports and stuff and stay active. But I'm just, for some reason, like, I get this vibe that I know a lot of the people that she knows. Like, I feel like it's just weird. Like, instinctively, I'm like, I don't know why I feel that way. I usually don't get those, like, usually I'm like a psychic. Like, the most randomest shit, I'm telling you. And, like, I don't get those like instinctive those feelings for nothing. Like, I really feel like she knows some of the people that I know, and like, I mean, Delaware's a small place, but all right. So what I was going to say is, back in the day, a couple people used that bank. See, that used to be a bank that was going, and I'm surprised it's still there now. Now, I don't know what they do outside of just like whether they just run like retirement accounts, or if they do anything for other banks and institutions. You never know what they got going on, but there was some things going on with like development properties. A couple people got busted for with using the money for the bank, you know what I mean, to pretty much get some development stuff going on in a town nearby, pretty much like on their dime. So, and I'm like, what the fuck were they? And again, it was before 08, so I'm like, how did they think that without like that they were going to get away with it? I'm like, even with like compliance, accounting, HR, like, I'm just like, there's I understand that there's like, a lot of money going on at that time, right? 08 and 07. If anybody was, depending on how old you were, the stuff that was going on back then, it still would have been kind of tracked. That it was, some people, there was somebody there that was pretty much turning a blind eye to it. So, but they got, there was a case on it. I don't know why I brought it up, but I was just saying, they're just bringing up a story with Wilmington Trust, and back in 2008, they pretty much funded a development process for free, without going and raising money and paying interest on it. They pretty much took it, and I'm not gonna say any names or anything.
Here are the top companies on CNBC's Disruptor 50. Number 1, OpenAI, the pioneer of generative AI with ChatGPT. It is now used by more than 90% of Fortune 500 companies.
And I've been really thinking about trying to get, you know, I don't know anything about real estate or running a property. But I thought about trying to get, you know, going after a, like a shopping center or something. I don't know all the legal stuff that goes on with it. If it's just be a one big headache, if it's even worth it. But we could always call Ben Malla. He got the answers for us. We'll call him up. Do the numbers make sense? Okay, but what about like compliance and law and taxes and like the forms and right the paperwork? I don't know nothing about that shit. So, if anybody has any real estate experience with paperwork and the rundown on everything other than receiving a check for rent, let me know.
Really, you know, the AI race has been neck and neck, and the big question was whether Google would really fully embrace generative AI in its core business search. It took its time, but now it's doing exactly that.
All right, if anybody took this, get out. And I was going to say something here. The sad thing is you could probably, if you had an Interactive Brokers account or a different broker, you could probably be getting these for $1 to like 90 cents right now, like 95 cents. You know, and if you're in Robinhood or what's the other, you guys know what that Chinese broker's called? Not Moomoo, but the one that they all use, Webull. Like I feel so bad. Like it's like I know people say that they like their charts and stuff, but to give your information, your financial history and story to the government of China, the COP, China's Communist Party. It's crazy. But I know that on these options right now are probably like $1.12, $1.16. Might even be more. I don't know. They make it real hard for somebody to go profitable. Even like Thinkorswim. I mean, it's not bad. But if you want to pay commissions, you can get these a little bit cheaper. It all depends, right? You got to think about paying the commissions versus what you're getting, what you're going to pay for. It's got to be worth it. But shop around. For anybody that's new, shop around for brokers. And look at their prices and what they're offering you. I would suggest getting a Lightspeed account. That's probably, as far as I know, outside of like offshore brokers, I would look at Lightspeed to, you know, do your transactions for your executions. If you have it, or if you can get it and fund it.
And constantly process it and answer it intelligently. We are building, you know, you can go to Gemini and ask it to plan a trip. In search, we announce multi-step.
Alright.
Very, very complex queries.
Let's go back. Let's go back to it. Let's Dora the Explorer this. I'm getting ready to go grab something to drink. And
very early days.
Very early days. Let's hope they perform well.
Seeing Project Astra, that AI agent, it felt almost obvious, guys, that that's exactly what OpenAI was trying to front run the day before with its GPT.
I was wondering about that. So, all right, Tesla, here we go. We're getting our bounce back. Shit. So this is what I was drawing, was like wanting to see if this was going to try to like have like a failed breakout, shake some shorts out, and then like break down to a new low. I'm going to watch Tesla closely because I want to take this and try to take it into tomorrow. I want to be cautious because we could still get a 178 test tomorrow or like at nighttime, and we, you know, by market open you're looking at like 177 or so. I don't know. We can go find out though. We can find out what this thing's going to do. That's
do it in real time. So some people are parsing through that. I think the technology, from what I hear from experts, is so neck and neck. It's going to be the application layer that matters, and that's why, you know, I thought it was so important to ask Pichai, when is it going to be available? Because remember, Google created the ability for ChatGPT to exist, but ChatGPT
What is that? 167, 168. I was just hearing stuff.
Unveiling some new mass market brands today as it looks to take more share from Tesla in China.
What is...
To Shanghai in just a moment.
Bro, what is this? Oh, that's because it's on the week. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Where's the gap? And there was no gap. I clicked on the weekly chart. I was like, where did the gap go? I wasn't making sense of it. Let's go, man. We can get this gap fill. 172. Those who manage risk by meeting each obstacle perfectly with a trading strategy. The right tools, the right approach. CME Group. We plan, we map it out, just like a golf course.
Quiet mornings in the sun, with portals to new worlds, and fine dining with a view.
4 hour.
Should be as inspiring as your home and the remarkable routine of your daily life. 3-day blinds.
Transfer a self-directed individual.
We might get it. We might, yeah, we should get a 176. Why do I keep thinking I hear her? Are you stuck in the closet?
Offer ends June 28th.
It has often been said by Wall Street pros and small caps, you bet on the jockey. Meet Ted Carpet.
I kept thinking I was hearing her scratch at the door.
He was instrumental in restructuring ID Biomedical, later sold to GlaxoSmithKline for $1.4 billion. Now, ProPhase Labs has 3 potential blockbuster opportunities: an innovative esophageal cancer test, an innovative genetics test, and an innovative AI platform for drug development. ProPhase Labs, stock symbol PRPH.
I thought something is different about my man. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew.
It's Blue Chew. I noticed something different about my man. Bro, she's saying you wasn't doing it right the first time.
Whole industry was propped up by endless venture capital money. Endless because the Fed kept interest rates so low for so long.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
Okay, Delaware injured workers, now what do? Document this injury. Many cases are negatively affected without an incident report. Get a company-issued incident report or download
Damn, this thing is...
Complete the form, sign it, give a copy to your employer, and keep a copy for yourself. Then, call my law firm so we can take over your case. I'm Fred Freibach, and we are Delaware's injury lawyers.
They're all coming?
Those who are still with us.
What's this?
Your wings.
Man, I thought she said I could really go for some wings right now. I might have to order some. I don't know why. That just sounded like it just hits. But good ones, not shit ones.
Is unveiling its new mass market brand today. Our Eunice Yoon has details, and Eunice, post this morning definitely got some notice here.
Well, it should. I mean, that's the whole point of what NEO is trying to do.
I always get, for some reason, does anybody else feel like this? Has anybody ever gotten nervous for CNBC's correspondent Eunice over in China? Like, as you can see sometimes when she says something, she is really like hesitant in the words that she uses and the picture she paints for the camera. I'm like, yo, one of these days she gonna come up missing. One of these days she gonna come up missing. I'm like, girl, you need to get out of there and just go to Taiwan and report on it or something. Go to Australia and report on it.
But he described them as unreasonable. This is what he said.
Our achievements in China are entirely due to innovation and the progress of the competitive market. I don't think it is reasonable for the U.S. government to impose such high tariffs on Chinese electric and new energy vehicles. Besides, who are the victims? American consumers and global climate change. I think it is very serious and very wrong.
Everybody but us. He's got a point, but he'll actually he'll be hurt by it, because if they do the tariffs, if Biden does the tariffs, which remember he did say that was just like Hitler, tariffs and signing off on the thing, and yet here he is. It would cost a lot for these things. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about right here. Man, I'm gonna get hit with copyright, but you know, he was pretty much saying that they shouldn't do the tariffs because not because he won't be able to sell cars, but because of climate change and the consumer. We know what it is. He left out everything. It's about him having to charge more, and he won't be able to sell his vehicle because he has to charge more. We have to charge a price that's going to be what he feels like is too high, and the business is around quantity, not quality. You know what I mean? He needs to do numbers. All right, let's see what we got going on today. Outside, we know what's going on in the markets. The same thing as usual. Financials, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. So JP Morgan's pulling back here. I looked at Bank of America yesterday. Let's watch this level on JP Morgan here. Let's see. All right, it's 12 o'clock, guys. We'll get the 12 o'clock panel here. Who?
JDZG shares open.
JDZ?
Now at $4.80. Priced at $4.
We talked about that this morning going through the news with the IPO. We brought that up this morning. Let's go look at to see what we have on the on Twitter. GameStop. Bro, I'm not. Pete, why you all my stuff, okay? My problem with the stock market is it's just one big casino where the people in charge rig it to fuck over the little guy and make all the money for themselves. Dave's such a fucking retard. Dave.
Apple says beginning May 15th, the redesigned iPad Air and new iPad Air Pro, both powered by Apple.
I don't know what he said.
What I'm about to say is very real, very serious, very educated,
He's
very
just doing
enlightened.
it for entertainment, just so we all know.
The stock market is the world's, and I've said this, the world's biggest casino. And you have people in suits on Wall Street who act better than the everyday trader and like, oh, you're not informed and this isn't a game and you shouldn't be involved. Shut the fuck up. Those people are full of shit. It's all a game and algorithms. And we've entered an age where, values of companies are great. It's algorithms, controlling information, when to sell, when to buy, dips, like John Henry's algorithm. You think that had anything to do with values of company? No, it was playing a game. And it's greed and everyone's trying to make money. And you shouldn't rig the game against the little guy, which is what they do. It's like the people making money.
It's not rigged.
Money
Even though it's
make the
probably
rules
rigged
to
a little
ensure
bit.
they're the only ones who can make money. And it's bullshit.
The only part that's rigged is charging y'all
But
too
don't
much
tell
for
me
your
people
options.
are trying to expose that. People are trying to make money.
All right. Anyway.
Bitcoin, this, that, that's it. Make money.
So go make it, bro. We all see the same chart, Dave. We all see the same chart. Now down more than 30% in one day. And that's still not enough to make money off those puts. Hopefully people did. I hope to God some people got out of here. All right, guys. JP Morgan, look at this low volume bounce here. What seems to be a low volume bounce. Or pullback, I mean. All right. Keep an eye here. We have Brian Belsky on CNBC. He's doing his round.
Consumer good enough, and that, honestly, by the way, is being hotly debated after that retail number.
It's more investing
is what takes us to those levels, if not beyond.
I do, and let's take 2 steps back and really look at this objectively. Remember, at the beginning of the year, people were looking for 6, 7 interest rate cuts, and then all of a sudden 2 or 3, and then there was talk a couple of weeks ago of the Fed raising. So Fed funds futures and the Fed outlook in terms of the consensus by investors has been all over the place, Scott. I would argue that the majority of the upside in the stock market has been due to good old-fashioned fundamentals and stocks outperforming, especially considering what we've seen from the equal-weighted S&P index. It's hard to argue against that. It's hard to argue against the broadening out. I do believe that the market gets a little kiss here from the Fed talking about potentially easing a little bit earlier, but I think this is the final unwind, quite frankly, of stocks only go up if interest rates go down. The stock market proved that wrong, proved the otherwise the last couple of years, and I think that's the true fundamental path of the market.
Belsky's not the only one who suggests it's time to be more bullish and believe in the broadening, too. I spoke with Fundstrat's Tom Lee on Closing Bell yesterday. He told me he is more bullish, and here's why.
I think that $6 trillion of cash comes off the sidelines, and I think stocks break out of this range. And I mean, that's our bet that, you know, May ends up being a very strong month for stocks, even better than it's been already.
All right, that's Tom Lee from yesterday. Brian, I'll back to you in a minute, but Carrie, what do you think? Are these gentlemen correct?
Well,
time to be more bullish? I mean, that's the question.
I mean, the answer is you have to, in this environment, go with the momentum and the trend. I mean, we're looking at earnings that have completed basically a very strong season. NVIDIA, you know, is the big question mark, but we're assuming it's going to be very strong. We've had good numbers across the board. We've had guidance that was reasonable. It might be a little soft on the consumer side, but that's good in terms of the Fed perhaps lowering rates because of it. You had the numbers that people wanted today. I mean, I mentioned it in my comments. If the Fed numbers, if the Fed saw that inflation was reasonable and it's contained and it's not really moving hotter than expected, that was going to be what the market wanted to hear today, and it gives everyone a reason to say, okay, we've been holding our breath, we'll buy some more stock. And it's not just buying the top names in technology, it's buying across the board, and we're seeing that, you know, we've seen a lot of positives in financials, and that should continue because of this. And industrials are doing better, and this is something that, with the tech trade still moving, you know, you combine that and you have a better market.
That is the
Joe,
thing.
what do you make of what
they said? Listen
Belsky's
here.
done here? You heard Tom Lee give his own reasonings, but let's
and
stay with
Belsky
Brian's
is
call.
saying that too. He's
BMO
a
going to
little
the
worried.
highest target on the street of 5,600. Really on a day where we have new closing highs on the S&P, we had new closing highs on the NASDAQ, and we're pretty much going to be there for the Dow if we can hang on to this level, maybe add a little bit more for the remainder of this day.
Just let me know,
Sentiment
guys.
and position as 2 indicators never fails to let investors and traders down. And I think when you look at sentiment, you heard so many people that said throughout the course of the second half of April into early May, well, 5%, was that enough? I'm not so sure that was a normal correction. We need a little bit more.
Well, because it wasn't a normal correction. That's the thing, right? You didn't get what some would suggest is your typical.
And you know why you didn't get that? Why you didn't get that is because the eco data is in the perfect spot. It's in between soft and a hard landing. It's the firm landing. It's the right landing that gives the Federal Reserve the reason to move monetary policy. And because of the advancement of innovation surrounding artificial intelligence and generative AI. And it speaks to the resiliency of the market. And I believe that what we have witnessed since the beginning of May, which has been counter to what the traditional trend is in the month of May, is a rebuilding of positions. Yes, we broke out to new highs, and this morning the core piece CPI and the CPI itself coming in cooler than expected. It's contributing to further appreciation in the market, but this was building. It was building over the last several days. No one should be surprised with it. So
you needed the inflation data to come in to the point where the Fed chair himself yesterday said it was mixed. He wouldn't go and say it was hot. He had every opportunity to say it was hotter than expected. He didn't. Okay. He said it was mixed, and then there was really a tell that the CPI was going to come in well, which it has, and there are factors within both the CPI and the PPI which lead you to believe that the PCE, which matters most of all, is cooperating as well, and the next read of that is going to be in the bulls' favor too. That we don't get here without any of that.
Okay, we don't get here without any of that, but the price action yesterday was remarkable. It was remarkably resilient. I was watching it yesterday saying to myself, tomorrow's inflation report, the market's going to get what it's want. The market is telling you that. It's speaking to you 24 hours prior. So, look, Brian's spot on, Tom's spot on in this. They've both been spot on for the entirety of this bull market recovery.
The last month, PPI came in lower than CPI, and I was like, I'll be damned if it would not surprise me if it comes in lower than PPI and lower than expectations. Exactly what happened.
Ratings don't change at all. Your overweight financials, your overweight technology, your market weight comm services. I find that a little interesting.
I'm not going long here yet. I want to let it show me a little bit.
Healthcare, industrials, real estate, utilities, your market weight as well, and your underweight staples, energy, and materials. But why no changes to your sector ratings?
Tesla on watch.
It's a great question.
I don't want to have a few different positions
and have to
run around
tech for growth and
options
financials for value. Financials obviously today are doing very well. We think financials ultimately second half of the year can, will, and should be the earnings surprise to the upside. Our tech call has been resolute. We've been long-term tech bulls for several years, as we have been in terms of communication services. It was our favorite sector last year. We just took a little off the table there in terms of the big move. We think that the themes of cash, consolidation, and content are obviously playing out right now before our very eyes, especially with the news of the streaming combinations the last couple of weeks. And we haven't changed any of our positions. You know, we tried to change stocks at the end of the month to limit turnover. And that will be no different this time around. But we see no reason to change any sectors at this point, especially given where earnings and fundamentals are in technology and financials in particular.
I understand that, but if we can't have a good economy if we need a good economy to get to your target, right? We need it to hold up. The global economy maybe looks a little bit better than it has. We figure we're going to get rate cuts in other markets before we get one here. What about this underweight materials call? That stands out to me too.
Yeah, so thanks for pointing that out. We're long gold, especially in our Canadian accounts.
I forgot to get long gold
we
today.
don't see Macron all the way down and right back up again. I think it's going to be more difficult for some of these chemical companies and some of the paper companies that became a little bit more expensive to make money. Remember, materials are 3% of the market.
Made a new high today.
Staples are amongst the most expensive areas of the market. We love Costco and Walmart. Those are our two biggest positions. From a stock perspective, you can be very different and have different opinions relative to the overall sector. Energy's been the one that's kind of bitten us a little bit, but at the end of the day, again, we're talking about a 3% sector. We'd rather go where the fundamentals are, and we think we're going to get a better buying opportunity, I think, upon a pullback. If and when the market pulls back, that's when we will be opportunistic with respect to putting on a little bit more sector exposure.
Been a nice broad move from the April lows, too. Tech has had such a quality rebound that it's up 11.5%. It's leading the way. Utilities 10.5% from the April lows. That's the close on April the 19th, by the way. Real estate up 8%, discretionary 5.5%, comm services 5%, healthcare's 5%. Speaking of healthcare, Joe, you just bought Amgen and Merck. And you did those personally. Remember, you don't buy things for the ETF or sell them until it's a rebalance time. So this is a personal move here, which says a lot in and of itself. Amgen and Merck, why?
Well, you're mining for opportunities to add further exposure in what is a bull market, and you're looking within your portfolio and saying to yourself, where in fact can I add that exposure? And I think healthcare is the one sector right now where, again, going back to sentiment and positioning, sentiment not overly exciting, positioning certainly could be rebuilt higher. I also think that what we're witnessing in some of the consumer-oriented names like McDonald's, like Starbucks, like Home Depot, I think those investors are going to be moving into healthcare-oriented names, looking for a little bit of the bond proxy, which the bond proxy is back today, and also a little bit more of a defensive structure. Now, understand, healthcare overall was comping last year off very difficult numbers because of COVID. They're now working away from those comps, and these two names that I bought early this morning, I believe are best in breed. Merck, clearly, as a large pharmaceutical, it's a name that I've owned for years in the past, moved away from. And in the case of Amgen, this is large tech bio-pharma exposure. And go back to sentiment on it. It's remarkable. Only 54% of the analyst community has 317. And that's what the
See what I mean?
analyst
What's wrong with my AirPods? Like, why did it shut off? They're fully charged. Just randomly disconnected. It's fucking computer, man.
Because of a slowdown related to the consumer and also wanting more exposure based on the broadening out theme.
Tariffs on drones.
I think that Amgen
Okay.
and Merck are
Ain't
two of the
nobody
best
buying that
names
shit
to
anyway.
We don't own them, but in the case,
why not?
Well, you know, we're looking
Come
at
on.
a lot of healthcare names because we haven't had enough of them. But that's a drug. I mean, and I think that if there's a broadening of the move higher in healthcare, but they have underperformed.
Let me tell you something. When somebody who has, quote unquote, made their living in this space, and is as well known as you are and as successful as you've been, and they don't own stocks in this sector, to me that says everything.
Well,
that says everything.
Okay, we own other names. We do own United Health, and we own Thermo Fisher.
Regeneron?
Yeah, not right now. We don't own that now. But here's
you know what I mean, too,
yes,
right? You're underweight. You're underweight that space by a lot.
Names, yes, but I will tell you, and I'm just going to support the Amgen and the Merck purchase. Merck has a drug. I mean, they have many in development, but with Moderna, in order to extend Keytruda, which Keytruda is their #1 drug, right? It's driven the engine for Merck. With Moderna, they can extend the patent life by having a vaccine for melanoma that's incorporated in the treatment, which is already very good, but can improve by up to 50%. I think that's going to be a really interesting idea to watch. And with Amgen, they have a GLP inhibitor. They have a GLP-1 for obesity that potentially does not have to be taken forever. And that could be very good early data, and that could be a strong name. And
I'd like to
13 times next.
I like to keep reminding people, because I don't take for granted and assume that everybody knows everything about what everybody on the committee has done. You ran the healthcare and biotech fund at Fidelity for years, okay? So that's why I hold you at a higher level when we talk about these kinds of stocks. You know more about them than most people do. And it screams out to me when you don't own a lot of them or are underweight the sector.
But let's be real. Last year we had two things that happened. We knew that pricing was a concern and that the administration was going to start to put together names on which they could have price controls and drugs, and that affected the sector. It was not a good sector last year. And the services have dealt with all of the diet drugs and the payment of them for the first few months of the year. Now, I think that's going in the rearview mirror, and that's why it's a good idea right now.
My question to you is, do you not see the setting, the environment, as one that is beginning to improve, and therefore you can kind of reawaken some of the bullish spirits which have been missing in the sector? And these two names are best of breed. Look, the ETF owns three other names which have performed really well: Regeneron, Intuitive Surgical, and Edwards Life Sciences. Three quality names in healthcare. But I just think you need more exposure, and I think the setting is right for those animal spirits to come back.
Let's talk a little bit more as well about what's been happening in utilities, which has been one of the best performing sectors by far. It's more than double the gains of the second best sector over the past month, and that being real estate. So I mentioned, Brian, you have that at market weight. I feel like everybody's talking about this space right now. I feel like our viewers are probably thinking about whether it's too late to get in, whether the perception that these are the next AI plays is, a load of beans, and if it's going to end badly. So many people are talking about it. Sarah Nason-Tarano of Goldman Sachs Family Office was here the other day, mentioned it. Daniel Loeb, Third Point, takes a new position in Vistra recently and says, quote, after our investment, the market started to focus on two trends that we think will have profoundly positive impacts on Vistra's future value. Increased penetration of intermittent generation, that's renewables, and an inflection point in power demand from AI data centers and EVs. So you have some very, very smart people who are surrounded by some very, very smart money all in on this trade. Do you believe in that?
There may be something. Where there's smoke, there may be a little bit of fire there. I worry about jumping on the AI train after this big move. Remember, utilities were amongst the worst performing sectors last year. There's a big reason for that, because debt-to-equity ratios were high, and free cash flow for the sector was decelerating. Is that the fundamental picture of utilities? It was beginning to improve. We moved to more of a neutral. And traditionally, we don't like utilities. Some better growth aspects. I mean, we've owned NextEra in our portfolio since 2020. It's one of those names that have both sides of the coin. Side. For dividend investors, remember, when you're a dividend investor, you want to focus on dividend growth, at least provide you with that stronger yield component, not so much the growth component of the income. But we're watching this in terms of there's really some real smoke there.
Well, there obviously is, right? There obviously is. I think the better question becomes whether it's a lot of it is in the stocks, because in a bull market, utilities don't generally move, especially where rates have been a bit elevated. Utilities don't generally lead the way, right? So that's to me the most actionable part of this discussion.
Correct, you're spot on, and that's why if I'm buying utilities for AI, I'd rather buy traditional tech or communication services for AI, not play AI through utilities.
Right, but those valuations are richer. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but but hold on a second. If you take a look at still, even though cash flow and debt to equity ratios have improved, which is what you should be looking at when you're making a longer term investment, especially in utilities, they've improved. They're nowhere near the prowess of technology and communication services. And then you talk about earnings growth as well. And so we like the regulated side of utilities just because I think that there's a real business. And if we're late to the utilities on AI, then we're late to a 3% sector. I'm not going to worry about that. I'd much rather get tech and communication services right.
Okay, I got you. Steve Weiss has sat down. I think he's all checked in, as we say in the biz.
Join us.
Got his mics on and everything else. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. And I'm glad you're here before the end of the first segment, because we're talking about this incredible record run that we've been on, what places we should be. You bought more Caterpillar, so you're sort of playing this broadening story, continuing.
Yeah, so the market seems to just be focused on the cut in rates whenever it happens, whether it's this year or whether it's early next year. So the market's going to broaden out. CAT, I think, is still, inexpensive, particularly relative to the market, relative to some of their other areas. It's always inexpensive to the market. So I've got huge tech exposure in the mega caps. That's still the place to be. Mm-hmm. They will still perform. But I want to get some additional exposure, in addition to Leidos and Textron and some others. I just thought it was prudent to add to that. It's still not a top position as the mid caps are and as Leidos is, but I think it's a good place to be right now.
Very important position for us. $175 billion market cap. It's obviously the largest industrial that we own in the ETF. But I think what's so compelling about owning Caterpillar is this is how you're able to play in the global story, in the global disinflation story, in the global economic recovery that's going on. Remember,
and onshoring. Don't forget the onshoring's big.
Absolutely. 44%, I think, of its revenue coming outside of there. The expectation that you've got the PBOC that's probably going to cut rates at some point. So this is really a great way to get global exposure. And let's remember what we see with the value of the U.S. dollar continuing to decline on the expectation that the rate cut's coming.
Okay, so we're going to leave it there. Brian, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate you going into detail for our viewers on why you raised your S&P target for this year to the highest on the street, that being 5,600. We'll see you soon.
Thanks so much.
All right, BMO's Brian Belsky. Coming up, we're playing the payment space. Both Visa and MasterCard on hot streaks lately, right? We've been doing these streaking stocks this week. Visa, MasterCard, we're up like 7 or 8 straight days. Well, we're going to go out west. Kate Rooney is standing by. We have an exclusive interview with Visa's CEO.
Watch mRNA. I knew it. I knew I should have went long in this fucking name. God damn it. It cleared 118. Listen, I would say
Earlier announced an $8 million private placement priced at the market.
Sorry.
Under NASDAQ rules. That was earlier this morning, 7 a.m. on
I'm eating a bowl of cereal. The only reason I would say, like you know, like, is it done going higher? Like, the move, maybe. And the only reason I say this is because both GME and AMC both, like, didn't take any time to consolidate. Maybe it consolidates here. Maybe get a consolidation here. And rally, you don't have... You know, you do actually have higher volume up there. So you could get a test run back to $9. But here's the thing. AMC is the shady one out of the bunch. Now, GME, not so bad. I said this yesterday that AMC, watch for them to do an offering. That's the part. Some $8 contracts, man, expiring Friday. It was up 4K yesterday. Didn't sell. Now I'm back to even. Disgusted, brother. Yes, I know. If you're break even, take at least half of it off at break even and see if you can get a pump going end of the day. This is lower volume consolidation at lunch. And you stick to a tight stop. I really wish you'd have found me yesterday, because yesterday I had mentioned pre-market that AMC, like, they're going to do an offering. Like, it's a matter of time. And not only did he do an offering, he retired. He mentioned that he was going to retire on top of it. So, do this. Or I can't tell you to do something, but if you're going to play, like, I know GME is, like, the contracts are stupid expensive and you're not going to make no money. Watch for names like Robinhood, or keep an eye on GME, like, even when this stuff settles down, and play GME instead of AMC, because you're not at as much risk as them doing an offering, because they could go do another one now. Like, the second that this pops, they can come out and say, yeah, we're doing another offering. Like, they're trying to take the money and do it while they can. That's the only thing about AMC, and I would... Yeah. Yeah, I know, yeah. Just want to make sure I could run 15 years ago. I feel like a peasant. Nah, don't feel like that, bro. It's all good. Don't feel like that. We're going, you know, we can still make money here without AMC and GME, but we do need them for opportunity, because that's what they do create. They do create opportunity, and you just have to know how to play it. You know. these will cause other names. Remember this. When you see stuff like this going on, look at other names that necessarily like other people aren't looking at, like Robinhood. Like, look at the day Robinhood had yesterday. Bitcoin, Bitcoin obviously rallied too, but like, this has been a really nice day. I thought it was Robinhood. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know. Damn. It doesn't have. I don't think it has that much of a short position on it. Yeah, I would just stay with like GME, just because GME isn't going to do an offering underneath of you as quickly and as bad as AMC is going to do. Yeah. Oh, a $7 bounce. It's going to take so much money, and it just sucks, bro, that they did it so fast. Like Monday, like yesterday, I was like, whoa, wait, what just happened? Like this pre-market rip, you could blame this in part to limit orders and limit and bids, like, with buying and selling, like they're having to step their orders up because pre-market, you're not just, it's not as tight. You can't just market order in. You have to set limit orders to buy and sell here. So that really helps scream the price higher. You're not going to get that pre-market today. If you hold this level, you might be able to get a small gap up tomorrow. You might. See, I don't even know. I would watch out for $6. I think $6 is going to be rough. I think you got to watch this level here. Any pops into this $6 level, you got to look for, you know what I'm saying? You got to do something at $6, just in case you don't get through it. Man, that's crazy it went there. We were told this earlier, too. Fuck, my food is foggy.
What we've done is we've enabled Visa credentials for all of the buy now, pay later platforms that are out there, and increasingly they're distributing Visa cards and enabling their users to pay with.
Bro, I just started to try to trade this a couple weeks ago. Somebody came on here. I would, just in case. I would. I do not want you to lose money. I want you to make it. And we can always move on to the next, because I'm telling you right now, there'll be a pop. This thing will pop again. Whether, like, AMC may not pop as much, but GME will pop again. It'll put in a lower high. $6 and then $7.50. That's what I would watch. I'd watch $6 and then $7.50-ish. So I wonder if, like, Thursday and Friday with people working, if people try to come back in on this name, and we'll keep an eye out on Twitter and see what's going on. I just hope nobody's getting hurt. I'm just glad you're able to do that. At least you can do that. There's people that are probably down today and hurting. That's funny.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kind of hard being Snoop D-O Double G.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain.
With so much drama in the LBC.
Ask me a question, give me time to respond. Unless you're asking rhetorically, in which case the answer is obvious, yes.
Okay, can I ask you?
Yes.
Thanks.
What the fuck you bet?
Waiting
For what?
for this.
Because it's all part of the plan.
Hey, can I ask you something? You ever know?
Let it consolidate. I just think, in my opinion, it's even for both of them, for both AMC and GME, This thing happened so fast. I mean, we were talking about GME before Warren Kitty talked about Twitter. We were trading it the Friday. It put up a nice bull pennant flag, and we actually got short a small trade at $19 on the fall of $19 here. And I wasn't sure what was going to happen, and then we woke up Monday to that, and I was like, oh shit. Do you see how, here's the thing, do you see how the volume is slowly falling apart? See how the volume is like, you know, GME, you still have some buyers, like, you know, even though there's a tail there. This could be a low volume pullback. I think we need to consolidate. Man, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. If this thing goes higher, I'm going to be in awe. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be in awe. I'm not rolling it out, but I'm also not rolling it in. Right? I'm kind of just here. Like most people. Because if this does, like you can see right here, right on GME, watch for this pullback to put like in like a higher low. And you start the shift, right, over, you know, into the afternoon and tomorrow to start putting in a higher low to turn this thing around. I don't think it's going to do it in one try, but it needs to consolidate. It does. You just have to do, you know, what's best for you and wait for the days, what I like to do, wait for the days that it's showing you strength and running and just join it. Right, I know it's really hard to do that pre-market because that's really when it happened. If you're, you know, if people, depending on when you found out about it, you know, because there were days you could have been a part of it, but I don't know, man. That's all I have really is look for this pullback right now to be a higher low, and if you can get that, see if you can get that bounce into like $6 and see what the volume looks like on the way to 6. And I would just play it safe. All right, play it safe. The worst thing that you could do, well, the worst thing you could do is just like not do anything and let it go to red and just lose your money. The best thing you can do is say, okay, if this bounces back to $6, even if you're a little bit profitable, awesome. If you're break even or a little small loss, work your way out of the position. And then think about a new one when the timing is right for the upside. Do you know what I'm saying? And then when it pays you, like, I understand we want to wait for big money. But, like, continue to take it and put it on at the right times. And you can easily get it the same way. Right? It's just you're not being a part of it on the down days. Because right now this thing's going to have to consolidate. And I still think it needs to put in a lower high as well to go lower. So I kind of just like, I don't know, over the course of a couple days, you know what I mean? Try to turn itself around. That's all I have really is just, you know, you get a chance at $6.50, take some off. All right, $7, take it off, whether it's profitable, a little bit down or flat. That's just whatever. As far as not losing a lot of money, right? And then regroup, right? And then regroup. You know what I mean? We don't know if it's going to squeeze. You know, that's the thing is we can't predict the future, but what we can do is, you know, we can always trade it. I mean, as far as calls, if you want to take it off and leave a couple on that if it were to go to 0 you wouldn't care about, then that's fine. You have a little bit of risk on. That way you have, like I did yesterday, right? I bought a few contracts to the downside just in case CPI and retail sales came in like way above and the market pulled back. I was a part of it. The market's ripping and roaring. It's not at 0 yet, but if it does get to 0, I don't care. I spent a little money to have access to, you know, the downside if it were to come. It goes to 0. Like I spent, you know, it's not going to affect me either way. And in order to make, like, you know, trading it to the upside, I would look for this to be a lower high and then to start turning 6 into support. See if you can do that. Like, I would want to start bouncing now on AMC. Here's the thing, though. You have to remember, even if we start screaming higher, they can come out and do an offering and still screw you and everybody else. That's the sad part. 3,200, 3,000, 3,000 to the sell. So you had some nice fills there. Somebody just bought 6. So there's 10,000 shares right there. Somebody just bought or covered. There's a 5,000 sell order. So you do have some big orders here. Let's see. You're gonna find out soon. Sorry to keep going on and on and on about that, but you know.
That I didn't. You had to bounce. You bounced. Right?
What is going on?
The
with
rules
my
aren't a
AirPods?
living and breathing being. You are.
Okay, there's always tomorrow.
When they go up.
I think we're getting to that moment in June. We're going to learn a lot more about how powerful that AI strategy can be.
No, it's no problem, man. And listen, Mo, if you have any questions, hop on, just ask away, you know, and you know, there's a bunch of other people out there that have the same questions, and you know, I want you guys to eat. I want to eat. I want y'all to eat. And I said this morning is, you know, I want you guys to be able to, you know, take your family out to dinner, like do whatever, you know. I want you guys to be able to make some money and pay for the, you know, you got some people in line behind you and you made some good money, you know, to pay for them. And the way to do that is to, you know, first off, we got to take it. And we can't think like, is it going to go here? Is it going to go there? I said yesterday, our GME target was the gap fill, right? So we had a target to the upside, and you can see here, you had a gap fill on target that was not on target, but GME, it was never filled. It was right there at $79, $79.15. But guess what? You still never filled it. You still haven't filled this gap. So, it doesn't have to, but it's not ironic that this is where the GME went to. So,
capital allocation strategy.
You know what I mean? To me, that's not ironic. And that was one of the only targets I could come up with outside of this double top. Right? You do have a double top up there at 86. If you get your money back and you get things good, next time try to play GME. Now it's too late because of volatility. Like, you're going to pay, like, you're going to, those options are so expensive. Like, even if you did get it in the money, you still might be down, depending on what you played or paid for it. Yeah. And every little pullback is going to hurt. Like, if it just rallies and then that little pullback, it's really going to hit you. So, I cannot believe that this is still, oh shit. I can't believe GME did it this fast, man. This is what sucks. You could see a bounce here. If we, look, we just tested Monday's close. Looks like we're starting to try to get a bounce. 2 days, man. This thing was 2 days and it went 1,000%. It's insane. Oh man, that sucks. It's below this. It's below this 35 level. Oh man, that's not good. GME's got to hold this level here. It's got to hold it. It's got to start getting some type of buying going, in my opinion. What is that? Like 32, 48-ish. It's trying to put in a higher low. It's trying to.
That is the most successful iPhone to ever sell. Hold on, why can't iPhone 16 beat out with AI? I'll answer that because number one, it's different with the App Store now. Number two, it's different with the growth in services. Not the same growth, right? Then everybody's like,
Let's see here.
come down. So the other parts of the company are not
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's I know. Most people don't know what that's like. Some people do because they experienced it the first time. To go from being like, let alone, it's a good thing that you were break even, but to be up that, to be up 4K, and let alone to be up that much and break even, and then to lose it, like, it's a real shitty feeling. Like, if you can just if you're green and then you let it go red or break even, you're like, damn. Okay, but that's cool. That's what's up. And there you go, man. It is high. It is really high. It is really high. Let's look at it. 1 hour. The volatility is insane, and that's why I haven't played it. I should have gotten like a few months out, like a month or two out. Somebody came on here, and I started watching it, and I missed a trade because I was watching AMC, and then it like fell apart, and I'm like, man, what the hell am I doing watching AMC? And then the very following week, which was the end of last week, they start going, and I'm like, fuck. He was right. I should have just put it on and started watching it, because it looked like it was trying to do something, and then kind of fell out of bed. So 55. What do we have at 55? I mean, I like, on an hourly chart, I like this level because it has not tested 49.50 area. You can see this little like flag here on an hourly chart, and then it breaks down and fails to hold, pulls back, and but I'm not sure with 55. I mean, there's, I would look at like a 15-minute chart. I mean, let's see. You know what's funny is this weekly chart. Have you looked at a weekly chart on this? This is insane. It pulled right back to the 200-day weekly moving average. And this right here, this 1035 was this prior double top. Like, it doesn't get any better than that there. Like, it's just insane. But yeah, 55. Where's 55? Right here. Yeah, I have that. Or would you say 55? Yeah. 1 hour. GME can be at 50. No. I mean, you're right. I mean, look what it did here. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing is, like, I think the reason that this ripped up so fast is because whatever institution was in this, they really got screwed because this move happened pre-market. And with it happening pre-market, they have to like put in where they want to sell and like where they want to buy, right? So you have like, they could have orders from like 46 all the way up to like 80, and they're just trying to get filled. And then it just rips through their order, and they're like, oh shit, it's past 80 now. Now we got to go higher. So the fact that this happened pre-market is why it doesn't surprise me. Because a lot of shit can happen pre-market. Because it's not like the regular market hours. And you just had a lot. Like, they just said, you know what? They got us. We thought we could get away with it, and they got us, and you see it. I want to see what we do I want to see what we do today, tomorrow, and Friday. I want to see right now if we start putting in this higher low. Can we start making some progress here? You tried it there. We tried it here. Now it's up to this higher low. It's up to this higher low. I'm going to go on Twitter and see what people are saying.
Tony is here with his midday word. I love these segments because I feel like you deliver insights that not everybody is always thinking about.
You got to ramp the pressure, right?
So that's what I do. That's what I do. Now it's on you.
Yeah.
Dude, we should be able to get to
what stands
40.
out to you about
There's no reason
all of
why
this
GME
and
can't
leading
get back
to
up to
today?
40.
Well, for one thing, the making of a new high in the S&P 500,
yeah,
aside
weekly
from
moving
everything else, you got
averages,
a new breakout, it kind of wipes away the possibility that we were going to relive last summer. Because if you remember, even coming into this week, you had the peak in June, you had a cute little 5% pullback, a big rally off of that, but you never did get.
I mean,
to the new high
we're
again.
there.
That's when yields lifted.
We're not there
and
now,
you had
but
the full.
You look at things like technology, to your point, right back to the tried and true. Tech is up 3.5%.
this 200-day moving average is right there at that prior high at $26.25.50. So I am curious. Let's look. Damn, see, we needed to hold this level. We needed to hold 45. 35. Did not hold it. That's crazy. Man, it just sucks that I think that's why this did what it did, is because it happened pre-market. Now, I would watch this level, and so you have the 200-day there. It's at 25. It's like 25.39. Your 100 days at $21, like just under $21. It's like $20.93. And then that 50 weekly moving average is down at this low at 1670.
The company that will pick up, wash, fold, and deliver your laundry and dry cleaning at the touch of a pen. I do not trust other people with my laundry. Rinse guarantees your satisfaction. I've been using it for months now with no issues. Okay, let's watch this. Wait, I'm gonna do my laundry. Better hurry, then I'll schedule. Sign up for Rinse at rinse.com to get $20 off your first order.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life.
Man, I miss these days. Like, I miss 2021 or 2020 and 2021. Like, this is what keeps, like, you know, I don't know. I think this stuff does more good than it does bad. It's a stressful time to sit there and watch your account. You know what I mean? Just the numbers, just, you know, just the volatility in your account. But it brings people together. I love when this stuff happens. I do, you know. And they talk so much shit on it on CNBC, and it's like, come on. Like, let's just be real. Let's call it for what it is. It's a trade. It's not an investment. So the fact that you want to question, is there a fundamental reason behind this, that, the third? I think we all know that. They don't even make over, you know what I'm saying? It's not like they're a mega cap tech company, and like, we all know that. But they are a decent company making okay money. It's not like they're just a shithole, right? They are actually moving some Benjamins. And it's a trade. This is so don't even ask about investments, because it's a trade, and CNBC does it so that they get a reaction. You know what I mean? They did you obviously see that now. Like, look, CNBC lately has been selling penny stocks, like, you're, you know, doing advertisements for penny stocks on their commercials. They had Netanyahu on there today. They're really trying to just get you to talk about them and do this, that, and the third. And you can kind of see it, right? Because if they say something bad, people will get angry, like I will. I'll be like, yo, stop calling it an investment and stop saying that this stuff is bad. It's not. People are responsible. And if they aren't, you know, okay, everyone makes mistakes. They go through one bad loss. They'll understand the sickness that comes with it, and they'll live with that and not want to do it again. Just like we thought the shorts wouldn't do it again, but it's okay to short it to zero. But God forbid a few people get on the long end of this thing and make some money and help their family, just like the shorts helped their family on the way down. it's a problem. And all of a sudden, it's not fundamentally correct. This, that, and the third. No, it is fundamentally correct. Because when you have way too many people on one side, you stand on the other end of that seesaw, or whatever you want to call it, and I jump on the part that's up in the air, I'm going to send you flying. It's physics. Right? So don't sit on it if you're not willing to get thrown airborne. You know what I'm saying? And don't talk politics, because that's the other part to this, is they start talking politics and what should they do about it, this, that, the third. And then it's legislation and it's more of a chokehold that they already have on it, where they tell you and I and others, you either have to have X amount of money or you can't do this. If you don't have this much money, you can't make but 1 or 2 trades a day. Or this, that, they'll only screw it up. Let it be how it is. And look, they're talking about it now. Oh no, they're talking about copper. They didn't talk. Let's talk about copper's fundamental squeeze on copper. You're going to talk about that? And how, it's not fundamentally correct that copper's at all-time highs. Bro, what if GME price is just inflation? This is the inflation price. Everything else is high. Why can't GME be high? I know, I'm on one right now. I'm like, it's just funny, man. Yo, CNBC will piss me off so bad, I was tweeting at them yesterday. I'm like, just don't do the politics shit. Because then you're going to make it even harder for the people that don't have any money to do something with themselves. And when these opportunities come along, you're going to make it so that they don't come along again and can't help someone else. Because there's actually people out there that could use it, whether it's to pay for school or they need to pay rent or they want to get a foundation under their belt, right? To have a life and be able to like make it. And, maybe they want to invest in, maybe they want to do a business and this is, that's got them there. So let's not just talk about how somebody loses money because they didn't take profit. It happens. We learn from it. If we don't learn from it, then that's just a whole nother issue. But I think the majority of us, we get that we do the wrong thing, too big, and we don't forget it again. And we don't want to feel like that. I know I don't. Because I've went a week without sleep and weeks without eating because I've $35,000 in just a few minutes. All right? And I was still right and I just couldn't handle it. Do you know what that did to me? So, and how I worked hard to get there. I did it by saving some money and still took the money that I saved and took it there. And then I had to go right back and do it all over again, twice. Like, sometimes it takes getting that sick feeling and that what goes along with it to realize the mistakes that you made. And to not go back there. At least, it sucks that it has to be that way. But, I don't know, man. I think this, I did say though yesterday, I thought that this all happened way too fast for it to be anything. And I think that's why, is because it all happened pre-market and they just couldn't get out because it was pre-market, because the bids just kept going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. There was just so much at one time. You just got this huge rip and then it just, kind of just falls. You did have a nice tail here yesterday, but, I would just suggest, well, I thought that I could imagine. I thought that, I would be all right. But once it came to the fact that, a lot of things started coming to my mind at the time, right? Was like, why didn't I go 2 more weeks out? Why didn't I just buy time with it? Right? Why did I play a weekly and have 4 or 5 days and I was playing the SPY and it was still correct. I just had to give it a little bit, but I couldn't give it a little bit because I just thought that I was okay to handle it and I didn't spend enough time at that level. And you know what I'm saying? I just had to get out because I really, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It was just, Like, because if I didn't, I don't know. If I didn't get out, I would have been green, break even, and just went on a little wild ride. But it was just like I went way too ham, and at a time years ago when I couldn't, I couldn't afford it, and I wasn't used to it, and I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, and it was for like 2 weeks. It's like a week and a half, really, and it really fucked me up. And look, I had to learn. It is what it is. I had to realize that was one of my boundaries. It's one thing to work your way up to things like that, but the crazy thing is that I was right, and that there was just the amount was just going up and down. It was just the volatility of the amount is what I couldn't handle, and it started to make me think. So instead, like, I probably should have not looked at it, because again, I was still right, and I still had a couple days, but once I saw it, and I'm like, wait, whoa, like, you know what I mean? It pulled back. What happened was it just pulled back, and it was like an hour and a half later, we were off to making a new highs from where I entered, and it was just one of those things where it was too big, and I could not sit through the pullback. But it's all good. It is what it is, It was a learning process, right? It was a learning process for me. I couldn't handle it. So, but I don't want that for anybody, but I do feel like to get that sick feeling in your stomach, to not eat, not be able to sleep, and just like when it really hits you and you don't want to, you're not going to do it again, because you know what that means. It's just like it's like I'm going to say this, guys. It's worse than suicide. It's worse than like wanting to kill yourself. It really is. It's so bad. It's this like sick feeling, and I can't. You'll lose sleep. You don't want to talk to nobody. You don't want to be around anybody. And it's just like, it really is like when they say gut punch, this is literally what it is. And it's like, it's just one of those things. And like, if somebody has to, like, I just hope nobody has to go there. But it is important to feel that, and to kind of get there, to just know that you don't want to do it again. I think it's also the other part. It just sucks that it involves money. And if somebody has to lose a few $100 to get that, I would pay that price. I would pay that administration for someone, right? I don't want people losing, thousands of dollars that, they worked 5-10 years of their life and they just pissed away their savings. I don't want that. But I do want them to know that feeling so that they don't do it, if you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, listen, Jim Cramer, and I said this morning, was, Jim Cramer, and it always stuck with me, is, it's not yours until you take it. And it was on one of his shows, and I just, for some reason, it never left me, and I always just remembered it. Out of the one thing Cramer's done and said, I kind of don't, I watch him, but I don't really watch him that much anymore. I don't know. It was just, I don't know. So that, I like Kramer and all, but, so that's that. I would, let's go to AMC. Let's go see. It just sucks, man. I wish that you weren't in AMC, because AMC is the shady one. Like, more so than anything else. Like, look at this chart. Once you start seeing this, like, and you can't see no more bars.
It's kind of hard being Snoop D or Double G.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama.
If you're gonna ask me.
What the fuck is going on here? Sorry about that. I hope I didn't blow your eardrums out and your speakers out. I blew my ear out. Alright, and broke through the 200, rejected it. 100 day, where's the 100 day?
The Dow currently sits at a level that could be a closing high, but we're roughly about 50 points, just 50 points away from from its own record all-time intraday high. So the Dow Industrials up 285 points, 0.75%, 39,843.
You know what's crazy is like just talking about that day, I literally could almost feel it again. Like for real. It was almost like it wasn't like a flashback because I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, went like, you know what I mean? And the fact that I was right and probably would have just like made my year and not had to do shit. And I could start to get that feeling again just by talking about it. It's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty wild. I really could just I could feel it in my stomach, and because I'll never forget it. I will never forget it, and I'll never do it again. At least I'll never put myself in that position is what I'm saying. You know? And it's just stupid to do that, you know? I don't know. I just had high conviction in that trade, and I stepped it up way too quick, way too fast. You know what I'm saying? And I had so much conviction that I was right about the trade, and I still lost a lot of money. Right? I couldn't handle that little pullback, you know, because it turns into not just a little pullback into support. It's this, that you just come up with every little thing in your mind, and you're like, oh wait, I just made a mistake. What if it goes lower? Oh, like, you know, I could just. Anyway, that was a good flashback. I appreciate that, Mo. I don't know if so. I don't think the craze is over yet. I think it's going to take a little time. I do think that. See, I hate this, man. I don't hate GME and AMC. I love when this stuff happens. There's a lot of good again that comes with it. I think that the price might be in. I would be. Listen, I'm not going to say that the top is not in, because people have been saying that the short squeeze is over for 2 years, and look what you got. They said, "Oh, it's over. Stop this, that, this, third. We know better than you," type shit. And what just happened? It did it again, and it did it in one day, in one morning. I mean, the rally started last Thursday and Friday, but and I should have known, bro. And I talked about this morning. When Benz, like we were watching GME when it was at $14, and it was coming up to the 100-day, and it just ripped through the 100-day, and then Benzinga. It came across, which there he is now. Benzinga had mentioned it, GME at new highs. It went from that $14 to the 100-day, and it just ripped from 17 and then 17 and 22. In the meantime, like while I'm watching it at like 14 to 17, I was like, damn, I missed that trade. Like I was looking at it, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna put it on my radar, and then I leave and I come back. Like I left looking at it, only to see it at like $22, $21 from when we watched it at 14. And I was just thinking that it was over with. I couldn't take the long because I had figured that trade was already gone and I missed it. But little did I know. Here's what I will say about the price. About is the craze over with? I don't think the craze is over with. We need to watch for this higher load to try to be put in here. But I will say that it's not a good thing that it all happened in one morning and they just did it and it might flush. I think it's showing us that the limit up, which is they're trying to get out and it's pre-market, so you can't like market order in. You have to physically put in like the number that you want in or out of. So I think that was a big cause of it. I just don't think we're going to get back to highs. I don't know. But again, I can't say that. This could be a huge pop, consolidation. Listen, there's still a 20% float. I'm pretty sure close to it. You know, this thing could feed upon itself. What I would do is I would relax. If you've lost a little bit of money and you have made money, take it. Wait on the sidelines and see if you can get this thing, because it ain't over until it's over. I'm just going to say that. I don't know what's going to happen. No one else does. They can say the squeeze is over with all they want. They said it last year. They've been saying it the past year for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Let it consolidate. And that's what we need. We need a consolidation for like 2, 3, 4 days. Make a high. Consolidate 2, 3, 4 days. You know, if you get that, then watch out. These things, it's back in action. You know, people get paid Thursdays and Fridays. Let's see if they put some of that paycheck to work. I'm going to watch for that. You know, I don't think it's over with, but it could die down if it does start to collapse. Right now, sellers are in control. But we're going to find out, like, within the next hour, what's going on here with this low. If we put in a new low, which I don't think we will, I think you're going to get another test of, like, high a day or like, at least pre-market highs at $6. Exactly, GG's. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, 17. But seriously, do that. If anybody's like down money, start over. All right, because like AMC's CEO, like here's the thing, and you guys need to know this, and I know I'm repeating myself, but AMC, it just sucks. You know, the minute that AMC tries to go off, they're going to try to do another offering. Is it Resistance Technologies? Hold on. Its fund ended Q1 with over 1 million shares at GameStop. Ended Q1 with over 1 million shares in GameStop. Increased stake in AMC by 7. Oh wow, Renaissance is. They're not. Let's go look. Let's go look over. Oh shit! Look. They've already did it. Oh man. Today's the 15th, so they're doing another one. Yesterday was 200 million, and this one is 250 million. AMC stock tumbles on news. The company will issue 23.3 million shares in debt equity swap, and 250 million ATM offering will help shore up the balance sheet and reduce net leverage about 10%, says analysis. Stock tumbled 22% past 2 days. So I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but one of the CEOs retired. They did an offering, and he said he was retiring. See, Dave, it's not. See, this is what. He needs to not buy AMC. He can buy GME. I mean, it's cool that he buys AMC because it helps people get out and get them paid. But so you got news yesterday that one of the CEOs, or the CEO, share offering AWS CEOs. Oh, okay. So it was. Sorry, I was trying to look here because it said AMC closes equity and reduces debt while meme stock rally continues. I don't know what time these are. Okay. So it said yesterday, and it must have been Amazon, but they mixed in the Amazon story and somebody retiring with AMC. So I must have read that wrong, and I apologize. I thought somebody retired from AMC. I could have swore it said that. I could have swore. Alright, so they're already doing an offering. Let's go over here to Stock twits. Let's go to stock twits real quick and see what people are saying. I did not type anything of the such. Got 550 May 17th calls for like 70 each, 5 of them. I get 70 cents each. 17th. So this week. Oh my god. Yeah, so I guess. Come on. I love caps. Wait. What? There's no way.
Michael, other than rents, is there anything that you think is going to get us significantly back towards 2% in the near term?
Did he? That's hilarious. Did he just post it? Bro, he keeps throwing red in there. I don't like it. The chair. It's just like all these little hints of red. Red.
Convince me.
Like red. I don't like this red, bro. It's got way too much red in there. Like, look. It looks like blood, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like blood? Look. Look at the dot. There's a dot. He looks like a... You know what I'm gonna say, right? Like a murderer, like a crazy. He's batshit out of his mind. You know what I mean? What do you guys think? Oh man.
At least you can talk. Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are.
Hold on 1 second.
What matters is our plan. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part of your plan?
Bro, I don't like the red. He's been doing this red shit.
Of course.
At least you can talk. Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part.
Green was The Mask, which was a movie. I might be dissecting this too much, but Green was the Green Mask for Jim Carrey, The Mask, the movie The Mask.
Part of your plan?
Your plan is...
Of course.
At least you can talk. Who are you?
You can't lose hope. Listen, the volume's drying up here. Let's see. Look, you notice what time it is? It's 1 o'clock. It's 1:15. We're coming into that the afternoon trade session that usually starts around 1:30, 1:45, going into 2 o'clock, and then from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, from 3 to 4, you get your the afternoon trading session. This is holding up good. You flushed it out. You're trying to put in a higher low here, and if you do, this is what I would expect. You just have listen again. If you get any of your money back, please just take it and look at GME. Even if the stuff is too high, like if you're gonna play something, I would trust GME a lot more than I would AMC, because even if it does pop, like we got to take it anyway, because like we just saw here, they've already done another 23 million share offering. That's 2 already. So they're making it hard, and what that is the volume amount of shares. So if I said, hey, go pick up this rock, we can pick up the rock, but then I say, go pick up that boulder, we probably ain't picking up the boulder, right? So it's the amount, right? It's just, it makes it heavier, takes a lot more money, a lot more muscle to move the stock higher. So that's what sucks about that. And you'll have people selling it as it goes higher at whatever price they were able to get it at an institutional price. You know, let's say they bought, like AMC wants to raise money and they're like, hey, we'll give you guys shares for at like $4.50. The stock's at $5 right now. We'll give you, 5 million of them. Who wants it? Any takers? Because you can sell it back to the market right now at $5 and make $1 on each one, right? Or wait for it to pop. And they do that. And they do that in biotechs. And it's a thing that just continues and continues and continues. And the ones that make them money, like AMC, get this to pop, they'll be right back to AMC like, hey, we got more money. Do you guys need money? Right? They'll want them to do it again, if you know what I'm saying, because they made money the first time. So when this thing starts to go, you're going to have a lot of sellers that are in there, at a lower price, that have owned this early, a lot lower. So, I would watch GME, like, to just sit back, just let it do what it needs to do. And if you have the money to buy the stock, your best bet is to play it pre-market or after hours on those rallies, or wait and see if you do this, like what AMC's doing. It's trying to put in a higher low. This is important here. Just, yeah, look, the volume, okay. See, look, the sell volume is kind of just... Let's see if it bounces right here. Here's what I'm going to say. See if it bounces off this 15-minute trade line, and then you start to get it, and it like curls itself. See if it tries to curl higher. See if you start to get this. And then maybe, you know what I'm saying? And you going into the bell, you get something like that. See if you can test high day. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I would look for. Hopefully that's the case. I want to go look here on this. That's just, like I said, I got my money back now, bro. But I was just, yeah, I get it. What I would do, man, is relax and be patient. Don't think you have to trade, right? Don't think you have to trade. I put on a little trade on Google. I took that off, but yeah, look, see, I said watch Moderna this whole time. We could have entered it here and took this long. I think I put it in the chat. What time did I put it in the chat? Is there a time? Damn it. It's all good. It's no big deal. But I like this bounce back off prior day's high. Pivot high, I guess. Close, whatever. This level was nice to get along. Damn it. Hopefully somebody got it. I threw it in the chat. Yeah, right here. What time is this? I don't know if you guys can see it. I put it here. No, it's not. Inspect. Could be sort of a high watermark that was driven by a little bit of excess defensiveness and fear. Of course, all that's predicated on the fact. All right, I got that. I'm gonna go on here and see what some of these people are saying. I hope they understand the how options work, and I can tell Mo that you have an idea, and I'm glad because you understand that even paying. Come on, don't do it now. I gotta look at Tesla real quick because I want to take a short on Tesla. We're targeting 172, so we're above this level. All right, so we're holding that. So we're gonna try to hold that. Let's see. Come on, give us 175, 176. So we're not there yet. Okay. I can tell that you know about options a little bit, which is good. Because, people, when I just read it, that person paid 70 cents for options. Yes. I'm looking for... So, look at this daily chart on Tesla. This is a beaut. I know I added a ton of levels and I had none there prior. Matter of fact, I pointed this out this morning. Look at this. You can see here, like, look at this 180 level, right? It's just a major level. Support, even prior resistance, it was support. You started, you know, once it broke above it, held it, it ripped, held it, broke it, resistance, and then earnings, we get a gap up above it, just gap and go. Hit that 100-day, and you can see here on top of it, it loves to bounce and, you know, reject and bounce off the 100-day moving average. And look at this, right? It pulls back, you know, just sitting there, right? Just like, okay, it's time to bounce. Can we get something going? And it couldn't. It breaks it. We sit there 1, 2, 3, 4. We tested it yesterday. Boom. We got a big gap below us. This volume bar at the end of the day had some heavy selling at the end of the day. There was still, in my opinion, more buying than there was selling. But that chart pattern is so clean. You are not going to see a cleaner pattern than that on like a daily chart for like a break and retest. We have the 50-day sitting down there, and we have this gap. We also have the gap fill, so I'm on it. I'm ready to get this thing. And look, you're coming up into, let's say, today's what? Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. So Thursday and Wednesday of last week, those highs, that double top there, are we going to start turning that back into resistance here at 176? So let's find out. I'm ready to try it. I'm ready to get in this. I am. Our monthly, whatchamacallit, is here as well. So I would just let it go and see if we can't get 176. Look, rejection. This is probably where we're going. 178. So this gray box was our area that we were going to get long or get short. I tried to get short Tesla this morning, but it happened so fast. And it took me a minute to like look at the open interest and volume and see which ones I was trying to get in, and it just fell on me. So it's a good thing I didn't get short, because I almost thought about it. I almost thought about getting short down here, and I wouldn't have made like hardly anything. Well, let's just start making. Look, let's come up with a repeatable process, and it sucks that you just. I get it, man. I know the feeling. It was just right there, and you just had to grab it and make it yours, right? I get it. It's the worst feeling in the world. Like you were there, right? That's a good starting point, or just to add on to what you have, right? $4,000, $5,000, $10,000. I don't care if it's $1,000. You know, grand, you know, but it's not like it's not money, right? It's something, you know. It just sucks that it's inflation. Like, it feels like the old 1,000 is the new 10,000. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people, that's the biggest hurdle for people. So, and I need to start doing this too, is writing down, and I like to go over, I don't know if you do this at all or have done it, but finding the, you know, outside of like finding the best setups and stuff, is like recording your screen and watching yourself trade. It's really good. And writing down what plays worked and why you took them. Like there was a reason why you took it. Like, let's say like, you know, pretty much finding a repeatable process that is going to consistently work over and over and over, that you can do the same thing, you see the same setup, and you do the exact same thing, and 6, 7, 8 times out of 10, it's going to work. You're going to have those few times where it doesn't. Maybe it don't. Maybe it works every single time. An example. I'm going to give you an example. Let's say like we're on Tesla right now, right? This 15-minute chart. an idea, right? Could have been. And this is what I don't like. And this is why I still think we're going to go test. We could possibly be testing. We might go a little bit higher than this 176. I don't know. Maybe it's starting to reject now. If I were to look at like the 15-minute chart or like a 3-minute chart, right? And we said every time, see, this is with a gap up, but every time we open, we break the 9 EMA and VWAP, like on the bottom left of the screen. I can do it here, actually. Let me do it so you guys can see it. Like this would be like a process or something that we notice with a setup. You can add resistance and stuff there, whatever you want, you know. We opened above VWAP, right? Normally, when you get a gap up like this, more times than not, it doesn't just fall out of bed like this. So if you notice, you see where the 9 EMA is? It's down here at yesterday's open, right? Right there on the 15-minute. VWAP was at the time, it was up here. You would have VWAP, like you would see a straight line up, right? You'd see a straight, this line here, you would see a straight line up and then VWAP here, right? So if I have two circles, this is just an example, by the way. And we'll say we had an up day the prior day to the left of us, right? We had a nice up day with volume. And let's say, because again, Tesla does what it wants. It's not like this is a normal stock we're talking about. We look for the pullback and this 9 EMA to possibly hold. And we know we have VWAP ahead on top of us, which we just pulled back off of, right? This circle up here, this pink line would be VWAP, which you don't see it because it's right here, because it sold off so fast, like so fast. We would look for that pullback. And we could look to get like let's say if it wicked, we would either get short the pullback to down to the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, or use that to get long, because we know for the first few minutes we're probably going to have a consolidation in between the 9 EMA and VWAP until it breaks out from one end or the other and picks its direction. So like, you know, identifying where, like when that bell opens, like even like whether you have those moving, like your 9 EMA, your trade line, or VWAP on, or no, whether you have pre-market or after hours on or off, knowing where they're going to be in conjunction with what, you know, the market, like your, whether it's your MACD, RSI, and volume with support and resistance, to tell you what's going to happen in the future and using those. So like when I come in, like these are things I think about. If we come in with a gap up, because my 9 EMA doesn't shoot up like VWAP does. Like you can see it here. Like you can see how, see it doesn't do it here because Tesla sold off so quick. If I find something else like AMD, right? You can see AMD. You see how that VWAP right here on the 15-minute goes to that opening price? It never did it on Tesla. So usually you could say, okay, that wick, right, usually gets taken back, this first candle. Bro, come on. And I would look to be short on a 15-minute time frame on that wick to break down through VWAP to go back down to yesterday's close and or the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, either taking that short to that and exiting there, or getting long there, like I almost got long, you know, AMD today. You know, just different things, right? Finding a process that works every time, and we consistently repeat it, and we make money doing it. So, and that's why I started this channel, was because, you know, even like with trading, like we can, no, this has been, I started this a year ago. I wanted to do this 2-3 years ago, and I never did. And I just, you know, I just said, you know what, the heck with it. I'm going to stream. I'm going to do what I do. With, you know, just doing it here on YouTube, because I wanted to build a community where traders didn't have to trade by themselves. we can come up with ideas, right? We look at the broader markets, see where we want to be, and then we have, you know, a group of us that find, you know, like those trades, right? Another point to this is finding the trades that have relative strength and relative weakness, right? Relative strength and relative weakness, and know what that looks like, right? It's double the volume, right? It's double volume, along with like those candles and wicks that look like this, where there's no, it has like no wicks. Like you see this, see how it's like these bars are closing at highs? These are buy triggers, like, and you'll get like a small wick, and it just keeps trending higher, 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 like right out of the bell or like the first 5 minutes, and it just never pulls back, and it just goes, right? You know, being one person, it's hard to like find those things. But as a group, you know, even if we have trades, like you guys have a trade you want to put on and you want somebody's thoughts. I have something, I ask for your guys' thoughts. Like, what do you guys think about this, right? You know, just working together to make the best decision to put us all in the right place at the right time. And this is a nice trade. Look at this. Look at this pullback to the 9 EMA with VWAP. You got the break higher, which pulls the 9 EMA up to it. It consolidates, which also, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a buy trigger right there. This is a buy trigger. And I don't know how I didn't see this, because I was probably looking at something else. Literally, that pullback, and look, you see what you have here? This is such a good, this is a grade A setup right here. You have the initial morning high right here with an increase in volume. You break it with an increase in volume. You pull back with low volume, right? You gotta have low volume. And then you're pulling, as it's pulling back and consolidating, that 9 EMA is cranking upwards each time these candles close. And then it meets the VWAP. You know, I mean, you pull back, you put in this wedge here, right? This is pretty much like an ABCD pattern is what this is, right? And then, bang. You're coming into 160, so you're not going to have a lot of people, because you want to look at it through the lens of a short and a long, but you want to also look at it from like an institutional, like, what is a person that knows what they're doing? Do you think somebody here is going to risk, like, let's say if your stop loss is below 155, 155.80, do you think they're going to risk $1 to make $1 and like put a bunch of money to work? Not really. Maybe they put the trade on, and that's why you're not really getting a crazy extension here, because you're coming right into resistance. Now, if this line here was at like, if it was at like 162, 165, then you would probably just get a nice continuation. But it's hard. What I'm saying is it's the reason it's not is because not a lot of longs are attracted to it right now, because they know the minute that they get in, they may have to get out, because there's not much meat on the bone. Like, the trade is kind of over with. So it's not really giving you that extension higher. You know what I'm saying? Because the resistance is at 160 and you're trying to get long at 185. That's $1. What are you going to risk a quarter to make $1? That makes sense. But, you know, other people want to like get long at VWAP, or, you know, they want to get long, you know, at support and then sell into resistance. That's what I was saying, bro. It looked like it wanted to, but here's the thing: you got to be careful. Even if it does, like, look, we drew this out. You know, it was trying to put in a lower high here. Here we go. You're getting an increase in volume. That's it. She's going. She's going to go test VWAP. I still think you're going. This is where you're going. You're going to $6. I think so. But there's a big risk with that. It's like at any second, AMC can go out and do another offering. Any second. Any second. They could say, you know what? I'm looking at this chart right now. Sitting at my nice desk in my nice, 60 floor building. And I'm sitting here looking at the chart. I'm a CEO. Get Johnny on the phone. Tell him we need to do another offering. We're getting ready to come into $6. I'm scared that this thing is going to just get to it and then not ever come back for a long time. Get him on the phone. Let's do another offering. That could be happening right now as it's going into there. Well, then here's what you have to do. I know you want to play calls. I know it's like, then the thing is I would do is you have to be comfortable with just throwing a little bit of money on it and just letting it go. But if you're going to do that, I would do it at GME. It's just you have to do it at the right time too, because of the, because of the implied volatility. We if we're going to pay $4 for a $4 move, contracts are $400, and it moves $4, we just broke even, so we lost $400. So then I would not worry about AMC and GME right this second. And don't worry if it goes, because we got Tesla that's getting ready to try to test 162. We can make a shitload of money on that if this happens. Right? If we get a rejection up here at like 178, like wherever we are going to get our rejection, like I can go look right now. See, we broke above 175. If we do get this rejection, even if it's up there at like 178, we can make so much money on this down move just to 170, 168 that you'd shit yourself. You would shit yourself. So we were long Goldman Sachs. I'm gonna give you an idea, right, on why you don't need GME to make money. Financials are going crazy. If you go back to my live streams on this date, right? We can look up the dates if you want to. This day right here was a Friday. Yes, right here was a Friday, right? We said, here's what happened. Here is a playbook trade that is repeatable that will make us money. The market was selling off this week. If you go back, you'll see that the SPY lines up with this. What is this? Look, earnings go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those like third, fourth, and fifth days after Goldman Sachs earnings, the market was selling off. This Thursday here and that Friday, banks had green days, and the rest of the market didn't. So when we came in Monday, I told everybody on here Monday morning, I said, guys, I'm going to look at banks. The market has been sold off, and banks Wednesday and then Thursday and Friday started to go green. Like Wednesday, like if you were not necessarily Goldman Sachs, if you looked at JP Morgan, it sold off Monday and Tuesday. It flattened out Wednesday and was actually starting to try and go green Thursday and went green Friday. So that Monday, I said, guys, the market's selling off. Banks are turning up. Let's see if we can get along. And it was also a perfect setup. On top of that, I had Goldman Sachs as the only stock that did so well, it gapped up on earnings. Remember, everything was gapping down on earnings. For the most part, everything was getting gapped down. JP Morgan, what happened? It sold off. It obviously has recovered since, but Goldman Sachs gapped up, pulled back, filled the gap here, and then it rallied. And along with banks. So I said Monday, guys, stop loss is at Friday's close or just below Friday's low. Give it a little bit of room. Yo, we got long 404 to 406 entry on the 410 calls. And in 2 days, they were at $1.80 to $2.20. And they were at $1,600 the next day. Just under $2,000. With $1.80, with $180 to $2.25, whatever your broker you use, whatever you would have been charged, was around that area. And at the end of the day, they were at like $800. By the next day, they were at $1,600. And I even said on the live, you guys can go watch it. I said, I'm looking to see if Goldman Sachs can make a new high. Like, this was a perfect setup. And these are the trades that I really like, is finding that divergence, right? Like IWM has been really strong the past 2 days. And then finally, and yesterday the Qs, technology was really strong. And the Dow has kind of just been like there. It's going higher, but it's not like outperforming. like the Qs in the IWM. So identifying that kind of tells us where we want to be in the market, and like using this, right? Every pullback's been a buyable dip. It pulls back, get long. Pulls back, get long. Pulls back, you know what I'm saying? And dude, this was just 2-3 weeks ago. It's at $500. Bro, we took this thing from 400, like 404, 406 to like what? It was like 420, something like that. And yeah, it was 420. And I even said, look for the pullback on this day to get to like 415. And it quick, and that did happen. I did not trade that. And look, man, it just, bro, this was 2 weeks ago. Literally, this was 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, this is a trade that I wish I would have never swung. Yeah. Well, that, you know, give it time. It needs to pull back again. Here's the thing. You see how, you can see, look, it's meeting up right with my line. Let it pull back again. Let it put in a lower high or a higher low, I mean. You know, you don't want it that far, but you want this to pull back. You want it to pull back. You kind of want to hold that level, but I still wouldn't, you know, I would just want to get rid of this. Just let it pull back to like here. Like anything lower than that, you know what I'm saying? That's still looking good. Let it pull back to 519. Because the more that it does this, the more shorts are going to start covering that, because they're seeing it turn itself around. Right? They're seeing it start to like, okay, there's no more new lows, right? It's putting in higher lows, and then it's only a matter of time before those buyers are back in control, and it's rallying. So, but again, guys, you guys don't have to trade these to make a lot of money. It's the truth. You can make a lot of money with these, but you can make a lot of money on all of them and keep putting that money to work. You just have to buy right. You have to sell right, or at least, you know, you just have to take it when you get paid. That's all, and just keep repeating it and just, you know, get to work. Work that fucking account. Sorry for the language. Like today, I had the perfect chance to go get long oil. You know, Mark is my guy, right? I like Mark. He, you know, me and him have said, you know, we're expecting a pullback on energy, and look at it. I was like, yo, I wanted to buy Exxon, and that kind of turned me away from buying it. And look, it put in a new high. I could have taken that long. Gold, right? Look, the dollar's pulling back. Get long GLD or GDX. They're up today, right? So there's always places to be making money in the markets. If the dollar's pulling back, look for gold and energy to be strong. At least that's the cycle we're in. If the dollar's rising, you can get short these names. You can get short Bitcoin names, right? So we just, you know, I overcomplicate things sometimes, and I try to get my entries a little too perfect because I trade options. You know, unless the stock's like, you know, up to like 180, like 200 and some. You know, after that, I don't feel like I'm not comfortable putting 200,000 on a position, even though my stop loss is still the same, right? It's, you know, I'm still going to lose the same amount every time. I just, you know, it's just, I would much rather not, I would just much rather trade options and get 10, 15, 20% and just get the move, right? It's just all on, you know, who you are and what you like to do. Look at the Qs. Look at the Qs. They're just gone. This is just a trend day. I'm sure the tick and the advanced decline line is going crazy right now. Damn, it's saying that's crazy. So, I don't know if you guys know what these are. I mean, you can kind of, I don't really need to look at these because you can kind of tell between financials. Why does this seem crazy?
and getting them to help me complete my tasks. How does advertising fit into that at all?
Well, it's not clear right now. And I think one thing about all this is Google probably has more lawyers ready to go than they have engineers. Because
2000, 24. And what is the new high versus new lows? The advanced decline is what that was. But you can, I usually kind of just use the indexes along with like Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Look at AMC. Where's VWAP at? Let's still look at it. AMC's going. Mm. 24 cents. Oh man, that's so crazy. There you go. There's your VWAP test with an increase in volume. I told you, relax. You know what I'm saying? Give it time. You know, I don't think you're going to get back to highs, but I would say, you know, I would say that AMC has this $6 test coming in. I don't think it's going back to 10. I don't. But I can't say that because nothing would surprise me. Especially, guys, if AMC gets above $6, look for $6 to hold. I'm telling you right now. If this thing gets above $6 and holds 6, she might just go ahead and go to $7.50. Right? It might be towards after hours, but again, do not forget. The CEO, all he has to do is pick up the phone and say, yeah, I'm doing another offering. Okay? So, there's no way to know, with AMC at least, where she's going or what she's going to do. So, that's why I like GME a little bit better. Because they're not ready to just issue shares. They don't have to. Uh-huh. Should I look forward to keep the contracts until tomorrow? I wouldn't say that. Or I would if you're up or if you've already split the position again, I can't tell you what to do. I want to tell you to. Here's what I would do. If I was in this and I was making a little bit of money right now, let's just say I had 10 contracts, 100 contracts, whatever, I would take a piece off. The thing is I would wait, and I would have probably been long right here. I would have played that going into there. I would take some off, and then what I would do is I would look for a pullback off of VWAP here, and I would say if we break this level, I'm going to get out. If we break this area, then I'm going to sell the rest. Because this down move would start to show, like, it's still putting in a higher low, but this far of a pullback, right? This far of a pullback pretty much means you're probably going to put in a lower high. And now it's starting to shift towards, you know, it's hard to explain, man. Because we never know. Again, we never know. It would have to slant like that. Let's just see what it does. If it does this right here, it pulls back this far, and it starts to turn. Yeah, because look, it would turn this into resistance right there, and they would just want to be all over this thing, and they would just try to send this thing lower. So, I don't know, man. See if you can get to $6. See if you can break VWAP. That's first. That's the first thing. So we broke it here with no VWAP. Okay, so we are above VWAP. Okay, cool. Yeah, let it pull back. Look for... Okay. Sorry, what is this? 2 minute? Oh, man, that's a 2... Look at this chart here on the top right-hand side. And the 15-minute chart. That's what you want to look at. This chart here and that chart. Really just this chart. This chart's fine. You got to get above $6. Look, here's why. You got yesterday's low, and you got Monday's pivot high there. Right? It's all coming in there if you look at that 15-minute chart. And look, now you're above the 9 EMA. on the 15-minute chart. So see if that's an entry point. People start buying there. That's what they're for. Right? That's where people like, you know, the 90 MA like tells you there's a trend, and if that trend is in place to, you know, where you can buy it or sell it. Like here, right? You're cranking down. What's it do? It pops right into where? The 90 MA. You see those tails? That's because they're using that 90 MA, and that's where they're placing their orders. Right? And you have a bear flag there, and they're placing their sell orders right there on that line to reject it. And then that gap down there, like once you separate yourself from it, you take pieces off, right? And as it goes back into it, so, you know, you want it to continue. Now it's not doing anything because we're trading sideways. And look, this was our first right there. That was our first. That's a buy trigger. And look, you're starting to get volume off of that. Look at the volume. The highest volume of the day came on support at the 90 MA VWAP cross. For a reason. They know what that is. They're like, oh shit. Do we solidify right now a trend to the upside? Let's find out. How is my laptop dying? I would look for, again though, I would look for this to hold right here. I would look to find this area support. I want to start grinding up to $6. I would look for $6. That's what I would look for. $6. That's your line in the sand, in my opinion. You got it. You're either going to reject $6 and you're going to see a lot of volume come in to the sell side, or you're going to get an increase in volume to the buy side and you're going to break it. Right? It's either you're going to break it, kind of hold it, and, you know, kind of like test the gap, test yesterday's close, and try to find 750. So let it pull back a little bit and see if those buyers step in. We'll find out right here soon. Like on this little pullback, you want it to be met with a bunch of buyers here. You don't want to see this thing trade sideways, in my opinion. Oh no, it did not clear it. Did it just fail to hold that? It just failed to hold that pivot high there. Hold on, it's still holding it. You look at the time it sells. You see how fast it's going? It wasn't this fast earlier. That's because you're at a point now where sellers are going to try and keep this thing down, but buyers are trying to hold it up. Don't want to break that 90 MA there. Watch this time in sales here. See if you see a lot of green orders start to come in there. You can see, look at all the green orders. Why is that? See all those green orders that are sitting there? Because they're using that as an area to buy. That's not good. Oh, man. That's low volume. They might try to shake them out. This is the battle. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Right? You see how quick it went down? You seen all the buyers that stepped in there? You have to replay that. You have to replay that. You have to go back and record that, replay that. Because that right there was trading. And they look how no volume came in. Right? It's still hard. They tried to shake them out. They tried to shake people out there. It just hit a bunch of those buy orders. That's funny. You really saw right there all the orders that are here that are saying, you know what? I'm going to know pretty damn quickly if I'm right or if I'm wrong. We got to hold this level. It already broke it. It broke it. But you have the 90 MA. So I'm going to draw a line here. And we'll see if it wedges itself at 558. See if it puts itself into like a wedge between that support level and the 90 MA. But it's flattening out. There's not big buy orders coming in here or fills. Like I'm seeing 6,000 to the sell side. I think I seen 3 to the upside, 3,000 to the buy side that was filled. 17 to the sell side. Too fast. There was a 2,000 I saw there to the buy. 1,000 to the buy, 2,000 to the buy. Well, really, it's 2 orders of 1,000. 3 orders of 1,000 sell. 3,000 to the buy. Let's go. 5,000, 5,200, $4,000 to the sell side. They're just trying to stomp this thing down. They're trying to keep it down. Fuck, it's going too quick. You're battling this area right here. You're battling the 9 EMA. Either this level's going to break and this is going to hold, or this is going to break and that's going to act as resistance. You're in like a pennant right now, right? It's kind of like this. Which one's going to break? That sucks. It's going to start turning this into resistance, isn't it? Any number and just get out today. Well, like I said, this is the level. You know what I mean? Or no, it was $6. Come on, AMC, you can do this. You can turn itself around. This is lower volume, so don't give up yet. Don't give up yet. They're not in control just yet. I think this is trying to shake people out of orders, because this isn't some serious volume. Look at all, they're at 8,000 to the buy side, 2.5 to the buy side. Look, is it those shorts that are getting scared again? You know, there's some big orders getting thrown around here, and I did not see anything like that to the sell side. I didn't see anything over 4,000. Well, what did we see, 4 or 5? I can't remember. There's 4,000 to the buy side again. So you're getting some big orders to the. There's 4 to the sell, 2, 1,000 to the 8,000, 3,000 to the buy side. So you're getting some big orders there. It's a mixed bag. 4,000 to the buy side, 3,000 to the sell side. But I have not seen an 8,000 sell order yet. Not that one order getting filled matters. It's just, you know, 5,000 to the sell side, 2,500.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it.
Was that 55? So $5.53, 552, 54. So level 2 also is right here to the bottom left. Sorry I didn't have it out. That's why it's important to use both time frames. And look, we're getting an increase in volume on the 15-minute chart so far. All right, these are all the things that it takes to be. You got to practice trading to get good at it. Oh no, that's not good, guys. Look, I'm sorry, Mo. Mo, look at that. Look at the volume on that 3-minute. There's no volume there on the break. I would sell some there. Watch out. Oh, wait. That could start something. Hold on. But look at the volume. There it goes. Oh. See, I don't know. I can't even trade that. There it goes. I mean, we saw all those huge orders. But it might get... Does it get stuffed? I knew this was going to be an inflection point, right? Understanding right there at 553, 554, that 550 area, 559, that was an inflection point. That was an inflection point right there. Because that was going to solidify, hey, what was resistance is about to turn into support. And these guys that are coming to turn my area into support, they have volume. There's a lot of them. Like, Joe, you're not listening to me. There's 100,000 fucking guys out there. What am I going to do with them? Let's go. Run. You know what I'm saying? In other words. So let's see if you can't. You got now you've got room to $6. What you do at $6 is you're going to have to watch your level 2 time and sales. You know, kind of get a understanding. Watch your chart and see what they're doing. I'm going to go back to the other chart so I can watch Tesla, because I really want to get Tesla short. I really want to take I need me a nice position this week. I'm so pissed that I missed Tesla this morning. Listen to him, deep into the red. Oh, stop. Wait, did GME do an offering too?
on the overall market front. The
Oh, GME's halted. GME's halted.
in about 160 points of 40,000 for the first time. S&P up 1%. Nasdaq up
Oh shit. All right, let's see here. Let's see here.
moves are being fueled by that cooler than expected inflation report out this morning. And here to dive deeper is James Demert, Chief Investment Officer with Main Street Research, and Kathy Bosjancic, Senior Vice President and Chief Economist at Nationwide Mutual. James, let me begin with you. You see the economy as kind of right where the Fed you think would.
Yo, this is awesome, bro. I love this shit.
Inflation is too high for their taste. But so you don't think the Fed will cut rates at all this year, and you think we're in the incipient stages of a nice bull run.
I might go buy some. I'm gonna watch this, and I might buy some with you guys. I'll let you guys know if I do. I'm gonna
right where they want it. I know the market would love them to lower rates, but you know, think about it. GDP north of 4%. You've got employment very strong, and wow, corporate profits coming in way better than expected. These are the hallmarks of a new business cycle, one that's really productivity based with the AI tailwinds. And you can have these kind of environments. The last time we had it was 20 years ago. Tyler, you and I might remember that from the 90s.
GME's halted. GME is halted.
Attention on rates, maybe not enough attention on earnings, number one.
I'm going to. Wait, wait, GME, AMC. I'm gonna buy the stock itself. And I'm looking here. This level. Look for. Oh no. God damn it. All right. So this isn't cool. This isn't cool. Look at this. That's not really what you want to see. You don't want to see an increase in volume there on the pullback, right? You want an increase in volume on the break at that level. And a low volume pullback, but just to say there wasn't some buying in there. Let's see. You gotta hold this level. I think it would be okay to consolidate, to bring this up, and then like, I don't know, what is this, a 3-minute chart? In like 6 minutes or so.
If the Fed gets this right, we get a soft landing, that is good for the equity market. I don't think at this point that we're in, the early part of a news cycle. We're probably.
I would look to try and get like the next candle be a buyer.
James, although if you think this
Let's
is
see.
90s boom, and I'm sympathetic to that point of view.
So you can see this, right? Like this little bear flag, right? It breaks down. Failed breakdown, it breaks up, and then look for the pullback. Boop. They don't end well. I think we all know that, okay? It's fine. But it also, the headline shouldn't be, this doesn't end well. It should be the amount of opportunity that this creates for individuals if they do it correctly. The only way you can win is if you take somebody else's money. Not necessarily, but that's for the most part how it works. It's not going to give it to me, and that's good. That's good. Oh my God, look at that rejection, man. I hope people are taking profits. You see how quickly it got off of 580? Watch 580 again. Watch if we test that level, and let's watch the orders that are coming through there. Because that was no joke rejection. You hit it, and the second you wicked into that, it just said whoop, and it flushed. And it flushed right off of it. But the longer we run, see, here's the thing too. On the other side of this, the glass half full, glass half empty, the longer you stay here at 580, the more they run out of shares to sell. That's the other side to the script. They don't just have 20,000 to just make it a resistance level over and over and over and over and over again, right? They only have so many shares that they can do that. What they just did to come in with like a pile of shares to sell and they just shit on it. They can only poop so many times. So, what's it going to be? The buyers have shorts on their behind them too, right? Instead of just being a seller, all you're doing is selling shares. At least buyers have sellers that turn into buyers. So it's like, you know what I mean? Pick a side. I'd rather be on the buy side. They got, you know what I mean? They're playing both sides of the field. They play offense and defense. They make defense play offense. So that's how good they play or that's how good the Bulls play offense. Is the people that are on defense, they actually turn offensive. I know that didn't really make any sense, but I couldn't think of like a description where that, like, you know, where it like where it like turns into like a long. Come on. I wonder if Powell's trading GME and AMC. Powell, you out here joining? Yo, I feel like Powell acts like an asshole sometimes, but like deep down inside he's cool. Likes to play the guitar, used to have a rock band type shit. But he's got a little asshole in him. I can see it. Alright, so here it is. Please, if anybody's joined us for the first time, welcome. We're glad to have you. Watch this. If you're up money, please take some off the table. That's all I ask. I just ask that you take it home to your family, because AMC is the bad one in this. It's just this. They have so much debt. And don't worry about if it goes higher. I'm not saying to take. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but just make it easier on yourself for worst case scenario. Because let's not forget, even if they don't do offerings and this thing goes lower, the worst case, what could really make you sick is if it goes higher and your broker shuts down and you can't even sell or get out, right? Which is something that could happen. Oh, they have Jim Bianco back on here. Wait, do we have a bond auction today? Well, I know we have bond auctions every day, but sorry, I didn't see the chat. Oh, all right. Yeah, I did see the chat, actually. Come on, man. Hold. It's not going to fucking hold. You got to be kidding me. That sucks. It's not even going to go test this high right now. It could still do it. It could still, like, hit VWAP and try, but that's not good. This thing might start flushing. Watch out. Holy shit. I might buy puts just so it goes higher. You guys want me to do that? Because if I buy puts, it'll go higher. I'll sacrifice myself. I'll do it. How did I not go long Exxon? I should have just went long Exxon from the right out the gate. Like I said, damn it, man. I had a feeling this thing was going to go back to high a day. Should have just taken it. Look, 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 look. Tesla's starting to drop off to 166 level. Look, 175. Retest that. All right, let's go. I'm getting short Tesla. Let's go. Let's bring home. Let's pay some bills. Fuck. I gotta log in. My phone's off. Give me 1 second. I'm not in anything.
Can get to the two of the Fed. Where's the end game there, Jim Bianco?
Well, the only way I think we get there is with a recession and you kill demand. But assuming that that's not the case.
Yeah, but then when the recession's over, I would think it's going to go back up.
Right, right. I think then the realization might come in that the Fed is only slightly restrictive at 5.25 to 5.5, and maybe 2 rate cuts or 3 rate cuts is all they need to get back to neutral. That 4.5 on the 10-year note might be neutral, and that if the economy speeds up, we might have to see much, much higher interest rates. And that gone are this idea that we're going to go back to 3 or 2% even on inflation, let alone 0. Everybody's kind of realizing.
Sounds to me like you think basically the rally in Treasury price and the rally in stocks was mostly because of the fact that it wasn't worse.
Right, exactly. That's what Powell said yesterday. He said, I'm not going to raise rates. Oh, good. Let's rally the market because you're not going to raise rates because it's not worse.
Well, there we go. We just summed it up for you, Kelly, from Chicago.
Just give me 1 second. I'm logging in and everything.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Trying.
Coming up, the Biden administration using tariffs to keep Chinese EV makers at bay. But here in the U.S., could this ultimately drive prices yet higher and dissuade more consumers from going electric? Plus, speaking of which, we'll speak to a disruptor launching electric school buses here in the U.S. Power Lunch will be right back.
All right, let's go. Let's cover everything and make sure everything is good to go here. Do we have volume? Do we have everything? Are we comfortable? It's still holding 15-minute VWAP, but because what time is it? Okay, it's 2:14, so we have a little bit of time left. Just hang on here. Hang on. I'm just going to wait a second. 2 minutes. Rejection there of yesterday's pivot low. Today's Wednesday. Make that high, 175-ish. 175, 175. Let me look and let you guys know. You'll have to see where they're at tomorrow, but I do like the 170 puts. They're a little far out of the money. All right, I will say that, but they have a lot of volume, so it could be really helpful. Let's keep an eye here. I'm gonna watch Tesla for a minute. I think I'm going to just take it. I think I'm just going to get into it. Instead of waiting. I mean, we technically held VWAP. We're still holding this 175 level. TSLA.
If you look beyond the long-standing tensions between the U.S. and China, you can see the real reason why the Biden administration targeted China.
Do you see here on Tesla? You see how we're going down? You see how you get this like increase in volume and then you get that bounce with lower volume here? You see how you get that increase in volume and then that bounce is lower?
Welcome back. If you
volume?
look
I mean,
beyond the
technically it's lower
long-standing
than the
tensions between the
pullback.
U.S. and China, you
But
can
look
see
what's
the
going
real
on right
reason
now.
why the
You see how that volume just left? That's what's making me cautious. Where did that volume go? Where are those sellers that were there that were so big? You know what I'm saying? So let it prove to you. I'm letting it prove to me that, hey, this is what we're doing and when we should do it. Because I don't need to get short, get stopped out, and only for it to just want to go back and really test 176. Because 176 to 178, this is where I want to be short. I want to be short up here. And that's a part of trading is you know, you don't know. We can look and use indicators and stuff to help us tell us what we're doing and when to do it. Like, I say, I do these things all the time with buy and sell triggers. Like, they set themselves up and it's easy to spot if you know when to spot it. Like, you'll be able to say, okay, I should expect, like, Tesla, if it breaks VWAP, it should start to rip here and that candle extend. You saw it with AMC, right? It was at that inflection point when it broke up higher, and it's like, whoa, there's no volume on that. Let's see if they get scared. And it was a little shake and bake, and that's exactly what it was. So really, guys, you know, I do want to try and get this, like, 176 level is where I would like to get short. If it gives it to me. If it can give it to me. I don't know if it will. But again, you know, the longer you guys hang out here, that's a nice rejection. We should start to pull this down. My target, by the way, would be 172. And if we get that today, I'll take it off and see if we can come in with a gap up to get the pullback. I'm not sure, though. I'm not, you know, I don't know if we're going to get 172 today. I don't know if we're going to get the continuation like I want. I would like to, but just don't know. I wish I had all the answers. I do. We just have to watch it and examine like what's going on in front of us in real time. Because we don't know the future. We just have to try to be smart and say, okay, this is bouncing into resistance on low volume. It's still rejecting, you know, and the minute it starts to give you the follow through in the other direction, you know, you hop on and as it goes and gives you profits, you take some off. You don't just, you know, unless it's a swing trade and you have time, you know, then you can give the stock time. Whoa, it sounded like what's her name choked on CNBC. Listen, I wonder what she's doing. That sounded shady, bro. Listen to this. I'm going to turn it up.
Just a blip. The Chinese automakers are going to come here eventually, and they're going to do it regardless of if there's a tariff or not. They don't have to import directly from China. They can go to Mexico and import from there. They can join a joint venture, or, I mean, they can also just kind of come here from China and still kind of afford the tariff. I drove the BYD Seagull, which is what Eunice was talking about, for about $10,000 in China. And even with a 100% tariff, it's still priced pretty competitively to the U.S. market.
So they can come in and they can still be competitive. That would be one way that they could take on the tariffs. Just eat the tariff and still be
you guys didn't really hear it like I did on the
European
TV.
or American-made brands, number one.
It sounded like
Or
she
number
had something
two, they
in her
could get
mouth,
around
bro.
the tariffs by joint venturing with, say, a Mexican manufacturer, a Brazilian manufacturer, a Canadian auto factory.
I was like, yo, what is she doing
or they can
over
just
there?
establish a presence there themselves. I mean, we still have free trade between Mexico and Canada, and BYD specifically has been looking to build a plant in Mexico. And if they do that, then there's not anything right now telling them that they can't do that. Also, with
Let me
the
turn this
tariffs
guy
right
off. They're not really talking about anything. I mean, they are talking about EVs, but come on. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Let's go. Let's start cranking this thing down, man. I just don't like that there's no volume there. Let's go.
we do have to go, but I want to push back on that thought that inevitably, is what I'm hearing you say, inevitably these Chinese vehicles, whether
We could look for like 172.70 if we can get that.
double the tariffs yet again and make it a 200% tariff or a 300% tariff, or they could put some sort of restriction on a vehicle coming in from our trading partner in Mexico.
They could, but they could also go through a joint venture. And when you talk about the U.S. market share, we're talking about GM, Ford, and what was Chrysler, now Stellantis. They have more than 70. So much better in their manufacturing.
Come on, what are we gonna do, baby? Let's go. Let's go. 1,900 to the buy side. Almost 2,000 shares. I didn't see what price. I could use level 2 for that.
We don't need an engine anymore, so now they can, have freer entry. Even if these tariffs are successful, is there a world where they could backfire on the U.S. auto industry, slowing down the push?
I mean, if you guys see this and you guys want to take it, you know what I mean? That's up to y'all. But I think, this volume's running dry, but it could just pop in at any minute.
Yossi, it's great to have you here. What's your take on all of this? I mean, it's kind of that point Michael was making.
Come on, if we can get a bounce back higher, I might try it. I might. I'm not in anything right now.
Yeah, look, on one hand, while there's no Chinese cars being imported today, they do protect U.S.
Bouncing to 175.
One side of it, all right? The other side of it, you could say, is that it's actually inflationary for consumers. So it does not benefit consumers at all.
I hate when people say it could be inflationary. You could say it's inflationary for this or for consumers this. Listen, they say Trump's this, that, the third, or whoever's the next president's going to be. If they spend money, it's inflationary. Listen, that's assuming. Damn it. Wait, are they trying to get us in there? Are we going to get it? Oh, man. I'm one click away, guys. I'm one click away. I'm one click away for these puts on Tesla. I'm trying to wait for the pop. Then I can get them dirt cheap. If we can just get like one more pop. It's not going to give it to me. They're listening. They assume things are going to be inflationary before it gets to be inflationary. Like, I don't know. Like, we know for a fact things are inflated right now because they in fact are inflated. No, I'm not in Tesla yet. Look at the volume. Like, it just keeps falling out of bed, and that's okay. I think we need to go a little bit higher to go lower.
All the way through about 2024 by about 50%. And so what you had was this decade of, just zero interest rates. People were affording more expensive vehicles. And cheap vehicles were simply not a thing. Come on. The American consumer got hooked on.
Nah, come on. I can't do it. I can't talk like Joe. I was going to, but.
Interest rates are not zero anymore, right? Today,
Come on.
yesterday that the average
Isn't.
interest rate on a new car.
What's that word he says? It's hyperbole. It's a hyperbole. Yeah, I can't talk like him.
And so you're in an environment where
I also haven't tried either.
I mean, people can't afford this. And so, but we built up to this point
Nah,
in the
come on.
economy. And
Come
so
on,
we have
man.
a really problematic
Just hop in the vet. Just hop in the vet. Come on. We got all the money. We can do whatever we want. We're the United States of America. We can do whatever we want. Come on. All right, let's go. We're gonna pop here. Let's see if Tesla pops. Like you get like a trigger, like you saw on AMC, like boop boop boop, like where that candle rips higher. Not like all the way up here, but like you start to see a short covering, and you get that candle, and it just starts screaming up, like or to the downside, where it just like pumps really quickly, and you're like, oh shit. So you can see the tape speeding up. You can sense that like we're there. We're gonna find out here in just a second. Are we gonna fall? Or are we gonna crawl? What are we gonna do? Like, come on, man. I don't want to crawl. I just want to fall. There we go. The volume fell out. Give me the pop. Where we at? Damn. The options are already higher on that pop. Come on, man. Give me 29, 28 cents, please. There's the pop. Come on. Go, 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 go. Nope. Damn it. Alright. It doesn't matter because I'm in it. I accidentally hit it. So, I'm in these. Damn it. It's going to pop now. It's going to pop like in here. Alright, so I'm short Tesla. And I did not mean to. I just market ordered into it. 32 cents. So we about to find out. See if we can get a little follow through. See if we can get something. Come on. What's the SPY doing? I haven't even looked at the SPY at all.
Consumers are been buying a lot of hybrids. The market share of hybrids is at an all-time high. So people are buying these hybrid. Toyota has done a phenomenal job on that because they have focused on hybrids and what the consumer wants.
Come on.
Too far one way or another. They've really listened to the customer. The last thing I'll tell you is
I don't want it to hold this level. I want it to turn this level right here into resistance. I do know that. I knew it. You asshole, man. I knew it. Come on, Tesla. You're such a jerk.
So just a little funny text that I received yesterday actually about this topic. But yes,
I don't know. I didn't mean to get into that either. Now I'm going to get the price that I wanted. Look, I'm going to get 28, 29 cents. Oh my god, it never broke VWAP. I like that the... God damn it. Why? The options aren't syncing, I know that. Yeah, I'm going to make this my resistance level at 176. And I need that. I need this level here to get short. 175.93. Shit. I need to get out of this. I'm just hoping to be... I wish I could sell it for a little bit of profit. It's going to rip on me. Look at that volume. It's going to go higher. I'm going to be stuck in it. Not stuck, but I'm going to lose more than I want to. I don't want to lose. I want to make something. I didn't mean to get in this. I have it up, so if it does give me anything at all.
This is Real-Time Insights. I'm here with Dan Diazio, EY Global AI Consulting Leader. Dan, it's all AI all the time. Talk to me about
Alright, come on, let's see. It's just there, it doesn't have any, like... It doesn't have any momentum at all. Like, it's just sitting here holding VWAP. It's not good. It needs to break it. SPY finally got some volume to the downside. This thing's going to crack me right in the head, isn't it?
Then you want to make sure you have dedicated environments. And we're working with companies like Dell to be able to build AI in a box solutions that they can run on-prem in their environments. And then second, rather than using the most cutting-edge large language models for everything, sometimes taking a small language
Come on. Come on, man. Just crack it right now. Crack VWAP. Let's go. And get an extension of 174. It's going to break above VWAP. I know it. Or 9 EMA. Come on, let's go. Break VWAP. Let's go. Just get down to 174. Come on. God damn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hand over the customer data and nobody gets hurt.
Now the winner came to get it. Even daytime robbery.
Let's get after it. Come on.
That is.
Unless what?
Come on, let's go. Come on.
Don't get robbed by bad guy AI. Salesforce AI never steals or shares your customer data.
Overtime is about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors.
Bro, they're just buying the shit out of this. Whoa, whoa. Did I see a 25,000 or was that 20? Shit.
We got some big moves in the solar and commodity space.
25 or 20. Yeah, damn it.
This is a rare bright spot in the solar industry. They reported last night beating top and bottom line estimates. CEO Dan Sugar told our Jim Cramer last night.
Come on, let's go.
More than doubled. And so the reason why they're doing well.
Watch it pop higher and just break and start a new trend higher. There's no volume. It just doesn't have volume to the downside, and I want to be able to get out comfortably. Like, just give me a push lower. Come on, just give me a push lower, bro. Fuck, it's gonna pop.
Their outstanding shares are sold short, and also only 25% of the stock is available to the public. So this really is, a kind of buyer beware. And then moving over to copper, that did hit a record high today. We've seen this enormous rally up more than 20% so far this year, but it does feel like this latest move is driven by a short squeeze. We've seen a lot of financial players pile in, a lot of trend followers getting in on this trade, and so people are now warning that maybe this is unsustainable. That being said,
Come on.
I feel like after copper
Come on.
waits for so long that it now has
Just go, 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 now, no, 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 now. Flush it, come on. Just give me a test. Again, I did not mean to get in this. There we go, 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 go. Speed it up the tape, let's go. Fucking asshole, you see how it has no, oh my gosh. Fuck. I had a chance there I have it right now again. I just want to take a little profit. I don't want to just pay commissions and be down commissions. I don't want to pay commissions and be down on it either. Come on. Just give me something. Just give me something, please. Come on. Just go. Just go. Just go. Just like limit down. Limit down. Right now. Limit down. Limit down. Limit down. Come on, bro. Just. Are you kidding me, bro? Go, 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 go. Watch Tommy sell. See right here. There you go. We are getting some big orders to the sell side. 2,500 and some. Oh my God. It just doesn't want to give you no follow through. I don't want to sit in this. I'd rather trade the SPY. Give me something. Come on. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Come on. Go. There they go. They're waking up now. Let's go. Let's go. Things are waking up. We're starting to wake up here. Let's go. We're starting to wake up here. Things are starting to speed up a little bit. Let's go. I know. I see it. I see it. Come on. Speed it up. Come on. I got to get out of this right now.
Some still call it luck. Let them. Because you know what it's always been. Inevitable.
Alright, guys. I took that right there. I don't trust this. Let's see if it falls. It might. I can always retake it. I can't sit in it when it's doing this shit. And then like a pop higher, and then it's back above the 9 EMA. Look, look, look. It's going to go, isn't it? It's going to... Since I just sold, it's going to go. Watch this. It's going to flush to the downside. It's just acting shady. It just isn't giving you any momentum. And again, I did not mean to get in it anyway, so I paid commissions. That's what I did. I didn't make any money. I paid commissions. So I lost. And look. See, that's understanding. Look, but look, this is the shake and bake. The volume isn't coming in there on that up move. Oh, look at that. Like, look at this one. Oh, it did have a little bit of volume. So you see it like right at the right time, just a few seconds before like this thing starts to pop. I'm realizing, hey, you know, I'm break even. I don't want to be down and pay commissions just in case I'm not getting the flush, and it's given me a few opportunities. Like, once we've broke down here on VWAP, we should have turned it into resistance. And, like, give me just, like, a little limit order down to, like, right there. You know, I would not have been in this. I accidentally hit I accidentally hit it because I had it up. It's still, you know, acting as resistance. Like, dude, it's got to make the decision soon. Look at this. This is nuts. We're just sitting right in between 9 EMA and VWAP. It's like, it doesn't want to go up, but it also, like, just, it goes down, but it won't go up. It doesn't stay down very long. If you guys understand what I'm saying. Like, it would just, like, slowly, like, okay, I'll go. And then it just, like, puts its foot in the water, and then it just turns back around. Like, oh, it's cold. I'm a little bitch. Right? I hope everybody's having a great day. I just want to say also, I appreciate everybody that stopped by. So the target for this was this area down here at like 172.65. 172. Wait, what is this? McDonald's. Oh, they're trying the 5 for 5 jaunt. They're stealing Wendy's stuff. McDonald's to offer $5 value meal. Oh, they made a new burger that's really, really fake. Look, there's the pop. Will it reject?
During its latest earnings report, the company noted that lower income consumers were pulling back a bit, and CEO Chris Kempczinski said the company would be working on a national value platform. We did report last week that Coca-Cola also contributed marketing funds to sweeten the deal for franchisees who, remember, run the majority of McDonald's locations. The stock is up by more than 1% now. Back over to you guys. And we'll see who might be next to match that, or maybe try to offer something a little bit cheaper.
All right, let's move on. If we get a pop, I'll try and get back in this thing, or if we get some type of momentum. I mean, the 15-minute chart looks good, but on a longer term time frame, it's just, it doesn't really, in my opinion, have the volume that I want to see. You can see how the volume started to increase, and then it kind of just like fell out of bed there. So let's go over here. I'm going to throw a few stocks up here in the box. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to grab something to drink, and I hope you guys are having a great day. If you're not, please learn from it, or if you need help with anything, reach out. All right, you can hit me up on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. You can hit me up in the chat. All right, if you need anything, I'm here. If you have any questions, tickers, all that fun stuff, I'm here. And I thank you guys, for joining us. And the week's not over. The week is not over, and I'm gonna have a week, and I'm gonna have it with y'all. I did not take Coinbase. It just got there way too quick. It wicked up to that 20-day and that 220 level. 220 was the target, but we'll keep. Crypto is on watch. Right. Write that down. Let me grab my cat. Let me grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
I guess if we could broaden this out, restaurants continues to be the one place in the retail sales report and elsewhere where we see consumer strength and where consumers seem to still be willing to pay up. Again, maybe in the macro data, what do you notice in the companies you cover, which is becoming a little bit more choppy with, in the last earnings season, more companies reporting weakness?
If you asked me that question a month ago, I would have told you that the U.S. consumer is holding up extremely well and that restaurants are on the very staple end of consumer discretionary, and we all need to eat every day, so that the category tends to be fairly resilient. The consumer does not want to necessarily trade to eating at home, and restaurant sales are most closely correlated to labor. So if the consumer has a job, they feel like they can, pick up food on the way home or go out to eat. But through the most recent earnings cycle, just over the past 2 weeks, we have heard of much greater bifurcation, that the lower income consumer is feeling increasingly pinched, that they've exhausted a lot of their savings and stimulus money, and with a lot of restaurants having raised prices meaningfully over the past few years to mitigate inflation, some of those consumers on the lower end might be reverting to a few more meals at home.
Get my baby. My baby girl.
Two questions, as I might. You have on McDonald's an overweight rating, which is what one might be if one goes several times a week for a McNuggets, fries, and McDouble and a Coke for $5. Do you think this is, so you have an overweight rating on it. Does this move by McDonald's make you feel better about that rating?
This move makes me feel better. McDonald's is in a great position, more broadly speaking. They are targeting a lower income consumer. Historically, during economic slowdowns, the consumer tends to trade down. So instead of a sit-down restaurant, they might trade down into a fast food restaurant, depending on the occasion. So I think they're very well positioned. And this value platform, getting it approved by the franchise system for a month on television is going to drive a lot of incremental traffic.
I can well imagine. Let me just ask you very quickly, is this likely to spark some kind of price war with its either direct or indirect competitors? Quickly.
Yes, it is. They have a number of burger fast food competitors who are well aware and anxiously awaiting McDonald's new value platform. So I'm sure they are working on it internally right now as to how to compete on that front.
Fantastic. And that was quick.
That was.
Thank you. All right. Jeffrey Bernstein, thanks. And you can hear us, folks, always on our podcast. Be sure to follow and listen to Power Lunch on your favorite streaming service. We will be right back.
That's not good, guys. Damn it. I don't know if that's a VWAP or not. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you guys can see that. Damn it.
Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold. Now that's better. Trey PMR doesn't have a massive call center. Instead, your calls are answered by real people who know you by name and are empowered to help. Like me. Hey, Chuck, how are you? What can I do for you?
FA.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Seeing some moves in the industrial AI space. Seema Modi is tracking that action for us. Hi, Seema.
Hey, Tyler. A number of industrials powering big tech with electrical and cooling technologies used in data center AI. You'll see all these names hitting new highs. Eaton has been at the forefront of this trade. Its market cap has now added nearly $100 billion since 2019. Now, Eaton's direct competitor, Vertiv, just spoke at Bank of America's industrial conference and said AI servers will account for more than 20% of data center electricity demand by 2028. He also didn't seem concerned about capacity constraints limiting growth. You'll see Vertiv stock hitting a new high, and it's more than doubled so far this year. And take note of TE Connectivity. Its industrial connectors transport electric signals to data center servers. Communication orders, which includes AI clients, surged about 36% in the first quarter year over year, and you'll see that stock also hitting a new high. This as we await Deere's earnings tomorrow morning. Kel?
Wow, 20% of demand in the next few years.
Yep.
That makes sense. Seema, thanks very much. Good to see you. Seema Modi. Coming up, we'll hear from a CNBC Disruptor 50 member trying to electrify student transportation. Yes, we will be right back.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. CNBC's 12th annual Disruptor 50 list is out, and AI is, of course, a big focus. To see the full list, scan the QR code on your screen or go to cnbc.com/disruptors. I can't decide which the easier way might be. Maybe it's just disruptor/50. I don't know. You decide. Our next guest is trying to disrupt student transportation, school buses, that is. And just today, her company announces the nation's first 100% electric school bus fleet for a major school district in Oakland, California. Ritu Narayan is the CEO and founder of Zoom, which is number 31 on the CNBC 2024 Disruptor list. She's also a 2024 CNBC Changemeter. Ritu, welcome. Good to have you with us. Tell us about this exciting opportunity with the Oakland Unified School District to supply how many buses and how soon?
Thank you, Tyler, for having me. I'm so excited to be here. So electric school buses are having a moment right now. Today we are announcing that Oakland is the first major school district in the country to be 100% electrified. And what's unique about this is that all the 74 electric school buses that we have here
an exciting
will be on our V2G
day.
platform
Look,
and have
what?
bi-directional charging.
Okay,
And what does that
is it
mean
not
to the
working?
community is when these school buses are
Let me
not
turn this
used for
on.
transportation, they will be used as a storage device to give energy back to the grid
What's
at
wrong,
scale.
Birdie?
And
What
this
happened,
means
Mark?
that they will add to the grid resiliency and also amazing sustainability benefits to the community in terms of reducing the carbon emissions.
In other words, they are both
What'd
a
you do, gang?
consumer of power, but also a supplier of it. So how does that work? In other words, if the buses are sitting on the lot, are they hooked up and then some of the power from their battery gets sent over to the main grid, or what? How does that work?
Yeah, the exciting piece is that school bus is the largest battery on wheels. It's 4 to 6 times Tesla battery. It's also an ideal asset to be electrified because it has a very predictable local commute pattern, and it's not used for transportation in the peak demand of energy, which is usually the evenings and summer. So when these electric school buses are not used for transportation, we are using a V2G platform to discharge them and give energy back to the grid. So think about it that you would
Just give me
charge
one
them
second. I
at the
just
low
wanted to
peak
get something
hours
to
and
drink.
discharge
I'll be
them
right
and
back.
give energy back to the grid at peak hours. It's such a win-win all across the board.
Who manufactures these buses? And if you don't mind, and maybe you can't say, how much do they cost?
So we work with a variety of manufacturers. Our goal is to accelerate the energy transition. So we are working with almost all the partners in the ecosystem. What we look for is the safety, reliability, and V2G enablement. That's the critical piece of it. The buses today are more expensive. They are at least 2 to 3 times more expensive than the regular ICE buses. And one of the ways we have accelerated the energy transition is actually getting the grants from both the federal and the state level, and also this V2G deployment, which gives energy back to the grid and is able to provide revenue back, is also one of the ways to bring the cost at par with the ICE bus and accelerate the energy transition.
All right, Ritu, congratulations on this exciting new initiative in Oakland. We appreciate your time today, Ritu Narayan. CNBC is going to continue its coverage of the D50 reveal at 4 p.m. Eastern with the company ranked number 4 on the list. That is Brex. We'll hear from them at 4 o'clock. Still to come, is the meme train losing steam? GameStop and AMC shares both plunging today. We will discuss that after a quick break.
Welcome back. About 2 minutes left in the show and several more stories you need to know about. Let's get right to it. Starting with the meme mania frenzy showing some signs of fizzling out already. Shares of GameStop and AMC are both down about 20% today. GameStop was up 180% this week. Before the session, AMC up 135.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, look at those numbers. There they are there. I think I would not follow advice from someone called Roaring Kitty. It just seems a little out of my league. I don't
That's
understand.
weird.
I don't understand.
They say it's starting to fizzle out. We were up 180% this week, but
trying to get back
down
in and
20%.
make up
But
some
wait,
of the
we were
loss you might have suffered.
up.
All right, let's talk about the
Sounds
NFL.
like a
It's never a
pullback
bad
to
time to
me.
talk about the NFL. New partnership now with Netflix. The streaming giant now set to air 2 Christmas Day games in 2024, as well as 1 holiday game apiece in 25 and 26.
Gosh, I just
Marks
wanna
the
post
first
something
live game deal between the NFL and Netflix, though the league already has a long-term deal with Amazon to stream Thursday night football games. Streaming,
Right, so
that's where sports is headed. Financial terms for now, not disclosed. The next big fish one here is going to be the NBA contract.
Oh, sure. I know. If you think about it, ultimately the people who are going to benefit most from all of this are the players whose salaries are about to go way up. Because if you enter Netflix and all the big tech giants, and
If inside the NBA goes away, I'm going to hold a pity party.
I have some intel that could be coming with the. I'm not.
Okay.
My first thought as well, but they could come together. I'm not going to say anything else. Uber announcing a host of new products and features.
There's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do.
He'll turn back. He'll be too afraid. There she blows.
Give me some lightning. Again. Hit him again. God's sake, Chris. The whole world
That's
is
a good
watching.
one.
We can't let him die in front of a live audience. He was born in front of a live audience.
You can do it! Hold on!
That's me.
Is that the best you can do? There's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do.
Oh, that was a good one.
He'll turn back. He'll be too afraid.
That was a good one.
There's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do.
He'll turn back. He'll be too afraid.
Diddler's son. Let's go. Let's go. You know what? You know what? I'm going to stand up. Let's go. Let's go, guys. From Canada. Let's go.
Legislations at length, and we have come to the conclusion that instead of regulating, we are going to ape a fat bag each into laptop and pump it to over $1.3 trillion market
Nice
cap.
job, Ray. That's what's
Let's
up, bro. I'm glad
fucking go
somebody got it.
crackheads. Council has discussed
I had a good
crypto
feeling, man. I'm like,
regulations and legislations
spend enough
at
time on
length,
it.
and we have
I
come
really
to the conclusion that
got
instead of
myself really fond of that Tesla drop, and I'm like, oh my god, it's falling. Like, what's going on? There's news. There's news. Because I didn't expect it to just crank and drill like that. I still want to take a position on this. If it can just start to give it to me, it's starting to just roll itself. If it can go, it can. This could start to be a free fall. If this right here, this pattern continues, and this candle doesn't get above there, I mean, this thing could start drilling. Right? It could start rolling like straight down. It's almost there. It's getting ready to roll over the edge. You see it? Like this direction is, it's getting steep. And then it'll, you know, once it goes, it can go. And from what, look at this, 180 to 173, right off, pretty much right off the bell. Like,
since 1985. It's a fairly rare phenomenon, but when it's taking place and you're out of the market and or underweight, it's...
And look, those options are still just a few cents above where, or they're right at where we bought it. So they haven't even moved. So
They have expectations, and one of those expectations is you better not trail the SPX by 1,000 basis points, otherwise you're fired. So we can all pretend that doesn't happen, but
that shit, yo, that shit cracks me up, bro. Look at the lineup, bro. Look at the fade. Look at the chip too. Look at the smile. A little happy, a little evil. I could get a lot of this face, right? A little psychotic, a little just, God, I have so much joy in my body right now. I don't know how to let it out. So there's a couple different stories going on here. All right, I got to get something to drink. I never got it. I never grabbed the Red Bull. Let's go. Finish the day out strong. Let's go. Clap it up. Just like Drizzy Drake. Finish it out strong. Let's go. We can do this. All right. Let's go. There we go. Let's go. We're going to finish green today. Just another clap for Canada. Not for the leader. Because they're ready to fire that man. They said that Canada's bad right now. I'm going to give you guys my Bitcoin plan right now and use it for Coinbase or whatever. Look for this pullback to step in right here, right? We're going to look for this pullback if we can, if it gives us that. Look for right here. How about this? It might have already did it. Watch for 65 to hold. Look for 65. Let's look for this pullback. You have to watch 65 and in the manner it pulls back to it. If it's on low volume, like whatever it is that you're trading, make sure 65 holds. You don't have to make sure, but I want to take Coinbase, Mara, and them higher. I think you should be able to get to what is that, 67, and that should be a nice little trade. On man, she might just be going to, like, this could be buying the dip that we brought up a couple days ago. And isn't that funny that I said, hey, if this is a consolidation and we're grinding higher, when you buy weakness in the midst of strength and you buy correctly, it will never test your entering price. It will never test that price. I know I said it with you guys. And look at it. I said, guys, we should be buying this right here. We'll know fairly quickly if we're wrong, and if we're right, it should not test this area, and it never tested that area. It consolidated there and then left, and it never pulled back there. Because this is a rally and a pretty much a consolidation pullback, and you can see the shift happening. Look for a pullback. If it gives you a pullback at 63, you're lucky. It can still do that. You know, pullbacks to 64, 65, Gotta be long. Gotta be long these pullbacks because now we're getting the strength. Look at the volume. Look at this volume today. Unreal. Look at this. Bang. Right? We bought better than them back here. I called this out right in chat. It's all live. Right? Understanding what the play is. Right? Because this, if you look on the daily chart, this is pretty much a rally, consolidation. Look, the dip, when it doesn't feel good or whatever, you're like, oh, damn, right? Tested it. Bang. I said it a couple days ago. It was just a couple days ago. What, a week ago? I've been saying it the past 2 weeks. These dips, we should be buying them. If this is a consolidation, grind higher, we should be buying this dip. So, yeah. So that's that. All right. I still did not grab a Red Bull because I was clapping for Canada. With Diddler Drake. Come on. Come on, Tesla. I need you. See, it's going to be hard for Tesla to fall out of bed if the market's going to be strong. Semiconductors. Exxon's pulling back, and that's cool. GME, AMC. AMC's back up there at that possible resistance level. It sucks that it didn't test $6, man. I was clapping. I stood up clapping for Canada and $6 on AMC. I'm going to post like a charge on my Twitter for AMC and GME. Like, I want charge. Like, bro, like, let's, like, I want this for people. I want this for everyone. I want this shit to go at least back to highs. So everybody that didn't get their money back, they can get it back. They can get it back. And just to say, hey, I thought you guys said that the short squeeze wasn't over. Look at you now. You didn't believe in an ape. You thought we were full of shit. But guess what? We're still standing. We're still here. And where's that stock? That stock is back up at highs. Fuck with me. Like, I want that
these companies are not growing the way that they were.
I can just picture a meme.
People are using them as like a safe haven,
an ape
and
sitting there standing,
an equity investment, like both.
With the rest of, with a bunch of them,
what do you
just
make
with the
of
nunchucks,
this sort of return
just like,
to what's worked?
They
right?
just
And that's what
everybody.
really has been.
And it's just
Josh
them.
was talking about, you know,
With the
technology
chain,
being
nunchucks,
certainly a leadership on the week. It's a leadership today, and it seems like the money's starting to flow back there again.
They had the last word.
Tech and the new tech, which is now officially utilities, are the only sectors that are outperforming the S&P 500 today. Every other sector is underperforming. That's important for the market overall because tech is such a big part of the market at 30%. But we think fundamentally at its core, this market is all about earnings growth revisions, which is that you are still seeing earnings growth go up for tech, which is helping bid tech higher, even though it's extraordinarily crowded and it's expensive. We have to appreciate that because at some point, earnings revisions may turn lower like they did in 2022, and that's when you could see a true exit out of the sector, at least for a period of time. We're not seeing that, which is why it can shake off crowded positioning and high valuations.
And Alex, we're reminded this week of why we got here in the first place in terms of AI, right? OpenAI has their day. Then Alphabet has its day. Microsoft's going to have its own. And then, of course, we're going to be talking about Apple itself with WWDC. Is some of what we're seeing in Apple just getting ahead of that event?
Yeah, and I think the most underrated piece of news this week, if you're watching Apple, is the fact that OpenAI released a ChatGPT desktop app. And which operating system did they release it on? Windows, which Microsoft owns, and Microsoft's funded them with billions of dollars, or Apple? They released it with Apple. And there have been these rumors that OpenAI and Apple are going to partner on some sort of Siri partnership. And you imagine bringing this new OpenAI ChatGPT technology, which can sense emotions and seems to interact with you like a more normal person, versus Siri, which has been a disappointment for so many years. And you start to see the possibilities. Maybe these two companies are coming together, and Apple does have a vision for AI, the types of which we haven't seen them admit and talk about until now, but maybe that's coming next month.
Is this helpful to the situation that Apple is currently in, where they need to sell more devices, period? Like, we could talk about services all day long, but the narrative around Apple is until they find a new way to get people to upgrade their iPhone faster, it's going to be one of these stocks where people are perennially just looking at like, well, that's fine, you're not growing.
Well, it's because the iPhone's still half the business.
So
right.
Okay.
That's to Josh's point. That's why it's half of revenues, isn't it?
But so the iPhone did drop 10% last quarter, and I understand this question. It makes a lot of sense. Here's my perspective on it. We're not going to see an immediate upgrade cycle on iPhone immediately because of this, because all this stuff was built on 2017 technology, the transformer model. And if you think about it, on my iPhone right now, I got ChatGPT working. I have Claude working. So do I need to buy the iPhone 16 to get the new Siri working?
But Siri
Probably not.
But Siri is terrible.
But it's going to upgrade overnight because it's not necessarily the fundamental technology on the phone that's changing it. But I do think you do have a long-term story here, where I think Apple's going to tell developers, we have this M4 chip. We're going to enable you with our own technology. If you build an AI app on the iPhone, it's going to be the best AI app that you can build. So I think that's going to happen, but it's not going to be an overnight turnaround. I don't think the iPhone 16 is going to be the thing. Maybe the 17 or the 18. That's where you really start to see the impact.
Cameron, what about these other sectors that have done really well over the last month? And it's not, I mean, utilities, they stand out, and it's up 13.5% as a group, but financials over 1 month, up better than 5%. Healthcare, up better than 5%. You've got staples up near 6% too. What should we make of that, and how should that maybe color the way we look to invest in what might be the next leg of this bull market?
Yeah, I think we should appreciate that they are under-owned, because all of those sectors that you've listed have had outflows over the last 12 months where you've seen the inflows go primarily into tech. The one that stands out that is a little bit eyebrow-raising and concerning is consumer discretionary. It hit new relative lows today on a day that retail sales disappointed, Amazon weaker on a day that the e-commerce line and retail sales were weaker. So it is still a bifurcated market. It's not a rising tide that lifts all boats, but you are seeing better trends out of financials given the movement in the yield curve, industrials, some better support in manufacturing. So pick your spots carefully.
You've called Amazon the other day the new Apple in terms of the way that stock was reacting.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon is not currently being appropriately valued given how important AWS is going to be to this AI build out that's going to take place over the next 5 to 6 years. The Anthropic stuff, and then just the bring your own large language model, like that's going to be very advantageous, I think, to the company's efforts faster than most of the other companies that are saying, hey, look, we're AI. I would also point out cybersecurity very quickly on this same theme. Very underrated. Cyber threats are just absolutely exploding.
Underrated?
Well, I think underrated in the conversation about AI. We can all be excited about, you know, ChatGPT powered Siri or whatever's about to be announced next, but we have to all remember the threats with AI will be amplified as well. I want to point your attention to a new all-time record high currently being printed in CrowdStrike. This is a stock that's up 4% on the day with no news. This is going to accompany the AI rally. You're going to see one of these cyber companies becoming a massive market cap. Hopefully it's this one because I own it, but I think that whole area of the market, it's not the sexy part of AI. It's not the chatbot that sings happy birthday to you,
hey,
like Marilyn Monroe.
It's not a utility, okay?
No,
just relax.
Yeah,
over
it's no utility. but listen, as bullish as we're all getting on the potential for these massive platforms monetizing AI, let's remember the protection that they're going to have to pay, mafia style, is not going to go away. It's very important.
I got another story that you guys are going to want to react to. Julia Borston's going to deliver this news alert for us regarding Netflix. Julia, what do we know?
Well, Scott, Netflix announcing in its upfront presentation that its ad-supported plan now has 40 million global monthly active users. That's up from 5 million a year ago and up from 23 million in January. The company is saying that over 40% of all signups in the countries where they offer ads now come from the ads plan. The company also announcing that it will launch an in-house ad technology platform to give advertisers new ways to buy and measure their impact, entirely over to their own collection of tools to manage digital advertising by the end of 2025. Sounds like it'll be a gradual shift. Now, Netflix expanding its partners for selling ads on its platform beyond just Microsoft, which was its launch partner, saying that this summer they will also add The Trade Desk, Google's Display and Video 360, as well as Magnite. Scott?
Julia, appreciate that very much. There's a nice pop there for Netflix. I love what our colleague and friend Carl Quintanilla posted about 5 hours ago in social. The company that once said they weren't interested in 1, original content, 2, advertising, 3, password crackdowns, 4, live sports. Well, things change.
Well, 2 things on that. They make more money on the ad-supported tier, it turns out. They actually would prefer it if it's okay with you. Subscribe, pay us monthly, and also watch these, these 3 ads. So that's number 1. Number 2, I don't know if you remember this, but we talked about when the ad tier finally came into view after that huge earnings miss, and they were finally like, okay, we're going to explore it. They ended up hiring Microsoft. And we all pointed out at the time how important that was probably going to be, and that Microsoft was the technology that Mark Zuckerberg actually relied on when he needed to build an ad business into the original Facebook desktop and app. So this is a situation where Netflix pulled it off. They found the right partners, they found the right price point, and now they're making more money doing this than anything they've ever done before.
Slow uptake maybe at the very beginning of the ad tier, but maybe we're finally here coming around.
I mean, the growth is very impressive, so we got to give Netflix that. To me, hearing Julia, the thing that I was most encouraged by was the fact that they're going to invest in their own advertising technology. Having used that platform, one of the things I've seen is that nothing serves. That shows me that they're undersold. They need more partners for demand, and that's what they're going to go with right now with the Trade Desk and Google, in addition to Microsoft. And they need better technology to show advertisers you're going to be able to buy television-style advertising, and you're going to be able to track it the way that you track internet advertising. If you do that on a base of tens of millions of users and provide them with this digital style tracking, you're really cooking.
This is still
and that's
the thing.
where Netflix is going to be
Alex,
doing.
this is still the thing. If I'm buying network ads, I have a rough idea, according to Nielsen, of who might be seeing those ads, but that's it. I have a rough idea. If Netflix can literally tell the advertisers, this is the age of the 4 people living in the household, and this is which of those 4 usernames just watch
I'm sorry.
2
I had to
hours
take
of
a
this
5-minute
content.
break, guys.
And here's
do you guys have here? I want to get something set up real quick. Hold on one
here's
second.
what else we could person that accelerates the ad revenue from traditional television and cable and linear even quicker over to a
if you are in AMC again, just watch GME. GME busted through the pre-market level, right? That level on GME is $40, and the level on AMC is $6. All right. Let's see. Pivot low. You could kind of consider it like 570, like 580, 577. But if GME can get going, AMC can get going. Bust through the level. Come on, bro. Bust through it. I want some of these people to get that money back. Or like, or like break evens. Like, there's so many different people in this from different places. Man, I want this so bad. Charge. Give me 1 minute.
Surprise, I suppose. Look, this stock is up 85% over the last year, but it just reminds me of where we all started and why we're seeing, technology lead us back to these new record highs and then extend that level. You just go where the excitement. The excitement's been all around these kinds of stocks, and here we see it yet again today because of announcements like the one that Julia told us about. You get the NFL. On Netflix now, so it's kind of the whole story.
It's all about operating leverage. That the good thing about Netflix is that now they have revenues that can scale with their capex and scale with their costs, and that's the big change, which is why the stock can move higher. And I think that's what the tech companies have, is they have incredible incremental margins on growth. When revenues are growing, which they are growing very strong for them, it flows down to the bottom line, which is why you're seeing 18-19% earnings growth for the sector this year, better than the overall S&P 500. That's the leadership.
Guys, that was great, and it's great to have you. All
This
three of you
rally
on this
could continue.
day. Yet another one.
I just have to use the restroom, but this rally could continue in the market. So I wonder if we could come in with a gap up. We're only up 1%, man. It's still a huge day in the markets. Tomorrow, if anybody's looking for pullbacks in the markets, like the SPY, look for that 528. The Qs, it's not really. I don't know. On the Qs, honestly, maybe 451. 451 probably. 451 to 452. So, you know, it would be an area. Q's just made a new high. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I want help. I want to make whatchamacallit, an AI image with like an ape that's like standing there with a bunch of apes like in the background. It's like I have an image that's like kind of like rainy, but it's not raining. It's like after a rain. It's just like kind of like a darker image with like a chain and like kind of like dead bodies laying all around. Does anybody use like, because like I know Microsoft's AI or Bing AI or Microsoft's AI image thing sucks. I'm gonna have to use like Midjourney or something, but I don't have Discord yet. I have this image and it'd be so cool to be able to do it. I just have to put in the right words. I'll look into that in 1 second, but I'm gonna use the restroom, and we will see how we close today, man. What a day, guys. Girls, ladies, gents, kids, young, old. There's opportunity all over this market. I wasted my day with Tesla. I still am looking for some downside on Tesla. It's still relatively weak. I mean, the markets are at all-time highs, and this thing is at lows, low a day. My target for Tesla was at that low 170 level. Let's see here. Yeah, 170. It's like 172 and 170. You have a gap fill down there. But it doesn't look like we made 172 support yet. And I'm waiting to see if we can get a short and try to take this to 172. This bounce I like was low volume. This was low volume of the day, right into there. Tesla's been doing this. It has not been like increasing on the volume at the end of the day. It's kind of just like, it just gets lower and lower like until the end of the day. And then like the last couple minutes you get a rally. Unlike the overall markets where you would see like a U shape in the volume. So
off.
We're green across the board, as you know, in this final stretch. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all heading towards record closes, and that after a lighter than expected April inflation print. Let's bring in Warren Pies of 314 Research. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
How impressive is this move to you in this market?
Oh, man, it's pretty impressive. You know, we tried to do a tactical underweight for equities back coming into Q2. And after watching Powell's press conference, we rolled that back and got back market weight. And so we were pretty bullish coming into the year and, you know, saw potential for this, but still, it's impressive to watch it happen. Market clearly wants to go higher.
Yeah, well, so what does it really mean, though, for where we can go from here? It's kind of the question I asked at the very top of our program. You know, how likely is it that this is the, I don't know, beginning of the next leg? You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to be underweight stocks when the Fed is easing, which they are. I think the aggressive taper of QT is an ease. And when you don't see a recession, we look at the economy from a number of different angles and we don't see a recession. So with those two factors, I think you have to stay market weight at the very least to with the stocks here. But I'm a little skeptical of how this summer is going to play out. And that's really back to the inflation data. I think that the Fed and the market is assuming there are factors in that data, specifically shelter, that are going to roll over as we get through the year. And when you really dig into the details and look at the housing market and what's happening coming off the back of the big rally in stocks and falling yields, I don't expect that. I don't think that the markets, the Fed's going to get their inflation target because of shelter. And so I think that's the one area where the market has it wrong. And that's what I would expect to be the stumbling block. But we can definitely go higher before that.
Then you would think that the chair himself has it wrong, because he sort of underscored recently, too, that he thinks it's so much of a lagging indicator that it's going to be coming down and will become more favorable and will help inflation get back towards target.
Yeah, it makes me really uncomfortable to disagree with the Fed chairman, and that is exactly what he said. And he explained the mechanics of shelter inflation and why it lags really well at his last press conference. The only thing that gives me really reassurance that our work is actually correct is he said almost the same thing verbatim 12 months before that last meeting when he testified in front of Congress in June of 2023. So he has been wrong in the past, and I think he's going to continue to be wrong. And I think the market's taking its cue from him. So you really need to get into the data and roll your sleeves up and do your own work.
Well, does that mean when you hear a price target like BMO's Belsky today of 5,600, you're skeptical of that, or do you think that's achievable?
Well, you never say never, given the background what I just laid out, but I am skeptical. That wouldn't be my base case. And if you remember when I came on with you last December, we said we thought the market would be at 5,200 come May. And back then, I think that the skepticism was on us. And one of the things that I kept bringing up to you is I expected to see strategists up their targets and chase this market as we came into the year. I thought that everyone was underweight, actually more underweight than it felt at the time. And this is part of that scenario playing out to me, is seeing these targets go up above, the market's current level.
He says he
is
didn't
kind of what you see at the
do
end stage of a rally. So
my boy looking buffer every time I see him.
I'm gonna try
and that's
and be
okay.
open-minded.
There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, guys,
try to stand in front
live
of
your
the freight
best
train of
life.
the bull market.
If you want to be a
I'm
crackhead, go be a
certainly skeptical.
crackhead.
Those are kind
if
of
you want to be,
contrarian
you know what I'm
bearish
saying, a real estate
indicators.
agent, you want to be
raise your
bulk,
targets.
take some steroids, take some. I don't hate on nothing, okay?
What is
You're not out
your
here
base case?
terrorizing the
What seems
world.
like
Go
a
live your
more
best life.
reasonable return,
But he said, "Nah, I'm not
let's say
taking
over the next 6 months
steroids.
to a
I
year."
don't do that. My boy looking buff as
I
shit
think that
today.
We're gonna
He wasn't this buff last week.
I think we're gonna be basically
I'm
flat to down.
gonna say my
over the
guy
next
was
6
not
months.
weighing
That would be my base case.
230 pounds last week. I could have swore he was
stocks
like
are overvalued.
$180, $185
and
last week.
I don't know what the
But
sequence
that's cool,
of those
man.
returns is going to be.
Anyway.
But I feel
So
pretty
run back
confident that we're
strategist,
not going to, when we go back to the end of this year.
Guy's
and we
good,
look
man.
out
He's
at
really
2025
smart.
and
He knows
everything
his
that
shit.
This market's priced into it. I'm pretty confident
He's
that
good
we're
as
not
far
going
as
to be at
strategists.
that
He
5,600
he works for
level
Renmac.
on the
If you don't know who
S&P.
Renmac is, you can
So
look them up.
I think that we're pretty much priced to perfection.
I wish I had a job
in,
like
in
that.
the near term. Could
I
we
could
keep
find
going to
my way in
54,
there.
5,500? Sure. But when you
It's
go
a
out
lot of
6
hours.
months,
Even though I
this
do
is
it,
one thing I wrote to our
practically
clients.
for free
Perception is
anyway,
reality in the
but
market
not
for
necessarily
now,
for free,
in the short
but-
term. But over the long term, reality is reality. So when does that reality hit? I think by the end of the year it will be here.
I mean, the 10-year, as I look at it, we're down like 35 bips since the Fed chair wasn't as hawkish as people thought. You just think that's a blip, that we're going back up?
Yeah, it's hard to say a blip. I think a lot of markets are connected. And so I think the 10-year is taking somewhat of its cue from the Fed and some of its cue from oil. And so I do think oil is going to be soft throughout the rest of this year. I think that the 10-year is quite frankly, it's overvalued. It's already priced in an entire cut cycle. So if you think typically the 10-year trades at about 150 basis point premium to the Fed funds rate. Well, right now it's trading at like a 100 basis point discount from Fed funds rate. So it's already discounting an entire cut cycle, which I think is going to be long in coming. So the only value you get in buying bonds here is if we get a recession. And I don't have any evidence to make a case for a recession ahead. So yeah, I would be looking for opportunities to lighten up my bond exposure.
But are you doubting that the next move from the Fed is actually a cut?
No, I think that's pretty overdramatic to say that. If I think there's some people who are getting ahead of themselves saying the Fed's going to hike again.
Well, I mean, Powell made it pretty explicit, right? I mean, that's not on his bingo card.
Correct. And I think that that's not where we're at. I think the Fed is restrictive now, though. And I think that they need to. So, like, think about their first quarter SEP. First quarter SEP, they looked at the core PCE at the end of 2024, and they projected 2.6%. In order to get to 2.6% exiting 2024 on core PCE, you need to average like 0.15% month over month on core PCE for the rest of the year. That's not going to happen, especially if you consider that housing is adding like 8 to 10 basis points as a baseline factor, given what we said about shelter not rolling over. There's just no path to get to the Fed's inflation target. So the next step is just going to be a prolonged hold. If you go back to the soft landing thesis, this kind of drove this market. Soft landings are characterized by short pauses from the Fed. So 3 to 7 months is what we've seen historically. We could be on pause this entire year going back to last July. That'd be an 18-month pause. That's when bad things happen. You stay at restrictive territory for that long. You can't predict it, but that's when bad things start to happen in the economy and in markets.
Which is why I think they're kind of itching to cut just when they think the time is right. To be continued. I appreciate the conversation, Warren, very much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, the major averages all heading towards record closing highs today. Up next, iCapital's Anastasia Amoroso is back with us. She reveals the sectors that she is betting will drive the next leg of this rally, just after this break.
is one.
We are back with the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all set to score record closing highs today. Our next guest sees a few spots in the market that look ripe for even more upside. Joining me now, iCapital Chief Investment Strategist, Anastasia Amoroso. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, Scott.
Thoughts on this market before we get to those two specifics?
Well, I think the upside move is justified. I heard you ask the other guest whether he was surprised, and I think the word is justified. Look, this morning's CPI report and the retail sales report, I think it really supports the notion that we are in the last mile of fighting inflation. And look, core CPI, which is 3.6% today, was about 2 percentage points higher a year ago. So I would say we have made substantial progress. And if the Fed keeps on hold, which is what they'll do, it's certainly not a hike, I think that holding pattern is quite supportive for markets.
Because I've heard some try and make the argument that this also means that once we hit these new record highs, that it might be the last mile for this bull market. Doesn't sound like you buy that.
No, I'm not a buyer of that, Scott, because I do think there are a lot more reasons to be optimistic than pessimistic in this environment. And, a lot of people talked about stagflation over the last couple of weeks, but I don't really see the stag, nor do I see the inflation in this market right now. When you look at retail sales, for example, this morning, it seemed like it was a little bit soft on the surface, but when you think about retail sales and the report we actually get with that, it's about people buying goods. It's not so much about people buying services. And I think that's exactly what people are doing right now. It's travel, it's lodging, it's concerts and entertainment. So when we look at the real-time measure of what the consumer is spending on, that is still very, very strong. And of course, if you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP, for example, that's running just shy of 4%. And the other thing that I'm encouraged by, Scott, this is not just a U.S. phenomenon. We have seen growth pick up and broaden out globally. About 6 months ago, we're pacing about 0.8% global growth. Today, that's closer to 4%. So that, of course, that economic growth supports earnings, supports companies, supports markets.
Okay, so what's going to take us there?
Well, I think what's going to take us there is continued earnings momentum and also people pushing out this notion of a recession or even a soft landing.
What sectors? That's what I mean. I'm sorry, Anastasia. I should have been more specific. That's my bad.
I think it's both a macro and a micro question, to your point. I think broadly macro is going to take us there. Is that earnings rebounding towards 9 or 10% earnings growth by the end of the year? But what's going to take us there sector-wise, I do think that it's the cyclical parts of the markets also catching up. If you look at the first quarter, it was all about big tech reporting something like a 65% earnings upside. But as we go towards the fourth quarter, we do see other cyclicals catching up. So I do like broader, bigger financials, not the regionals. I do like consumer discretionary stocks, and I also like industrials. So I'd be looking to construct a basket of cyclical stocks. And of course, semiconductors should also be a part of that.
All right, we'll see you soon. Thanks for the thoughts. Anastasia Amoroso joining us once again. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into this record-setting close. Christina Partsinevelos is standing by once again with that. Tell us what you see now.
Well, consumers, you're talking about record setting, but consumers are turning away from another luxury retailer. And now to that record setting. Dell shares hitting an all-time high. I'll tell you why after this short break.
Tesla could start really cranking. It could. Let's see.
All right, welcome back. I want to show you the Dow because we are right at a new intraday high, or right about 39,889. We were there a second ago, so we got to watch that. We're all well above right now, by the way, a new closing record high for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, just like we are for the S&P and the NASDAQ. But now we have something else to watch over this final 15-minute stretch. Let's get back to Christina now for the stock she's watching.
Lots to watch. Let's talk about Dell shares, also hitting a record high. They're up, 9% right now, last I checked, on a bullish call from Morgan Stanley, with a new price target of $152 a share. 9%. It's already almost 12% right now. The analyst believes Dell is gaining momentum of its AI servers with enterprise clients, and they mentioned Tesla. The positive supply checks spilling over to competitor, which may not be good in the future. Supermicro shares are up 15%. Tough times, though, for luxury brand Burberry. Profits fell 40% year over year, driven by weakness in the Americas as well as China. The UK fashion retailer now expects a challenging first half of next year. And these are similar trends and comments we heard from luxury fashion group that owns Gucci, Kering, and Mulberry as well. You can see Burberry down about 7%. Scott.
Christina Partsinevelos, thank you very much. We will see you in the market zone, so don't go anywhere. Still ahead, 13Fs, they're trickling in. That deadline is looming. We're going to run you through what to look out for as more big investors reveal their Q1 bets. Closing bells right back. Up next, Cisco reporting top of the hour. We'll tell you what to watch for when those numbers hit the tape. Market Zone is coming up next.
Sorry, buddy, my bad. Yeah, GME's over here. To the bottom right, man. See if it can break this level. It broke above it. That was a failed hold there. We really needed to hold that. Sorry, I just seen your comment. I didn't, man, energy's roaring, man. I'd expect Exxon to get back to 119. That's a big move there. 116 to 118. Fuck. I'm glad you got that, man. Yeah, we got to see if we can get above that level there on GME, man. I think, you know, I have to wait probably for pre-market after hours if you can get some type of limit up order. It just, again, I said this a couple days ago. This happened so fast. I mean, it started and it got serious Monday morning, and I think because it happened so fast, it wasn't a good look. And if any, you know, I know probably some of you guys may have just found the channel, but it's just, you know, it's better to, you know, consolidate, like rally, consolidate, buy the dip, and that way you get a, you know, some more money. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I was just in the middle of doing something real quick. I'm just writing some stuff down.
Both in terms of soft landing, economy, patient Fed, and obviously inflation not getting any worse. It's a bull market, so you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the upside. New highs are bullish, not bearish. They're not something to run away from. That being said,
it just wasn't a good. This wasn't good. I think this ruined it, right? We hit the gap in 1 day. Right? We hit the gap in 1 day. Okay, two days. You know, 2 days. So I would like to see here. This doesn't mean that it's over. I don't think that it means that it's over. Look for pullbacks into like 35, but I'm not going to say like this is over, but you needed to do like this kind of stuff where you rally, right? Pull back, consolidate for like a day or two, and then you rally again. You know what I'm saying? Like that way you allow, you know, more and more and more money to the buy side, you know, to you know, bid it up higher and start making other people nervous once it holds levels. So I think we have to be patient and watch and see. I firmly think that this ruined the stock. This exit here, and that, you know, that was like almost 800. It was like 800 and some, almost 1,000% just on the stock itself. So it was like 800% from wherever it was. Like I think it was, yeah, even at $10 to 80. Abby, please, baby, please come here, over here. My cat's back at it, right at the open and right at the close. She has everything she needs. I gotta figure out how I can get her to stop. But anyway, I hope all of you guys had a great day. If you have any trouble at all, if you guys need any help, please reach out. You guys can follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. You guys can send me messages if you'd like. If you guys want to ask questions, anything, whatever it is that I can do for you guys, I want to thank you for stopping by. All right. I wanted to stream for a long time. I've been trading for over 10 years now, for anybody that's new here. And if you want to get better, I would say for beginners, this is the right place. All right, we're really good at locating where we want to be, what it is we want to do, and when we do it. And, you know, the performance speaks for itself, and just the understanding of how markets work can really help you, you know, do what you want to do. And that's, you know, obviously be a good trader. You got to practice, and it takes time. All right, this is 10 years, over 10 years, and you got to think, if you've been doing it for a year or two, you know, you're going to get better next year. The you for 2 years from now is going to be even better, right? So the more screen time, the more practice, the better you will get. You know, it helps to have a few words to like some of the stuff that I talked about today, to be able to use that and start seeing it. So like once you don't know about things, right, there's always something in the markets. There's different ways. There's all kinds of ways to make money. But as far as a market functioning and how it moves and things of that nature, and just being told a few things like, hey, watch this, watch for this, start thinking about this, can really help you. With that said, again, I want to thank you guys for stopping by and all that fun stuff. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you guys want to donate to the stream, not to me, but to the stream. It's all, the info is down below. Again, I put this together so that, you know, we could work together as a team, you know, because I also, you know, would like to hear from someone else. Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I liked Exxon long today. Someone in chat took it today. Oh man, that hurt. That just blasted my ears. And look at that. That's a nice run up for Exxon again. So, watch GME and AMC after hours. I talked a great deal about GME and AMC. We can get back into it later on. I have to go this afternoon. I have to go grab treats for her and get a couple things for my cat. So, I do got to get out of here early. Again, reach out to me at Ivy League Trades on Twitter. Leave me a comment down below if you guys need anything. If there's anything I can do to help you guys. For anybody that's new. And just thank you guys for stopping by. We have 2 more days left this week. All right. I had put on a trade. All right. It was red. I put on 2 trades today, I think. It was just really even nothing to talk about. Both of them green. Google and Tesla. Tesla short. I'm still looking to take Tesla short, though, and turn this into a swing trade. We'll get more into that. Maybe I'll put out a watch list tonight. I'll either go live or I'll pre-record it. I don't know yet. If I can get back in time. Don't quote me on it. But if I can, I will. And we'll cover in great deal what happened, what happened today, yesterday, where are we going to make our money tomorrow? All right. I'll probably do a half-hour live stream later on tonight, maybe like 8:30 Eastern time, something like that, right around 9, because I want to be able to get up early, just at the third. Guys, have a good night. Don't do anything to hurt yourselves. All right. I know a lot of you guys aren't. I'm just saying, for anybody that's out there that did not take profits, I'm going to leave you with one thing. It is not yours until you take it. And if you're not going to take it for your family, your friends, the people behind you. Just get paid, right? You can always get back in. Buy the dips. Like, it's not going nowhere. And I still think we have a little bit of upside left. I just don't know if we're going to get to new highs. And this is what they're going to do. This is the limit order, pre-market and after hours is really what's sending this, because they have to physically type in their orders. And if they don't get those, or if they get filled, like, there's probably a bunch of orders here, right? So then someone else is like, okay, let's cover. Well, then you get this pop, and then the orders that they threw out there, they have to pay a higher price. You see what I'm talking about? You see that pop? See how it's popping right now? Because they're trying to exit. And then it's like, okay, then they got to exit at a higher price, and then a higher price, because they can't just market order in, and it's just a big mess. So be careful. In my opinion, I think this day right here, pre-market, ruined this whole trade. But I could be wrong. I pray I'm wrong, because I would love to see this fucking thing go back to highs or even higher. All those people, including myself, the short squeeze is over, the big short squeeze, mocking everybody, and guess what? Y'all still back on top. Apes are still back on top, and it did exactly what they said it did. I think it's time to throw in the white flag. It really is. They're right. They are right. They are moving the markets. The squeeze wasn't over. So, all right, guys. Have a great night. I will do my best. I'll post on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. We'll set up a time. We'll do a live stream for about a half hour or so. And we'll cover, like, what was strong today, what was weak, what are the levels, what are we looking to do. Because I still, again, Tesla, Exxon, that trade might be over with, unfortunately, that long there. But if the dollar's going to pull back, look at gold. These banks are ripping and roaring. Pullbacks in banks, get long. Pullback, long, you're getting paid. All right? Keep your head up, guys. Keep your head up. You guys can do it. You guys can do it for yourself, your family. You can get what you want out of life. You just have to keep going. All right, guys, keep going. If you guys need anything, get a hold of me. I love y'all. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys later on tonight. Have a good night. Reach out if you need anything. Take your money. It's not yours until you take it, guys. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys later.